Well, hi boys and girls, hello comrades, this is Sergey from Ushanka Show again, and today I want to talk a little bit about this book, Black on Red, My 44 Years Inside the Soviet Union. It's written by Paul Robeson. It's a black American engineer who spent, as I said, 44 years in the Soviet Union. This book was sent to me by Phil from Columbus, Ohio. Thank you so much, Phil. I greatly appreciate it, and this book was on my list, and I began reading it right now. And just to make it all Soviet, you see I got this old newspaper from, I already showed it before, 1988, April 2nd. So it's kind of all looking Soviet. But I want to talk about this just in the beginning of this book. This guy, as I said, he spent 44 years in Soviet Union, and right in the beginning, on page 15, he, like, what is the expression, spares no punches. He talks about racism in the Soviet Union. And you see there's another, that's a postcard I got from Germany as a present. So we're going to take a look at this right now. So a while back I recorded myself a video about racism in the Soviet Union, and one thing is, when you don't have black people around, you can't call them African Americans in Soviet Union, right? They were Africans pretty much, the only black skinned people we had that came to study in Moscow mostly, some in Kiev, some probably in Leningrad. So when you have those people around, then you don't have racism towards them, right? But I don't want to repeat my video, but I know if any girl was messing around with the black student, she will have a hard time, and then if she gets pregnant, have a kid, like mixed color kid in school, that kid will have horrible problems too. So we did have racism, and I talked about it in this video. And I just want to, the reason I'm talking about it, because quite a few people, a lot of them, we call them tankies, they picture Soviet Union like this shiny city up on the hill, which it was not. And, like there was no racism and housing was free, blah, blah, blah. So let's read right now what Mr. Robeson, who was a black engineer in the Soviet Union, what he says about what he experienced in the Soviet Union. So this is what he says. No matter what my Russian neighbors told me, regardless of how much communist officials bragged about their system of social justice and the equality of people, I was never really accepted as an equal. I was valued for my professional abilities. Nevertheless, I was an oddity and a potential asset to the Soviet propaganda apparatus. And then I could never, ever get used to the racism in the Soviet Union. It continually tested my patience and assaulted my sense of self-worth. Because the Soviets pride themselves of being free of prejudice, their racism is more virulent, or I don't know that word, virulent, than any I encountered in the United States as a young man. I rarely met a Russian who thought blacks, or for that matter, Orientals or any non-whites were equal to him. Trying to deal with their prejudice was like trying to catch a phantom. I could feel their racism singeing my flesh. But how do you deal with something that officially does not exist? I was the target of racism, even though I had gained national recognition as a mechanical engineer by inventing machinery that drastically increased industrial production. I have my share of the Soviet medals and honors. So here you go. So Mr. Robeson confirmed my video. So I'm not exactly anti-Soviet propaganda guy. He experienced on himself Soviet racism, and I said he talks a little bit more later. I'm trying to see some pictures, but anyway, he talks that his experience in Detroit was interesting. I'm on that part right now, when he was trying to get hired at the Ford Motor Company and as an engineer or tool maker, and he was told, like, since you're a black guy, you only can start your career at Ford cleaning the floors, sweeping the floors. We don't hire blacks to be tool makers. And then, of course, with that kind of already, thing going on in America, arriving to the Soviet Union and facing pretty much really similar conditions, I guess was really big disappointment to him. But I just thought I'll share with you this part. I was very impressed. Like, he spared no punches. Even book didn't begin yet. It was just a pre-word, and he's already started saying right away, hey, was plenty of racism in the Soviet Union, and we pretty much said, like, Russians are the best. Then maybe Ukrainians and Belarusians were like a little bit less equal. And then it goes down, Armenians would be Baltic states, And then, of course, we had a lot of jokes about Eskimos and stuff like that. So I just found it really interesting. I strongly recommend this book. I just started reading it. I didn't, but that part just impressed me so much. I wanted to share with you right away. Well, thank you so much for watching Ushanka Show, and we'll talk to you soon. До свидания. Goodbye. If you're new to my channel, my name is Sergey, and I was born in the USSR. Если вы впервые на моем канале, меня зовут Сергей, я родился в Советском Союзе. Today I will be doing a review for the book by Robert Robeson, Black on Red, My 44 Years Inside the Soviet Union. But before I begin, I would like to say thank you to Phil from Columbus, who was very nice to ship me this book so I could read it. Thank you so much, Phil, and please let me know I can send you this book back since I'm done with it. Thanks again. What I'm planning to do today is read parts that I liked a lot and comment on those parts. So if you're planning to read this book, then you probably want to stop and read it first and then watch my commentary. Otherwise, sit tight and enjoy this long and boring video. If you're interested in the topic of adventures of the Americans in the Stalin's Russia, I strongly recommend another book by John Scott called Behind the Urals, and I already have a review on that book, but it's a different animal, but I also recommend to read that one too. John Scott, who came to the Soviet Russia to work as a welder, was what we call these days a tanky. He was a socialist. He was deeply disappointed in capitalism in America. So that's an interesting angle to look at his observations and impressions about life and work in the Soviet Russia in the 30s. And I must add that John Scott was white. He was also smart enough to refuse Soviet citizenship. So later he was able to pack his bags and return safely to America. Now, the author of Black on Red book, Robert Robeson, was a totally different person. First of all, he wasn't a tanky. He was a black engineer who went to the Soviet Russia strictly for money and career opportunities. So there's a huge difference, and so there's a totally different story, although a lot of stories kind of match, but it's different levels. There's a welder story versus engineer story. And before we begin, I would like to mention another interesting contrast. So comparing Robert Robeson with me, he spent 44 years in the Soviet Union. I spent 20. He came to the USSR as a professional and adult, and I grew up in the USSR. So technically, from my 20 years, you can easily remove 15. So as a somewhat adult teenager, I had 5 years of life in the USSR, and he had 44. Robert Robeson was born in 1906 in Jamaica, so he 1 year older than my grandparents. They were born in 1907, but they passed away in 1983 and 1984, while he lived 10 years longer and passed away in 1994. He became engineer toolmaker in Cuba, where they moved with his mother, and he mentioned in the beginning of his book that it was literally impossible for the black person to become an engineer in the United States back in the 30s. In search of work, he moved first to New York City, then he moved to Detroit, where he got hired at the Ford Motor Company as a floor sweeper, because back in those days, no one would hire a black person off the street to be a tool maker. So someone gave him advice like, hey, you need to apply to sweep the floors, and maybe after working there for a while, you can get in a local tool-making school, and that way you can get the job that you already have a degree. After considerable struggle, and if you're interested, you should read this book because it is just crazy. From 2020, 2021 to read what was going on in the 1930s in America, it's hard to believe, but it is what it is. So he became finally a toolmaker at Ford, and he was making $140 a month back in 1930, which I figure out equal about $27,600 a year modern money, or $2,300 a month. So $140 in 1930 equal $2,300 a month modern dollar. Then in 1930s, Russians showed up in Detroit, and they were inspecting factories, buying equipment, and they were hiring. So Robert Robeson went to talk to them, and they promised him pretty much almost double the salary. So instead of $140 a month, Soviet people offer him $250, which is pretty much almost $50,000 a year, modern money. And of course, they promise him there is no racism in the Soviet Union, so you can become engineer and work on your professions and have, potential to grow. And on the top of it, they offered free housing and a maid. So conditions were quite enticing. So Mr. Robeson agreed to drop it like it hot and move to Soviet Russia. And here's the classic example of racism. So Robeson already on a ship bound for the Soviet Union. And he says right here, I soon found a young English-speaking Russian sailor who told me he would answer my question. He also said that he was aware of the discrimination against blacks in the United States and assured me that I would find racial equality in Russia. There had been an incident in the dining hall the day before when two white Americans, who also got hired to work in Russia, got up from my table and walked away in protest as soon as I sat down. At breakfast the next day, after the incident was repeated, the captain stood up and said firmly to our group, so there was a whole group of American specialists, "Comrade specialists, you're all invited to work in the Soviet Union. Under the Soviet system, there is no discrimination based on nationality or the color of a man's skin. Everyone in Soviet Russia is equal. I am not authorized to segregate anyone on this ship. I am asking that everybody, all of the passengers, obey Soviet law." All I can say is just, wow, how much the world had changed in the last 90 years. But anyway, we're going to talk about the Soviet peculiarities, I think is the word. I found on the same page quite a familiar situation. So the same young sailor told me that each day at 5:30 p.m., the captain assembled all crew members who were not on duty for a meeting in the dining hall. Attendance was mandatory and a sign-in sheet was maintained. At the sailor's invitation, I attended the meeting later that day and then afterward listened to his explanation of what was going on. So at that time, he didn't speak any Russian, so he needed translation. First, the crew heard reports of the social and economic progress in the Soviet Union. This information came from radio broadcasts out of Moscow. The sailors cheered at the announcement of certain factories surpassing their production goals. Oh my God, so this is 1930. 50 years later, in 1980s, we were forced as the kids to do the same thing in school. This is what they called politinformatsiya, political information. When individuals were recognized for outstanding work either in the factory or on a farm, the sailors expressed their admiration. I could sense that they wanted to be honored in the same way. During the next part of the meeting, each crew member's work was evaluated. Minutes were kept. At the end of each month, a ship newspaper was posted, citing which sailors excelled and admonishing those whose work was substandard to follow the example of the model crew members. So this is what we call politicheskaya informatsiya, political information, and it was already going on in 1930, and I got a good dose of it back in 1980s. I believe I already have a video about it. Every Monday morning, I had to show up in school 30 minutes earlier before classes, whole school, and we had to sit for 30 minutes and share the news with our teacher to have this political information class. Ooh, we hated it. Next interesting part I discovered on page 56. So now they are on a boat traveling down Volga River from Gorky, which is now called again Nizhny Novgorod, on the way down to Stalingrad, which now called Volgograd, and before the revolution was called Tsaritsyn. So here, the situation on this boat reminded him of all those peasants in the waiting room at the Leningrad train station, huddled on the floor, waiting patiently for their turn to board. The passengers on the lower deck of this boat were not served any meals, not even tea, but they seemed to manage pulling black bread, salted dried fish, taranka, and cucumbers from their bags, and enjoying the little they had to eat. I wondered if they knew what accommodations were like on the top deck. So here we go. This is a socialist Russia of 1930, and there's a top deck and there's a bottom deck. We were with a group of intellectuals and professionals, including some teachers on vacation. We all had separate berths, were served 3 hearty meals a day, and had access to a game room with billiards, chess, and checkers. The top deck was fairly spacious, mainly because the third-class passengers weren't allowed upstairs. So what's interesting, some my friend tankies claimed that during the Stalin era there was equality, it was real socialism. Doesn't sound like it. And on the same page, they're still on the boat going down the Volga River, and it's during the summer. During our boat trip on the Volga, I learned that Russians love the sun. At first glance, they appear to be a society of sun worshippers by the way they sit with their eyes closed and their faces positioned towards the sun. From the expression of their faces, I sensed that some were even talking to the sun, imploring it to keep showering its warmth on them, praising the sun for providing them with pleasure. So, and he couldn't understand why, he thought it was so curious. It seemed like they were trying to shore up the sun's energy. After living through my first Russian winter, I could understand the Russians' love and longing for the summer sun. I experienced exactly the same thing when I came to the United States. Anytime I would see sunshine outside, I run outside trying to get some tan, spend my time outdoors. Because we literally, even during the summer, when I went up in the village and stayed with my grandparents, there was hardly any sunny, hot days. It was quite rare. So anytime there's a little bit of sunshine, we'll run outside trying to go to the river to swim and get tan. So it took me a while in Michigan to kind of get enough of the sunshine. So now during the summer, I actually hiding. Before I would be like, oh my God, there is a sunshine. Let's go outside. Let's go to the beach. Like pretty much every day I was trying to be outside during the summer. But after 20 years in Michigan, I think I had enough because climate here is completely different from what I had back home in Ukraine. And on the next page is another interesting part that kind of clicked with me, of course. There were other unusual experiences on the boat trip, like food, for instance. We were exposed to borscht and okroshka at our first lunch. I hate okroshka. Borscht, which was served hot, I liked. It is made of slivers of meat, potatoes, cabbage, onions, a dash of sugar, and is topped with a tablespoon of sour cream. By the way, I have a video how to make borscht. My wife was kind enough to record it for me. Eaten with a thick piece of black bread, it is a delight. And okroshka, on the other hand, was abomination. And speaking of borscht, this is what happened on my date with my wife. It was a blind date. We didn't know each other, met through the friends. On the first date, she asked me if I like borscht, and my ears pricked up because I was so shocked that an American know what borscht it is. And I was like, wow, I like you already. So kind of borscht is a important part of my dating here. It's how I learned, that my wife likes to cook, and on our second date, she actually made me red beet borscht. All right, on the page 59, this really blew my mind. So apparently there were some people on this boat, Americans, that they immigrated to America, and now they were returning to Russia as a contracted technical specialists, and they were going to perform Russian songs. So, you drink vodka and you sing Russian songs. So they were singing with a lot of emotions, and when the song ended, there was a moment of silence. Suddenly, one of the singers, with tears streaming down his cheeks, reached into his inside jacket pocket, pulled out his American passport, ran to the railing, and flung it into the river. Then he broke into the wild dance. And I was like, oh my God. It would be interesting to find out what happened to that guy, because later on, in about 5-6 years, anyone who accepted Soviet citizenship, they took another trip into Siberia and they never came back. So that'll be interesting if it will be possible to find any information about this guy. But so I bet you his parents moved to America, and when he grew up, he went back to Russia to work, and this is what he did after singing a Russian song on the boat going down the Volga River. On the page 78, there was pretty much the message that there's no free lunch. There's a reason why they pay you double the money that you could get in the United States. So there was a new set of goals that was required from all American specialists. Number one, all American specialists should belong to the trade union. Okay, it's not that bad. Number two, as many American specialists as possible should sign the socialist competition either with Russian or with other American specialists. So now, социалистическое соревнование. I grew up with that, the socialist competition. That was pretty much, we're not going to pay you more money to be more productive, but we want you to have a socialist competition with other people so you work as hard as you can. Number three, a few good American specialists should join the Communist Party. Now we're talking business right there. And it's kind of interesting to find out what was the definition for the Soviets, what does the good American means. Number four, young American specialists should join Komsomol. So Komsomol, it's the communist organization of youth. So it's like communist junior, then you become communist. And a few children should join the pioneers, pioneri, a party indoctrination organization for elementary school-age children. So now, it wasn't enough for the Soviets to use technical support, and know-how. They also wanted to indoctrinate the American specialists. So young Americans should join Komsomol, and American children should join pioneers. And number five, Americans would participate in a campaign to keep the living quarters and commercial section of the compound clean. So we're not going to clean your areas. You must clean yourselves, have subotniks. So, and here's Robert Robeson adds, it was clear that they were turning up the throttle. We were not now merely to be workers. They wanted us to Sovietize, to join the party, or to place your children in the pioneers. Those were serious steps. Pretty cool. On page 102, Robert Robeson describes a very interesting meeting with Nikolai Bulganin, who was all his life pretty much one of the top brass leaders of the Soviet Union. He survived Stalin and died in 1975. So he went to his office, Bulganin's office, and it says Bulganin then moved forward in his chair so that he was closer to me. He peered at me kindly. Would you like to have a dacha in a country outside of Moscow, he asked. I can secure one for you, and you will not have to pay for it right away. To get there, arrangements can be made for you to rent an automobile at a reasonable rate. So that's interesting. This is before 1947, when average citizens could get dacha. We're talking early 30s. And this is how system worked. The top leaders of the Soviet Union can treat other workers with such perks. But it's kind of interesting what actual Robeson decided to do. I thought it was strange that I was being offered such luxuries which were unavailable to the average citizen. As attractive they sounded, they obviously would not come without strings attached. So as politely as possible, I said, "Comrade Bulganin, I deeply appreciate your offer of assistance. It is very kind of you. However, I am perfectly satisfied with my present work and living situation." Bulganin looked at me for a moment without saying a word. Then he said, "You are the first person who has ever refused every offer I made." So yeah, this is your Soviet Union back in the early 30s, when people could get offers like that, like, hey, I bet you someone else owned that dacha prior, but then they disappeared in Siberia probably. So now the dacha was available. So I found this part quite interesting too. All right, so in chapter 9, page 107, there's another amazing thing, which is kind of, I find a lot of similarities with modern days, when people being called socialists and communists left and right, even though they totally nothing to do with socialism, communism. So this is what happened to Robeson. He got elected actually to the Moscow Soviet, so like Moscow Council, and he didn't really want to, but he really didn't have a choice. So as he writes, as I had suspected, my election to the Moscow Soviet soon began to haunt me. My older brother, who had a small tailoring business in New York, sent me clippings from the American press. All reports were unfavorable. The establishment press was particularly harsh. Although I was quoted as saying I was not a communist, the articles implied that I was lying, and in my heart I was a Marxist and a traitor. Same language in 1934, just like in 2021. An article in December 24, 1934. I wonder if it's possible to locate this article in Time magazine. So it's December 24, 1934. There was an article about Robert Robertson last week that coal black protege of Joseph Stalin. So this is stories. I don't know if it's right now possible, like, to call somebody coal black. Coal black protege of Joseph Stalin, Robert Robeson, was elected, somewhat to his surprise, to the Moscow Soviet. In Russia, perfect gentleman Robert Robeson is famed because of the communist propaganda trial put on his honor in 1930 at Stalingrad, where he was working as a machinist. Two white U.S. machinists objected violently to being lumped with the nigger at meals. They were solemnly tried, convicted of race prejudice, and one was banished from the Soviet Union. So yeah, I skip a lot of it, but it's just kind of interesting part. So yeah, that's pretty much, he ran away to Soviet Russia from racism, but he still had to work with Americans. So even in Stalingrad, he had to experience American racism. But I just found it interesting how the mass media was just kind of calling names without, actual facts, that he was never a communist and he actually didn't like socialist system, and he was a religious person, but it didn't matter. So after such articles, State Department got interested in Robert Robeson, and they pretty much gave him ultimatum. You need to come back to the United States and stop being a propaganda tool of the Soviet government, or we'll strip away your United States citizenship. And we're talking 1932, it's depression in the United States. So he had this hard choice, or stay in the Soviet Union where he had a decent job as an engineer, or come back to America. And that's what he made, I think, his biggest mistakes. He asked the Soviet authorities if he could become a Soviet citizen. So Yep, that's what he did, and he said, "The day I became a Soviet citizen, I felt no different. I was the same Robert Robinson, toolmaker, inventor, aspiring mechanical engineer trying to survive in alien culture." But he did have to give up the foreign specialist card. So he had a so-called foreign specialist card, which gave him access to elite shops that carried Western-style goods. We talked about it before. This is like so-called Berezka, hard currency stores, which remained all the way through end of the Soviet Union. So the foreigners that worked in Russia, Soviet Russia, they had access to the goods that normal Soviet workers didn't. And just by becoming Soviet citizen, I mean, he's still a foreigner in my eyes, right? But he had to give up that card. Like, okay, now you're Soviet citizen, you losing this perk. So he had to eat in a smaller, plainer-looking restaurants that catered only to Russian technical personnel and served meager portions of dull, plain food. I had accepted a less comfortable lifestyle for a greater sense of security. Yeah, if he knew that he gonna get stuck for 44 years in Soviet Russia, he probably would pack his bag and go back to America. But it was a hard choice for him. There's no doubt about that. Alright, so this will be part 1 of my review of Black on Red, my 44 years inside the Soviet Union by Robert Robeson. I hope you enjoyed this video. If you have any questions, please let me know below in the comments, and we'll talk to you soon. Today's video is part 2 of my review of Black on Red, my 44 years inside the Soviet Union by Robert Robeson. But before we begin, for those who already watched the part 1, I just want to quickly trace Robert's journey from United States to Soviet Russia. He left New York City on a Soviet ship and arrived to Leningrad. From Leningrad, him and other American specialists hired to work at Soviet factories. They traveled by train to Moscow, stayed there for several days. Then it took another train to Gorky, which is called again Nizhny Novgorod. And from Gorky, they traveled on a boat down to the Volga River all the way to Stalingrad. Now it's called Volgograd. And now back to the book, Black on Red. If you remember, we stopped at the moment when Robert Robertson decided to become a Soviet citizen. He had a hard choice. In order to maintain his American citizenship, he was required to quit and go back to the United States. And he decided to stay and became Soviet citizen. So this is, we're talking 1933. So in the beginning of chapter 10, Robert Robertson is talking about social engineering and the second purge. So here he'll be actually explaining the reasons behind the purges that started going through the Soviet society. I had made my fateful decision, he's talking about becoming a Soviet citizen, at a time when disappearances were increasing but could not yet be considered epidemic. That soon changed. The massive government scheme to reorder society, which had begun in 1933, was picking up steam. And that's exactly what was going on back in the 30s. People literally disappeared from life. Today he was at work, tomorrow a person didn't show up because last night at 3 a.m. NKVD showed up at his doors. He got arrested, no warning, nothing, and he's in prison, and then even his family doesn't know what happened, and then person just gone. So this is how the American engineers saw it. By the spring of 1936, almost all of the young people trained as engineers and in technical fields during the years of 1927 to 1932 had disappeared. The authorities first created an entire class of technocrats and then destroyed it because they came to view this class as a threat to their power. Before they could eliminate these skilled industrial leaders, the party and government prepared their replacement so that the country's industrial progress would not come to a grinding halt. And if you studied Soviet Union under Stalin, that's pretty much was his pattern. Once in a while, every 5 years or so, he will, like a lawnmower or almost like a tiller, he will go through society, remove the old growth and replace it with new hungry people. So I guess that was his way of keeping the blood fresh and flowing. Another quick side note, so Robinson signed a 1-year contract, and when it was about to expire, he worked that first year at Stalingrad tractor plant. He went to Moscow, and he decided to renew his contract since he was making really good money and he enjoyed his work. And while he was renewing his contract, he got offered to work in Moscow at the local bearing factory. So he ended up moving from Stalingrad to Moscow, capital of the Soviet Union. Alright, so now we reached a really interesting part. It's a Hitler-Stalin pact. And it's interesting, everywhere they call it Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, but Robert Robertson called it like it was. It was a agreement between Hitler and Stalin. So that's what it says. It says the Hitler-Stalin Pact. Soon after Yezhov's fall from power in the summer of 1939, the Kremlin announced that it had signed a pact with Nazi Germany. If you study history of the Soviet Union, Stalin cycled through several NKVD leaders. He had Yagoda, who became a traitor, got shot. Yagoda was replaced with Yezhov, who became a traitor, got shot. And Yezhov was replaced with Lavrentiy Beria, who ended up being a NKVD leader all the way till the death of Stalin. And of course, things didn't work out between him and Nikita Khrushchev, and Beria also got executed. Alright, back to the book. So the Kremlin announced that it had signed a pact with Nazi Germany. Everyone in my shop was shocked and amazed. It was more than perplexing to the Russians. It hurt to think that their country, which championed equality, fraternity, and world peace, had overnight become linked to Adolf Hitler. This was as incongruous to the Russians as an alliance between KKK and the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People would have been to Americans. That's a great comparison. In my shop, some workers wept openly, while others were solemn. So this situation when the government makes literally 180 turn in relations with other countries and confusing their own citizens reminded me of the book of 1984. Like there's a country of Oceania or something, I barely remember. There was an enemy, suddenly became a friend, all the newspapers were changed. So here's a classic example that Robeson explains how people were confused, like, wait a minute, yesterday we thought Nazis were the scam of the world, and today newspapers tell us they actually, without explaining why, they assured the newspapers readers that the treaty with Germany would be in the best interest of the people. But what really shocked me is the following. In fact, an immediate result of the pact was increased hardship for the average Russian, because foods like meat, sugar, eggs, butter, and flour were now being shipped to Germany. This was difficult for people to take, especially considering that these foods had become available at the general food stores only recently after years of severe rationing. I even heard party members grumbling about sending the food off to Nazis. We never learned what or anything Russia received from Germany other than 2 years of peace. I mean, I knew that the Soviet Union was shipped large quantities of grain and foodstuff and oil to Nazi Germany under this agreement about friendship and borders, but that it instantly affected average Soviet citizen with the shelves becoming empty again. This is amazing. And think about it, in the regular country, remember like several years ago, Macron in France tried to raise fuel tax and the whole country like exploded. Was that yellow jackets or something movement? Here, food disappeared because Soviet government decided to be friends with Nazi Germany and people just quietly grumbling. This is the dictatorship of proletariat for you. So yeah, that's the stuff you can't learn in history books. This is like best thing ever. Witness accounts of those days, especially from the American point of view. I find it just amazing. And it's getting even better because he says a little bit down the same page, after the treaty was signed, the message and emphasis of Soviet internal propaganda changed significantly. Ever since my arrival in 1930, the press and radio had trumpeted the need of worldwide expansion of communism and that every Russian should work toward that end. The caption beneath every newspaper and magazine logos read, "Workers of the world unite. Пролетариат всех стран, соединяйтесь." And right after this agreement with Nazi Germany, nationalism was the new emphasis. Huge banners hung in every shop in the factory that read, "Love your country first and always." Large signs were posted at railroad stations. Along the railroad tracks, colored flowers were arranged to spell out the new slogans. Russians were now implored, "Love your mighty motherland always. Всегда люби родину мать." The spirit of internationalism had departed. Because I obviously was not Russian, this had a direct effect on my well-being. People who had once been friendly now kept their distance. Strangers no longer greet me warmly on the street, and now I was often treated with disdain. So once again, it's just amazing. And in my opinion, Stalin really underestimated Soviet people. I think he thought that he kind of got to the level like people almost like robots. If you tell them, new command, they just do it without thinking, without their own opinion. But it's hard for people to process, especially if you have some critical thinking. I mean, picture if Fox News overnight will start just saying that Biden is the best president ever and Trump was the worst president ever. There'll be a lot of people very, very confused and angry. This is what pretty much Stalin was doing. Yesterday we were for international expansion of communism, and today Nazi Germany, our best friend, and all we care about is our national pride. I mean, that's a huge pillow to swallow, and I don't think, Soviet people could handle it really well. I mean, which I'm not surprised. And this next chapter actually reminded me of modern Russia, because it said, those of us living inside Russia were never told the particulars of the alliance with Germany, but Soviet military actions to some extent soon made it clear. So remember, there was a secret pact, besides the official agreement between Germany and Soviet Union about splitting zones of interest. So in 1939 and 1940, Russian troops seized Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, part of Poland, and Bessarabia and Chernovtsi in Romania, without resistance from the Germans. Each mighty giant would gobble up defenseless nations, knowing that the other one was doing the same. And here we go. The Russian people were very proud. One evening at the cinema, newsreels were shown of Russian troops and armored vehicles blazing across Bessarabia. The entire audience rose clapping and cheering, shouting "Bravo!" while shaking their fists defiantly in the air. They were so callously proud of how their nation was overrunning defenseless people. I was astonished. So once again, think about 2014 and Russia occupying Crimea, and all the Russian people are so thrilled and happy that we returned what belongs to us. We've seen this movie over and over again, not only in Russia, but this is just priceless. And remember, recently I just made the video about secret helpers in the Winter War of 1939 that Swedish professor managed to crack Soviet military codes and was helping Finns to learn about Red Army plans. So let's see what Robert Robeson said about it. So this is the way communism is going to establish peace and social justice in the world, I thought. I had been just as surprised at the Russian people's reaction after Soviet radio announced on December 10, 1939, that Finland had provoked peace-loving Russia into a war. They felt indignant toward Finland, ignoring the obvious differences in the size of relative strength of the two nations. No one ever suggested that the Soviets, not the Finns, might be the aggressors. And a quick side note, because some people didn't catch my sarcasm in the video about winter of 1939 when I said, according to the Soviet historians, it was Finland that attacked Soviet Union first. I got quite a few angry comments, but I am not a Soviet historian. According to the Soviet historians, that's what happened, but for me it's obvious that it was not Finland who started the war. On page 141 I found an interesting short note. So, Soviet Union hired thousands of foreign specialists to come and work in the Soviet Union. So here, what he says, by mid-July 1941, the number of foreigners working in my factory had been reduced drastically. When I began in 1932, there were 362 of us. Now a Hungarian and I were the only ones left. So, from 362 workers at a single factory in Moscow in 1932, 9 years later, only 2 remained. The other ones left, went home, or they disappeared. Another part that caught my attention, this is already 1941, the war is going on, and there's one co-worker of Comrade Robeson approached him and said, I have something important I must tell you. I've chosen you to share what's in my heart because I trust you. At first, we had lots of confidence in our party and government. We were promised that in 15 years, we would forge ahead of America. So that's before Nikita Khrushchev promise. This is Stalin's promise. What's more, we were promised that no wars would be fought on Russian soil. We believed those promises with all our heart and soul, but now we know that our leaders have run away to safer places and have left us leaderless. Today Moscow has been abandoned, and the great mass of people have been left to face the murderous Germans. So here he's talking, sounds like it's in November of 1941, when Moscow was like inches away from being taken over by the Germans. He paused here, again searching my eyes, then added, Please, Comrade Robeson, if you should be fortunate enough to be able to reach the West, please tell your people there the whole truth about the Soviet system, that the Russian people have been grossly deceived, that there had never been such a betrayal in history. Let the world know how we have suffered and we're deprived of the good things in life, thinking always that the policies of Lenin were being carried out. Now we see that everything promised us was a fraud. Since 1917, we have been asked to sacrifice for the better day that was sure to come. Now we know that our leaders fooled us into the pact with the Nazis that has become our gravestone. After so much sweat and toil, going without meat for months at a time, sometimes going to bed on an empty stomach, hoping that everything we have done would make life happier for the people, nothing has come true. I really have nothing to add to this speech, except, I see a lot of similarity with religion, because in religion it's also leaders of church tell you to suffer and sacrifice because in your afterlife there's going to be paradise. And this is the benefit of religion. There is no way people who died can send the message like, hey dude, there's nothing there, just empty parking lot. Here people have some kind of time frame. Okay, we will suffer for 15 years for a better future for us and our children, and then 15 years later they see that nothing happened. So religion in that respect has better advantage, because they tell you it's afterlife when it's going to be paradise, while communists had to promise in nearby future, and it didn't work. Okay, my friends, so we're gonna stop right here. We're on page 160, so we're about through the half of the book, so sounds like we're probably gonna have another 2 videos to cover the whole thing. If you have any questions, please post in comments below this video. Today's video is a part 3 of my review of Black on Red, My 44 Years Inside the Soviet Union, written by Robert Robeson, a black American engineer that went to Soviet Russia to make some money and ended up getting stuck there for 44 years. If you follow my Black on Red book review, I finished the previous video by the speech of the Soviet co-worker of Paul Robeson when he was complaining that Soviet government lied to us, and he sounded extremely disappointed that they promised that in 15 years we'll be ahead of America, yada yada. And I want to specify, so that was going on in middle of October or end of October 1941 when German army was at the gates of Moscow, and it was a panic in the capital of Soviet Union. But there was one part of this disgruntled Soviet worker speech that was bothering me, and I guess no one else noticed it, so I wanted to read it again. He said, "What's more, we are promised that no wars would be fought on Russian soil. We believe those promises with all our heart and soul." So let's think about it. We were promised no wars would be fought, which it sounds like, okay, Soviet Union was a peaceful country that didn't want any more wars. But actually, no wars would be fought on Russian soil. There's a big difference between no wars or no wars on Russian soil. And we need to give Comrade Stalin a credit. For a while he kept his promise. There was a war in Mongolia against Japan. There was war in Finland. There was occupation of Baltic states. There was occupation of Western Ukraine and Western Belarus, which was part of Poland. There was occupation of Bukovina and Bessarabia, which was part of Romania. So wars were going on, but they weren't happening on Russian soil. So everything was great until June 22nd, 1941. And this message about no wars fought on Russian soil, you can find once in a while in the books written by Soviet generals and other military leaders that fought in the Great Patriotic War, trying to explain failures of summer and the fall of 1941. They would kind of mention, yeah, we weren't ready for that type of war. And it's like, okay, so if you weren't ready for defensive war, what type of war were you preparing for? And now I would like to show you a short clip from the movie The Great Citizen, Великий гражданин, made back in 1937.
Лет через 20 после хорошей войны выйти да взглянуть на Советский Союз. Республика так из 30-40. Черт его знает, как хорошо.
So the main character of this movie, The Great Citizen, is Sergei Kirov, who was the leader of Leningrad and who was assassinated back in December of 1934. So the movie was made 3 years later. And Kirov's assassination is actually the event that kick-started the Great Purges of 1937-1938. It began earlier in Leningrad and then it spread all over the Soviet Union. But it's not the topic of this video. So in this clip, Sergei Kirov, the main character of Great Citizen movie, saying that how great it would be in about 20 years to look around and see that the Soviet Union consisted of 30 and maybe 40 republics after the good war. После хорошей войны. So in the book Black and Red, a guy mentions no wars to be fought on Russian soil, and in the movie The Great Citizen, Kirov says the good war that will make Soviet Union from 16 republics into the 40 republic socialist state. Fun fact, later on, when it was not cool anymore to talk about good wars, this movie was slightly changed and the words of Sergei Kirov about good war were cut out from the movie. And of course there were other movies that promised no wars fought on the Soviet soil, just like that worker said. For example, there was 1936 movie Rodina зовет, Motherland is calling. The scenario was always the same. The Soviet Union being attacked by some imaginary enemy. Red Army repels the attack and start attacking on the enemy territories. So that was this principle. Small blood war on the enemy's territory. Малой кровью на чужой земле. There was 1937 military sci-fi movie Глубокий рейд, The Deep Raid, about Soviet bomber forces. Movie plot: surprise enemy attack being repelled and Soviet bombers bring death and destruction to the enemy. But the most famous was the 1938 movie Если завтра война, If War Comes Tomorrow. And once again, the surprise attack of the sneaky enemy being repelled by the powerful blow of the Red Army, the whole country rises to the challenge and attacks the enemy. You'll find links to these movies in the comment sections below this video. Surprisingly, YouTube has those movies available. And of course, we must mention a book by Nikolai Shpanov that was published in 1939 called Первый удар, The First Strike, the book about the future war. That was actually the title of that book, the story about the future war. Fun fact, after Germany and Soviet Union signed the agreement about friendship and the borders, this book was banned and removed from the stores and the libraries. As you see, in Soviet Russia we like to party like it's 1984. And I also need to mention a poem published on December 31st, 1940, so that's a New Year Eve, in the newspaper Pravda, The Truth. А может быть, к 16 гербам еще гербы добавятся другие. Translation: and probably to the 16 existing coats of arms, гербы, there'll be other coats of arms added, which means that the poet expresses hope that to the existing 16 Soviet Socialist republics, back in those days Soviet Union had 16 republics. One was removed later, and I wonder if anybody knows what I'm talking about, because I grew up in a country that had 15 Soviet republics. So there's a hope there'll be more republics added to those 16th. So this is December 31st, 1940. So if we return to the words of the Soviet worker in this book, Black on Red, we are promised that no wars would be fought on Russian soil. We have to agree. Absolutely. Movies promised that, books promised that, and newspapers did that. So I see him being upset when the Germans were pretty much like 20 kilometers away from the capital of the Soviet Union. Promises were broken. Okay, my friends, so this concludes part 3, my review of the book Black on Red by Robert Robeson. I hope you enjoyed this show. If you have any questions or comments, you know what to do, and we'll talk to you soon. In today's video, I'm going to continue my review of the book called Black on Red, My 44 Years Inside of the Soviet Union by Robert Robeson, a black American engineer who went to Soviet Russia in 1930 and ended up being there for over 40 years. If you follow my channel, you probably remember that I already have quite a few videos about Soviet Jewish people, and actually someone mentioned that maybe that's the reason why my channel never shows up on YouTube search regards Soviet Russia or USSR, because I have that topic covered, and this is kind of like a sensitive topic for YouTube. But anyway, if you're interested in that topic, I have a total of 4 videos already. But today we're going to talk about Robert Robeson, impressions of the Soviet Jewish people. And just a quick reminder about time frame. So it's the end of October, beginning of November of 1941. German army right at the steps of Kremlin. So there's a panic in Moscow, government living, NKVD officers living. Everyone who has means to leave Moscow, they escape. So this is situation going on here on page 162. In the weeks before the evacuation of Moscow, countless rumors circulated about the approaching Germans. They were seen as monsters, bloodthirsty tyrants who raped women and used children for bayonet practice. However, it was not rumor but newspaper accounts of the Nazis' treatment of Jews in already conquered territory that set off a mass exodus of Jews from Moscow. As soon as word was out that Moscow factories were being dismantled and shipped to the east, thousands of Jews began to flee. If the Kremlin was abandoned in Moscow, they did not intend to be left unprotected in the path of Germans. They walked away from their jobs and homes, leaving their apartment doors open. Comrade Robertson continues, Jews held a significant number of the professional jobs in Moscow. They occupied the very highest position at my factory. In fact, at times, Both the chief engineer and the head administrator were Jewish. As far as I knew, only 4 Jews were regular workers in my factory, while hundreds of others held managerial positions. Many of the leading journalists, numerous high-ranking officials at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and the majority of physicians, professors, teachers, jurists, economic planners, and finance managers were Jewish. So here he is talking about 1941, but same trend continued through the years. And back when I was, in school, it was pretty much every time there'll be a doctor, probably be Jewish. There's specific professions that the Jewish people prefer to do. And I remember even I told you that the joke that was quite like bitter humor that somebody asked a Jewish person to help and grab the shovel because they were doing this Saturday subotnik, so everyone works for free cleaning the area around the factory. And this Jewish engineer said, well, do you have a shovel that has a little motor, engine with it? And they're like, where did you see a shovel with the engine? And a Jewish guy replied, well, where did you see a Jewish person with the shovel? So this is kind of exactly what Comrade Robeson was talking about. Same. They preferred managerial positions. He had only 4 regular workers at the factory. The rest were managers. Then Robertson continues, as we drove towards Gorky, we saw those thousands and thousands of Jews who had been unable to make rail connections and flooding the roads. As a result of this exodus, the Jews quickly came to be resented by other Russians who accused them of abandoning Moscow rather than staying behind and resisting the Germans. After the exodus of Moscow Jews in 1941, I frequently heard anti-Semitic remarks, whereas in my previous 11 years in the Soviet Union, I had never heard even one. Okay, so we continue with our story. So Mr. Robinson also got evacuated with his factory, and he found himself in Kuybyshev, Novosibirsk region, which about 2,000 miles east from Moscow, so it's way in Siberia. So it's a super cold climate in the winter, and it's quite hot in the summer. That's so-called extreme continental climate. So that's where he is right now. In the middle of the winter, he's in Kuybyshev, Siberia. So back to Robinson. Most people in Kuybyshev had never seen a black person, which is what probably caused the guards sudden suspicion. So he got trouble with some guards. They said, during the next 2 months, going to and from work in the midst of severe winter gave me some idea of how the German army must have felt. He said that pretty much he winced with each breath because the frigid cold air was penetrating his lungs, even if he kept his mouth closed. So he developed a steadily rising fever and got really, really sick. So here I'm going to read about his visit to a local doctor, and I want to apologize in advance. I laughed so hard at this episode. Mr. Robinson got his feelings hurt, but as a former Soviet, what happened there, it was so Soviet, and a guy actually wasn't joking when I read what he said, and that's just this whole mentality. And when you see a black person, I'm sorry, I was laughing so hard. I was wiping my tears off, and when I told my wife about it, she's an American, she was like, you're an asshole. Okay, so back to Comrade Robinson. Pointing to her stool, the doctor commanded, sit down. I did as he said, and then he ordered me to stick out my tongue. He examined my tongue with the light from the small lamp and said, cough. I forced a cough which hurt. The doctor turned off his lamp and said, seriously, if you don't leave this place in another 10 or 12 days, you will never be able to chase zebras again. Had I had the strength, I would have stormed out his office. Zebras, I thought to myself. The only place I've ever seen zebras is in the book. So, here we go. This is just like Soviet mentality. If you're black you're from Africa. And if you're black from Africa, that's probably what you do in your spare time. You chase zebras. So this doctor, like, totally seriously tells Robert Robeson, you need to run away from this Siberian town, from this weather, otherwise you will never be able to chase zebras again. His next story matched my stories about how Soviet people are pretty easy about doing some little petty crimes, like if something is not supervised, somebody doesn't keep an eye on his stuff, it's quite easy, will disappear, and doesn't need to be a professional criminal who does it. So here goes. There is a story on a train. So according to the paperwork he got from a doctor, they allow him to leave Kuibyshev and go south so he can recover his health. He's finally managed to get on a train, and there was just trouble getting his stuff on it. So he finally got to his place on the train. I put the heavier bag of food on a hook above my seat and then looked around to see if I could slide my trunk down to the aisle where I would be seated. So he left his bag with food on a hook and he was running around the train car trying to get his other stuff located. It felt good to be leaving Kuibyshev. Now that I was safely in my seat and with the train about to pull out of the station, I could relax a little bit. I decided I would eat one of the aunt's Olga rolls, so the lady, his neighbor, gave him some food. And only then did I notice that the bag that I had placed on the hook was gone. I checked the floor, the seats across from me, and stood up and asked people around me if they had seen it. No one had. It was gone. Stolen. So there's a passenger sitting right there. He hanged the bag. He saw people sitting around, and when he came back, bag is gone and no one's seen. So it's pretty ugly. And I was like, he is so naive. He spent in the Soviet Union almost 10 years, and he's still kind of just like, I'm just gonna leave my stuff here because I got other stuff to do. Especially on the train, you don't leave your stuff unsupervised. Even during the good Soviet days in the 80s, when I traveled, we like always kept an eye on our stuff on the train, because you never know. It could be gypsies walking through or some other people, so you need to watch your stuff, and he didn't. In this part, Mr. Robeson back in Moscow, and it kind of gives you an idea what was going on with food supply in the Soviet Union back in those days. So this is winter of 1941-42. So after the meal, I rushed off to the factory to get my bread card, хлебная карточка. So you couldn't purchase bread, you can only get it with your bread card, which entitled me to my daily ration of 600 grams, which is 21 ounces of black bread a day. When I went to the store for bread, so you get a card at place of your work, and then you go to the store to get your bread, and then they clip off your card, I was shocked to see that the only other food available was potatoes, and that a sack cost, so a bag of potatoes cost 900 rubles, the equivalent of $180. And, back in those days, $180 was a huge amount of money. At the time, I was making 1,100 rubles a month. So for the next few days, I lived only on black bread, eating half of it in the morning and the rest for my evening meal. So remember, he went to Soviet Russia, and he's supposed to make $250 a month. It's engineer salary. I think we calculated, I forgot already, it's like $3,000 a month. Modern money, and a bag of potatoes was, I would say, close to $2,000 modern money. So for his monthly salary as an engineer in Soviet Union, he could buy a little bit more than one bag of potatoes. And it's a sack of potatoes, so it's not that big bag of 50 kilos. It's just a sack of potatoes. Okay, here we're jumping in the winter of 1942-1943. So that's when the Stalingrad battle happened, and unexpectedly he's talking about how the Soviet education worked, and more precisely, after people finished college, we're talking university or institute. It was free education, but as a payment for your education, you would be sent out for 2 years somewhere out in the country. And Soviet Union is a huge country, and you're supposed to work there for 2 years before you're allowed to come back to your original place of where you lived, Moscow or Kiev or whatever. So Mr. Robin met this lady, Dr. Siplaeva, and she told her story of her and two of her friends. After graduation, each of us was assigned to work in a remote village hospital for 2 years. Following this assignment, anyone who had lived in Moscow previously was only allowed to return if she had adequate living space available, which was written into one's passport. So your Soviet passport had actual information how much living space you had. Or if you had a close relative with at least 6 by 6 foot square room who was willing to share it, then the police would allow you to live and work in Moscow. So even if you lived in Moscow before, there'll be a challenge to return after you done with your 2-year exile somewhere out of middle of nowhere. And as this lady continued, I was the luckiest of the 3 because my parents were living here in Moscow. I returned home after completing my assignment at the village hospital in Sverdlovsky district in Siberia, so far, far away. I soon married and 2 years later had my daughter. The other 2 met a different fate. Olga was sent to a district hospital in Irkutsk, so once again, all the way into Siberia, where she wrote me that life was monotonous and lonely. However, a year later she wrote again to tell me that she had met a nice young engineer, was deeply in love. So they got married. Unfortunately, after 8 years of marriage and 3 children, her husband was killed in a car accident. And the lady, she could not return to Moscow because her parents' apartment was too small to accommodate her and the 3 children. So she ended up getting stuck in Siberia. And the third lady was her friend Nadia. After graduation, she was sent to a tiny village 100 miles from the port city of Magadan near Japan. And I want to mention, when we were in school, the last desks in the class, so like way in the back, was called Magadan because you're so far away. So I don't know how many, 9 time zones to fly from Moscow to Magadan. So once again, they sent people far, far away. She did not return to Moscow after her assignment because she had married a local man. When we met, so these friends, at the convention, I could not believe my eyes. Her hair had turned completely gray, and although she was only 35, she looked more like 50, and she was wearing shabby clothes. So yeah, that didn't go really well right there. So this is quite an interesting situation. So you live in Moscow. I mean, that was the best place to live in the Soviet Union, in the capital. And then you want to get a higher education, so you go to college. And after you finish college, the government sends you somewhere middle of nowhere. And then you are not able to return because you just don't have enough, your relatives don't have enough living space for you and your new family. So people getting stuck in some distant villages where, of course, no running water. You know, maybe you have electricity if you're lucky. So it's pretty interesting. So it's like, do you really want to get a degree if you live in Moscow? Because that degree can actually throw you out of the Moscow and you will never return. Again, here Robertson explains how the process of getting food with your ration card worked. He was really sick, so doctor actually signed the paperwork that he allowed to get extra ration. So he got this, waited for 4 weeks after my first visit, my extra food ration card arrived, and now I could receive 60 eggs a month and an extra pound of butter. So he went to this ancient, terribly run-down one-story wooden building. Outside, about 150 people were lined up. Though I felt certain that the store would close before my turn came, the day was sunny and pleasant, and I figured out that spending 5 to 5.5 hours outside was better than going back to the shop. To my surprise, my turn came and I was served after only 4-hour wait. I cannot tell you how many hours of my life I spent in waiting lines back in the Soviet Union. I mean, it wasn't that bad. I don't think I waited that long ever, 4 hours. But I spent a lot of hours in bread lines and other food lines. I mean, it took me about, 3 hours to be in a line just to buy my camera. But then check this out. This is really interesting. So he got his eggs at once. So eating 2 eggs a day and bread and butter helped me to restore my strength. But the eggs lasted only 21 days. 18 of them spoiled. And on the 24th day, the butter had become rancid. I did not know anyone who had a refrigerator. I was interested to find out about the United States back in 1941-42. This is Moscow, capital of the Soviet Union, and the guy doesn't know anyone who owned a refrigerator back in those days. So during the summer months, I kept the butter and eggs in bowl with cold water to stave off the spoilage. And we continue the topic of the food in the Soviet Union during the war and petty crimes once again. So Mr. Robeson continues here. Unfortunately, when winter came, I could no longer pick up my extra food. Standing 4 or 5 hours in the cold would have killed me. Even he's back to Moscow, still Moscow is really cold in the winter. At first I tried having some of my fellow workers collect my food. But I soon learned this was a foolhardy idea. The first person came back with only 5 eggs, claiming that the others had broken when she fell. So he's supposed to get 60 eggs. She brought only 5, claiming that other got broken. She said the butter was crushed in the fall also, and she had to throw it away. I mean, this is crazy, right? I mean, at least say, okay, I'll do it for you, but, can you give me some butter, some eggs? So, and like at least half of it, take, but most of it, she took all the butter and 55 eggs and brought the guy only 5 eggs. The first day she claimed that she had felt the packages, she left packages at the second person I tried never brought me a thing. Even better. The first day she claimed that she left packages at home. The next day she said her friend had taken most of the food and she was too embarrassed to bring me a pitiful few things that remained. Both people promised to return the money I had given them to purchase the food, but I never received back even a kopeck. Okay, so you still buy a food, but you can't buy it at all without the ration card. So he gave the money, he gave the card, and got nothing. And of course, I can't blame those people. That woman probably has a couple of hungry kids at home, and here she carrying this 60 eggs for some black American that she thinks he doesn't deserve it, so she just like, okay, I'll give him 5 and the rest will be wink wink broken. So, but still, it's pretty bad. Alright, so it looks like it's a good spot to stop right here. I hope you enjoyed the video, maybe learned something new. I definitely learned a lot from this book. Definitely, Robert Robeson had a hard life, but because of his experience, we can learn something about life in the Soviet Union during the World War II. Thank you so much for watching. We'll talk to you soon. Today's video is part 5 of my review on the book Black on Red, My 44 Years Inside of the Soviet Union by Black American engineer Robert Robeson. But before we begin, let's do a quick review of what happened to Robert Robeson in the 13 years since he arrived to the Soviet Union. So he came in 1930, an American engineer, making double the money that he used to make in Detroit working for Ford. So doing great there. He was able to live a good life. No racism. He could work as an engineer, which was impossible for him to do back in the USA. And he was able to support his mother back in New York City. He was sending her every month $150. So everything was doing great. But soon after arrival to the Soviet Union, he had to make a hard choice. Should I stay or should I go now style. So the United States wasn't happy that he became a celebrity in the Soviet Union and being used for the Soviet propaganda. So he got an ultimatum, or come back to the United States or we'll revoke your citizenship. And Robert Robeson thought about it, and he decided to take on Soviet citizenship instead of going back to America, which was at the time in the middle of Depression. So he canceled his American citizenship, I don't know how to say it correctly, and became a Soviet citizen. He probably one of the first black American Soviet citizens in the history. Of course, it's hard to tell how would Robert Robertson's life would go if he would return to the United States. He probably would get drafted to the military forces after the United States began its war against Japan and later against Germany. He didn't get drafted to the Red Army, but he was starving. He was really sick every winter, so he was not doing that great until September of 1943. And today is a quite an interesting story that I want to share with you from this book. He wrote, "One day in September 1943, someone brought the news that packages had come from the United States were in the factory store. He said they were filled with condensed milk, sausages, lard, and Roosevelt's eggs." So they all ran as fast as they could to the store, which was across the street from the factory. And they said it won't be for sale after. So he said, all day I worked and kept my eyes glued to the clock, wondering what in the world was meant by Roosevelt's eggs. As you may guess, Robert is talking here about Lend-Lease products that came from the United States. And I was kind of caught by surprise because I didn't think that civilian population was supplied from the Lend-Lease products, but apparently they also got some of it too. I know it's always stories about Spam, the canned meats that Soviet soldiers ate during the war, but I didn't know that civilian population got stuff also. After work, I headed for the store along with other workers from my shop. There was a large crowd and 3 policemen with militia there to keep the order. All one had to do was enter the store, show the policeman an ID, of course, then go to the cashier and pay 8 rubles and 50 kopecks. So I found it interesting. Lend-Lease products, the Soviet government was getting from the United States. They were actually selling them to the population. Next, one went to counter and was handed items already wrapped in a package. While I was in the store, I heard several people asking what was meant by Roosevelt's eggs. And the lady who was dispensing the packages replied, "Comrade, in every package there is a written instructions what it means and how to prepare it. When you get home, everything will become clear to you." Okay, so Robert will explain later this whole humor of this situation, but I want to jump ahead, and it would be way funnier if I could tell this story in Russian to Russians, because while in English you say for the male testicles you say balls, in Russian we say eggs, яйца. So there's this Roosevelt's eggs, it actually sounds like Roosevelt balls, and that's why a lot of people were confused why there is a product in this package that's called Roosevelt's balls, and that's why they all keep on asking the same question. Okay, now back to Robert's story. When I got home and opened the package, I found condensed milk, a small bag of powdered eggs, so this is your Roosevelt's eggs, Roosevelt's balls, and 5 long thin sausages. Directions for preparing the powdered eggs were written in Russian. When cooked, they looked like normal scrambled eggs. The next day, those people who had been fortunate enough to obtain a package were all talking about the eggs. The reason everyone was talking about Roosevelt's eggs, Roosevelt's balls, was because the Soviet people had developed a warm feeling in their hearts for the American president, and they had a sense that he was personally concerned for their welfare. So now it's his turn to explain. However, the eggs carried with them a uniquely Russian joke. In Russian language, the word for eggs and for testicles is the same, pronounced яйца. The Russians enjoyed pretending that the powdered eggs had been ground up from Roosevelt's testicles. They delighted in saying, "Hey Misha, you know what? The devil take it, I had just a nice dinner from Roosevelt's яйца with black bread." So yeah, that's one of those cases when it's impossible to really enjoy this humor if you trying to tell it on different language. Because can you imagine if Roosevelt will get a report, "Mr. President, just want to tell you that Soviet people love your balls. They're very delicious." Okay, back to Robert. food was not the only thing America sent to the Russians. There were rumors, not the goods but rumors, in the factory that large amounts of clothing, especially shoes, coats, and ladies' garments, were arriving regularly. Although I never saw an ordinary worker wearing American-made clothes, it was common to see a shop superintendent or other members of Soviet elites attired in smartly tailored overcoats and wearing well-crafted shoes that did not squeak. Okay, so now I want to talk to you about Lend-Lease and how it was presented by the Soviet historians to the pupils like me. So the Soviet people knew about Lend-Lease, but it was presented like, yeah, it was great, but not a big deal. We could easily win against Germany without Lend-Lease. It's provided only about 4% of what we manufactured and produced for the war needs from 1941 till 1945. And another talking point about Lend-Lease was that the equipment that Americans and British sent us was kind of subpar quality. Our tanks were way better than American or British tanks. Our airplanes were better. So like, yeah, we used that help, but wasn't that fantastic. And of course, they forgot to mention that the most Soviet elite pilots, aces, they preferred American P-39 Air Cobra fighter planes versus Soviet airplanes. And for example, Alexander Pakryshkin, the second best Soviet ace with 57 kills, he flew P-39 Air Cobra. And speaking of Soviet pilots, every Soviet student knew the names of our top aces. Ivan Kozhedub was number one. He had 64 kills during the Great Patriotic War. He flew Soviet LA-5 and LA-7 fighter planes. So he had 64 kills. And as I mentioned earlier, number two fighter pilot was Alexander Pakryshkin with 57 kills, and he flew P-39 Air Cobra. But of course, you will never find in the Soviet history books any mentioning of Erich Hartmann with his 352 kills. So a single German fighter pilot had more kills than probably top 10 or at least top 5 Soviet aces during the World War II. And speaking of Lend-Lease, I must mention Studebakers, because I live very close to South Bend, Indiana, where used to be a giant factory manufacturing Studebaker trucks and cars. Of course, now they all shut down. All they have there is just museum. So we got Soviet Union about 100,000 Studebaker trucks, and that's the truck was mostly used for Katyusha rocket launchers. So get this, 20,000 Studebakers were used for Katyusha and only 600 ZIS-6 Soviet trucks. But if you go in any Soviet World War II museum, like even one in Kiev, I didn't see Studebaker with Katyusha. I saw a Soviet ZIS truck with Katyusha. But if you ask an average Soviet person or Russian person about American help with Lend-Lease, they will probably be talking about tushonka, amerikanskaya tushonka, so American spam, that canned meat. So that was pretty much the thing that all the soldiers enjoyed, and there was a famous, kind of like a bitter joke. They will, when they open a can of American meat, they will say, well, let's open the second front. So the idea was like, hey, we're waiting for Americans to open the second front to fight Germans while we have our first front. Although in reality, first front was Britain fighting Germans, and then when Hitler attacked Soviet Union on June 22nd, 1941, that was the second front. But that was the famous saying, "Откроем второй фронт," when they opened a can of American spam meat. And one more thing about Lend-Lease, I just discovered it by accident not long ago when I read about P-39 Air Cobra. They were manufactured in Buffalo, New York, and those planes were flown from Buffalo to Alaska. So the first leg of that flight was from Buffalo, New York to South Bend, Indiana. to our local regional airport, and that's what they refueled and flew to Washington State, I believe. So there's another connection with South Bend, Studebaker trucks, and airport for the P-39 Air Cobras. I thought it was pretty cool. Alright, my friends, that's all I have for you today. I hope you enjoyed this part 5, my review of the book Black on Red, 44 Years Inside of the Soviet Union by Robert Robeson, and we'll talk to you soon. In today's video, I'm gonna continue to review the book Black on Red, My 44 Years Inside the Soviet Union by Black American engineer Robert Robeson. So let's learn together what was Robert Robeson's experience with the Soviet college education. I gotta give this guy credit. Besides working 12 hours a day without days off, since during the war there was no days off for Soviet workers, he wanted to get a degree of full-fledged mechanical engineer, so in the evening he attended classes, so working all day, going to classes at night, and sometimes he was asked to return to the factory after his evening classes to do additional work on some projects. And here's the fine example of the problems that he encountered during his education. He wrote, "I had failed the laboratory examination in electricity 3 times, even though I knew the subject matter inside and out. A teaching assistant was instructing us in the lab. When I told a friend of mine about my problem, he laughed and asked me, 'Comrade Robinson, did the assistant ask you to consult with him about the examination every time he failed you?' 'Well, yes,' I answered, somewhat puzzled. 'Let me explain. You have violated an unwritten rule of the institute.' Institute is like a university. 'You see, the man asks you to consult with him because every time a student comes to him for extra help, he receives 10 extra rubles from the institute for tutoring. He expects you to meet him at least 3 times. That way he receives 30 rubles. I took my friend's advice, met the assistant 3 times, and asked to take the examination again. This time, with the same answers as before, I passed." And once again, it reminded my experience in Kiev Polytechnical Institute when I was going to evening classes also to get a degree in electrical engineering, and we had labs, and we knew that we need to grease some wheels to make sure that everyone passed the lab. So I was in charge in my group to talk to assistants and see what they want. So usually I'll bring a bottle of vodka, and one time they look at the bottle, they took it and they said, "Well, we need to have some snacks with the vodka. Do you have any money?" So I had to dig in my pockets and give them like, I don't know, it was maybe like $2-3 worth of Ukrainian currency, and then everyone passed in my class. And back to Robert Robeson. So when he finally finished his education, which took him 7 years, so he went to these evening classes before the war and through the war. So he was on his way to pick up his diploma, so he rushed to the institute after work. But when he reported to the office, instead of diploma, I was handed a slip of paper. It said that I was to report to a factory in Stalingrad, where that I would be paid 800 rubles a month, and I was to live in a hostel with 3 other engineers. That would be not a career advancement, it would be a setback, because in Moscow I was making 1200 rubles and had my own room. So here you go, you're getting a degree of engineer, and instead of 1200 rubles you go down to 800 rubles and be sent from the capital of the country back to Stalingrad. So Robert Robeson rejected the offer, and as a result he was not given the diploma. During the next 2 years he made several protests to the institute administration but got nowhere. So he finally worked through the director of his factory and managed to get his diploma and remained in Moscow. Then Comrade Robeson continues, "Other students were less fortunate, those without influential connections, so once again you need to have blood, and who had passed all of their subjects but refused to take the assignment offered, were never allowed to practice engineering professionally." So once again, they will be sent all over the country for 2 years at least, and then there is a good chance you will never come back to your hometown. I knew one young woman who took a job in Moscow sweeping the streets, and a young man who joined a road construction crew rather than accept unappealing assignments. Beginning in 1938, 9 night college students at the institute had to pay 100 rubles a semester. So it was not that the government was paying for the students' education in return for work commitment. Most students felt, as I did, that a person paying for his education should have a say where he works. My education cost me 1,200 rubles. So ergo, kind of interesting that during the Stalin era, people had to pay for their education. Although it wasn't much money, because Robeson was making 1,200 rubles a month, and he paid for his education 1,200 rubles a month. But I agree with him. If you pay for your education, then government shouldn't order you to go whatever they want. I see it as a fair deal. If you get education for free, then you have to go and kind of pay back. Similar to like if you join military, then government pays for education. But this is an interesting situation here. And I need to add that only on June 6, 1956, so after the death of Stalin, and when Nikita Khrushchev became a leader of the Soviet Union, there was a law that college education and high school, we didn't call it high school, but high school in the Soviet Union became free again. So there was a big period of time in the Soviet Union under Stalin when Soviet people had to pay for their education. And here's an interesting anti-Soviet jab from Comrade Robertson when he talks about Soviet education. Here he says, Soviet education does not stress the development of a well-rounded, developed mind. For this reason, the Soviet intelligentsia is different from the intellectual elite in the West. This is an important point which is the West needs to understand. And of course, comparing Soviet college education with American college education deserves a separate video, but generally I tend to agree. We had more specialized degrees, and here in America, well, especially when it's, everyone's getting into college because there's no future if you don't have a college degree, and so many young Americans get in these useless degrees, business communication, business development. They spend 4 years in college, spend tons of money, and then they work as the managers of the gas station, making a little bit more than minimum wage. It's really kind of ridiculous. So I don't know the solution of this problem. I got my degree for free, and I managed to apply it here in America, but a lot of times what I see people, they pick the easiest degree they can get because they're afraid to study math, study physics, chemistry. So we got the whole wave of young generations with totally useless degrees, but expectations of decent pay and decent lifestyle. Okay, so back to Robert Robertson. So he was telling the story about how he tried to improve different things at his factory. He designed new tools. And then he's complaining that as a black man and a foreigner, although he had a Soviet passport, being a Soviet citizen, I only received grudging recognition for my contributions to the industrial development of the Soviet Union. Rewards given me were always more a spit in the eye than a pat on the back. That's pretty harsh right there. Over the years, I garnered more than 20 awards, medals, and citations for my inventions and my work. However, none of those awards and nothing I ever did gained me a promotion or a significant pay raise, while my colleagues who had graduated with me from Moscow Evening Institute of Mechanical Engineering had been promoted to directors of factories, chief engineers of factories, and the like. And here I just wanted to say, welcome to the Soviet Union, buddy, because we had this saying, "Поработал, дурачок, получи себе значок." You worked hard, fool. Now here's the badge for you. One of those famous badges, ударник коммунистического труда. My father had one of those. So you work very hard, and instead of having a bonus, they just give you a badge, and maybe they'll place your photo on the board of the most hardworking people at the factory. And that's pretty much it. And I find it interesting how the Robert Roberson experiences this domestic Soviet racism versus institutionalized racism in the United States. I mean, America back in the 30s, that was quite official, right? That there's restaurants for black people, there's restaurants for white people, bathrooms white and black. So you kind of knew what you're walking into. In the Soviet Union, officially everyone was equal, but then in everyday life, he's experiencing that as a black man, I received only grudging recognition and never got promoted. And I wonder, what is actually worse? And actually, before we wrap up, I want to share a little story that happened to me when I came to work in a summer camp here in Michigan. So I was a lifeguard helping at fishing activity, and it was a hot day, and there was nothing going on. So kids were just kind of hanging out. I was sitting kind of my eyes half closed, and a couple of black counselors from Chicago were just kind of chatting, and I could hear what they talk, and they thought I was asleep. So they were like, yeah, man, I really hate our camp director who was white. He gives us hard time because we're blacks, and, you know, generally I hate white people. And I hear another guy's like, but what about this CJ guy right there? And he's like, well, he's not white, he's Russian. Anyway, what an amazing book, Black and Red by Robert Roberson. There's more to talk about it. I'm about halfway through. We're almost at the end of the war. There's some interesting developments coming up. Stay tuned. Don't forget to like this video, comment, and we'll talk to you soon. Today we're going to continue flipping through the pages of the book Black on Red, My 44 Years Inside of Soviet Union by Black American engineer Robert Robeson, who spent 44 years, as the book says, in the Soviet Union from 1930 all the way till 1974, when I turned 3 years old. I can't tell you how much I'm excited to talk today about his chapter 11, Rejoicing at War's End, where the Robert Robeson describes the events of May 9, 1945, the day when officially was announced that the Great Patriotic War is over and Germany signed capitulation. If you're interested in the history of the USSR, you should know that May 9, the Victory Day, was one of the biggest holidays in the Soviet Union. It was a holiday, it was a huge celebration and huge military parade. It was always like that in my days. I was born in 1971, but I didn't realize that before Leonid Brezhnev came to power, May 9 wasn't celebrated at all. It actually was a working day. So Comrade Stalin and Comrade Khrushchev, they weren't really impressed with the victory. It's only under Leonid Brezhnev it became a huge deal. And of course I must mention that it became an even bigger deal now in modern Russia, because Comrade Putin really likes to celebrate May 9, and those parades are just becoming humongous. Okay, so after that short introduction, let's go back to the book Black on Red and see what Robert Roberson has to say about that historical day, May 9 of 1945. Chapter 19. We had sketchy news about the Red Army advances, which I found kind of weird. You know, I understand the beginning of war when Red Army wasn't doing that hot, but now end the war and still they only had sketchy news. But what little we heard was good. By late April, we knew that Russian troops were in Germany. A few weeks later, they were approaching the gates of Berlin. It was rare to have the news of the American and British forces on the Western Front, so to the average Russian it appeared that the Soviet Union was fighting the Germans alone. It's sad to say, but not much changed since 1945, because even in modern days, in 2021, the average Russian thinks that the Soviet Union was fighting the Germans alone. And so back to the book. On May 2nd, 1945, Russian troops captured Berlin, but there were pockets of German military resistance elsewhere in Germany. The remaining German armed forces surrendered to the Western Allies on May 8 and to the Soviet Union on May 9, a day I shall never forget. This is really interesting. It sounds as like German forces surrendered twice. first to Western allies on May 8th, and then next day to the Soviet Union. I don't think that's correct. There was something about that the time the capitulation was signed on May 8th, it was actually already May 9 in the Soviet Union. If you know anything about it, please post in the comments, but I believe that's what happened, just because of the time difference. So Robert Robertson continues, I was in my shop. He worked at the Moscow Baron factory back then, when we learned that the war was over. The factory's whistle started blowing full blast. Everybody stopped working and started crying and hugging everyone in sight. When the shop superintendent and chief engineer emerged from their offices, the workers hoisted them onto the shoulders and paraded them back and forth, singing patriotic Russian songs. The shop was shut down and everyone, workers, the foreman, the superintendent, chief engineer, streamed on the street in front of the factory. Thousands of people were already there. Well, it's obvious, so the whole Moscow was celebrating, so work stopped and all Muscovites were excited. And now the most interesting part. So everyone was celebrating on the streets, greeting each other, cheering, and then everyone was started heading towards the Red Square, towards the Kremlin. That's really interesting. So he was on the subway train, and the train stopped. People spilled on the tracks. Some started walking on the subway tracks. And Robert Robertson says, I learned later that a number of people were electrocuted when they touched the high voltage rails. So in the Soviet subway, the high voltage goes right on the rails. So if you touch both rails, you will get fried instantly. Then he continues, when I emerged from the subway station and had walked a few blocks, I came upon Red Square, which, as I had expected, was swarming with people. As the crowd began chanting for Joseph Stalin to appear, I sensed they were acting just like their forefathers had in decades and centuries past, when they came to shower affection upon and seek reassurance from the Tsars. Quite interesting comparison, comparing Stalin with Tsars. To the hundreds of thousands of people massed in the Red Square. So, huge crowds. Stalin was not viewed as the head of Communist Party. Instead, he was the leading Russian potentate, I don't know this word. He was their modern-day Tsar, who, instead of defending the crown, defended the hammer and sickle. Hundreds of children carrying small bouquet of flowers stood in the crowd, hoping by some miracle Stalin would come close to them and they could hand them their gift. We want to see Comrade Stalin, the people chanted. Long live Comrade Stalin! People wept as they chanted. We thank you for our victory. Okay, so here we need to pause for a second or a minute and discuss the situation. Like, I have a question. Maybe put in your comments right now. Pause the video and put in your comments. What would you do? What do you think would Jesus do in this moment? What Stalin you think will do when you have hundreds of thousands of people gathering in Red Square, calling your name, celebrating the greatest victory in the history of the Soviet Union? What would you do? And what do you think Stalin actually did? Well, he never showed up on the mausoleum. After 2 hours, the balcony above the Lenin mausoleum remained empty. The people were becoming restless, and some began to pout. Before the disappointment turned to despair and possibly recklessness, something could be heard over the loudspeaker system. Everybody grew silent. People stood on their toes and strained for the clear view of the balcony. Nobody wanted to miss the rare appearance of Joseph Stalin in such triumphant moment, but he was not there. No one was there. Instead of, the radio continued to blare over the loudspeakers. Moscow is speaking, Moscow is speaking. Говорит Москва. Говорит Москва. And then he describes that Stalin came over the radio. He never showed up to greet and share the joy with his people. So yeah, unbelievably, Stalin never showed up in the front of all these excited crowds, which kind of tells me, when people say, well, Joseph Stalin was one of the greatest leaders in the history of the world. This is not the sign of the greatest leader if you miss such an opportunity to impress your troops, impress your people, because they came to see you in this one of the most important days of the history, and you failed to show up. And of course, there's a question why Stalin didn't feel like coming up on the tribune and talk to his people. Was he afraid of people, or maybe he wasn't just impressed how the war turned out in the end? Maybe he had totally different plans for the war, and what happened in the end wasn't what he wanted to happen, and he was extremely disappointed. Stalin was not impressed. I think right now it's a good moment to put the book Black on Red down and talk about Comrade Stalin a little bit. So we just learned about bizarre, I think I can call it bizarre behavior of Stalin on May 9, 1945, the Victory Day. So let's take a look. What did Stalin do on June 22nd, 1941, when Germany attacked Soviet Union? Киев бомбили, нам объявили, что началась война. Kiev was bombed, and we were told that war had begun. Unfortunately, there was not a single word from Comrade Stalin on June 22nd. On June 22nd, 1941, the Soviet people learned about the beginning of the war between Soviet Union and Nazi Germany from Vyacheslav Molotov, Commissar of Foreign Affairs at that time. And I find it kind of ironic because it was Molotov who put his signature on the Ribbentrop-Molotov agreement about friendship and cooperation between Germany and the Soviet Union. June 23rd, still crickets. June 24th, still crickets. Not a word from Comrade Stalin on June 25th. Minsk fell, the capital of Soviet Belarusia, 300 kilometers inside of the Soviet territory. Minsk fell on June 26, still not a word from Comrade Stalin. On June 29, 1 week after the war broke out, Comrade Stalin said something, but not to the public, not to his people, but among his friends, other leaders of the Soviet Union. According to Mikoyan, he said the following: «Ленин оставил нам великое наследие. Мы, его наследники, все это просрали». Translation: Lenin left us a great legacy, but we, his heirs, pissed it all away. I can't even tell you, like, if it's truth what he said, and there's separate accounts that confirm that by Mikoyan and by Khrushchev, that's what he said 1 week after the war broke out and Red Army was literally mauled by the Germans. He claimed that we pissed it all away. Not him as the leader of the Soviet Union for many years, but we all together pissed it all away. Просрали, it's even better word in Russian, but pissed away is the closest translation. And only on July 3rd, 1941, almost 2 weeks after the beginning of the war, Stalin finally made his famous speech. So as you see, on two extremely important occasions, June 1941, at the beginning of the Great Patriotic War, and in May of 1945, at the end of the Great Patriotic War, Joseph Stalin failed as a leader, in my opinion. And if his short speech about pissing away the Lenin's legacy, then it's another classic example when I am the greatest leader, but we are the one that failed. So, you take credit for all the victories, but then you blame everybody else for the failures. Well, my friends, it's all I have for you today. I hope you enjoyed this video, maybe learned something new. As always, I enjoy your comments. Let's start a discussion, and as always, don't forget to like this video and share with your friends. If you're new to my channel, my name is Sergey, and back in 1971, I was born in the USSR.
Funny how he describes communism as revisionism, while not even knowing what revisionism is, while being a citizen of the Soviet Union.
And today I would like to welcome you back to Ushanka Show Book Club. As I continue to flip through the pages, this amazing book by Robert Roberson, a black engineer from the United States who spent 44 years inside the Soviet Union, Black on Red. By the way, I created a separate playlist called Black on Red Book Review, and I'll put the link below this video to that playlist. You're welcome to share or use it for yourself. So, one of the popular topics that my friends tankies, those are guys that think that Soviet Union was a paradise for workers, they like to discuss and admire so-called Doma Отдыха, or places of rest. So today we're going to look at the experience of the Soviet citizen Robert Robertson in one of those places of rest, and later in the video I'll share my own experience when I went to so-called Dom Отдыха at the Azov Sea and some other places. So stay tuned. So Robert Robertson writes, at the end of August I used the vacation pass I was given for my work on the indicators. So he designed some indicators for his bearing factory, which was really saving a lot of money and time for workers. So they gave him so-called, he calls it vacation pass. Some people can translate it as the vacation voucher. So that's this famous путевка. So this is like you go into some place of rest, some Dom Отдыха, and usually we're buying those vacation passes, but if you did something outstanding, you could get rewarded from your place of work, this vacation pass. I just want to make sure you guys understand those путевки vacation passes, they weren't for free, as many tankies claim. Usually, if you are a member of the labor union, which everyone was a member of the labor union, you could buy it at a discount. So the cost was about 30% of the actual cost. Or in this case, as a Robert Robertson, you get awarded with free vacation pass, but still, you know, in America, you're just getting paid a bonus if you did something outstanding. So instead of money, you get in vacation pass, but still, it's not really free. Some people probably would prefer cash instead of spending some time out in the country, resting and relaxing. By the way, if you are interested in the topic of Soviet tourism and Soviet vacations, I have also a separate playlist, currently has 19 videos. And I will place the link to that playlist below this video. So let's see what Robert Robertson tells us about his vacation. So we're talking about 1945. It's right after the end of the Great Patriotic War. A regular vacation was usually 12 work days plus 2 Sundays. So they worked 6 days a week because the only day off was considered Sunday. So 12 work days for ordinary people and a total of 28 days for those high up in bureaucracy. So some comrades were like almost twice more equal than regular workers. My 12-day holiday was scheduled for a rest home 65 kilometers from Moscow. So he didn't go down south to the Black Sea, which is like the favorite destination for anyone in Russia. He just went 65 kilometers from Moscow, so nothing really fancy. So as you see, during the Stalin era, a vacation for the regular worker wasn't that generous, only 12 days plus 2 days off. So it's a 2-week vacation. That's pretty much what a lot of corporations here in America offer right now. It's about like 2 weeks paid vacation. All right, so when Robert Robertson got to his place of rest, Dom Отдыха, the long line at the registration desk immediately reminded me of Moscow. I took my place in the line, which moved slowly because the policeman checking credentials was being excessively thorough. So it's interesting, you have a cop, which is militsioner, standing there upon registration and checking documents. Upon registering, I was required to hand over my passport. And remember, every Soviet citizen, except the peasants, had inner passport. So if you travel, you better have a passport with you. You can't go to the other countries. There was a separate foreign passport. This is just a passport like your personal ID inside of the country. And he also had to pay 3 ruble registration. Then he continues. Then I was given a booklet which had my room number and the number of the table where I'll be eating. So столовая, so-called diner. The booklet also included a list of items I could borrow and use in my spare time. Things like balalaika, I thought it was hilarious. Accordion, okay. Chess pieces or checkers, a tennis racket and a ball, books, a volleyball and a net, and other sporting equipment. The rest home nurse took me and other guests to our rooms. Okay, so now we get to more details that explain you what actually those places of rest were for regular workers, because people for some reason think it was like real palaces So here we go. There were no private rooms. Only the vacation places catering to the highest stratum of the Soviet elite had private facilities. In the place I was staying, the best you could get was one roommate, though I was not that lucky. Those rooms usually went to the guests that registered the night before they were supposed to arrive. I was placed in a room with 3 other men, so total 4 people in one room. And guests that arrived several hours after me found themselves in a dormitory room with 5 to 7 roommates. So it sounds less like a place of rest and sounds more like a youth hostel, right? The beds were narrow. 2 towels hung on a hook above the head of each bed. There was a bathroom on each floor of the wooden 2-story building, which was shared by 200 people. So 100 people per bathroom. Hot water was available every other day, in the morning for men, in the afternoon for the women. Every room had at least one window. Ours had 2 with white curtains. There was no maid service. Everyone had to change his own bed. Clean bed sheets and pillowcases were provided every 12 days. Now, when Comrade Robertson talks about a 2-story wooden building, it's what a lot of people call barak, the barrack. This is the example of the barrack. Of course, it looks pretty rough, but this is pretty much was constructed in thousands or maybe millions during the Stalin era. It was the quickest housing could be provided for workers, so-called barracks. So no running water. It's quite often outdoor bathrooms. In this case, sounds like they had indoor bathrooms with some hot water, but this is the general look. Of course, it probably didn't look this rough. Alright, so back to the book. On the first floor was a large sitting room which could hold more than 100 people comfortably. In the far corner was a library. Russian people like to read. Open for 2 hours in the morning and for 2 hours in the late afternoon. On rainy days or cool nights, people would relax in the sitting room playing cards, chess, or checkers, or gossiping. An accordionist might play Russian folk songs, and more energetic people would dance. There was also radio in the room, but it didn't work. So as you see, condition sounds kind of like Spartan, right? Pretty basic. I mean, you get what you pay for, and he technically paid nothing for this vacation pass. So let's see what else interesting. So breakfast was served at 8:30 in the morning at the first floor room with 50 tables and 4 chairs to a table. A vase of freshly picked wildflowers rested on each table. Cute little detail. The meal was identical each morning. Herring, a slice of black bread with a 1/4 ounce of butter, porridge, and a glass of tea, hot tea. So breakfast, I honestly don't know. My dad would eat herring with tea. I couldn't do it. So as you see, I mean, it's right after the end of the war, so definitely couldn't be any fancy meals, but every day was exactly the same meal. So for 12 days eating exactly the same breakfast, it's pretty tough. So let's see what kind of activities they did. After breakfast on the first morning came a 20-minute hike led by the gymnast and the accordionist. While we walked, the accordionist played popular Soviet tunes and the gymnast led us in song until we reached the spot where we divided into groups of 4 or 5. Some searched for mushrooms, others picked berries, so they just went into the woods. Some rolled up their pants and waded into the nearby pond. A soccer ball was brought along for those who wanted to do something athletic. Now there's a really interesting part when it comes to the meals. We were given about 10 minutes to get ready for lunch. We call in Russian обед. One of the 3 most important events of the day. Guess 2 other important events, breakfast and dinner, завтрак и ужин. Living in hunger during the war years had created in most people an obsession with food. This was clearly noticeable when we sat down to eat. Most of the men in the dining hall gulped down their food, unaware or uncaring about their primitive behavior. The 3 men at my table tested me dearly. They devoured their food, and since I'm always a slow eater, They spent the next 10 to 15 minutes watching me eat. I ate my borscht. I ate my 4 tablespoons of buckwheat, my 3 ounces of meat, and my glass of dried fruit. Well, he probably means my glass of compote, which is boiled dried fruit. All 3 of them sat there staring. The saliva would drip out their mouths, one of them. Oblivious, he would suck it back in and swallow it without ever taking his eyes off my food. I could feel them studying my spoon as it went from my food to my mouth and back to my plate for more. I felt as if these 3 ravenous bloodhounds were waiting to pounce. During my stay, on the occasions when I left a few scraps on my table, I would hear them arguing over who should get what as I was on my way out. Second helpings were given, but never of meat or dried fruit. Usually, after considerable pleading, the kitchen would dish out more buckwheat or potato. After lunch, we were encouraged to take a 2-hour nap. It was not mandatory, but those who did not nap were not allowed to loiter in and around the rest home. And it reminds me of my time back in the kindergarten. Also, after lunch, all the kids were required to lay in bed. We couldn't hang out. Even if you're not sleepy, you're supposed to lay in your bed and close your eyes and pretend you're asleep. And sleeping during the day when you're a kid, it's a tough one. I hated that. At 5 p.m., we had the choice of playing a more athletic game like volleyball. And so lunch, it's how I remember always, was like around 2 to 3 p.m. This is what I found really different from America when people have lunch like at noon. In Soviet Union, our lunch usually like 2 or 3 p.m. So then they can play volleyball or listen to propaganda lecture about international communist movement. That sounds very exciting. Or taking a walk. Most of the women went for a stroll and a few men with romance on their mind followed. Afterward, it was time for supper. Alright, so let's see what they had for dinner, for ужин. For supper, we were given 4 spoonfuls of mashed potatoes and a cotleta, which consisted of 85% black breadcrumbs and 15% meat and weighed about 3 ounces. We were also served a small dish of porridge and, of course, a glass of tea. Russians like to drink their tea. And there's the hilarious part. So he learned that more creative and determined guests found ways to secure food outside the dining hall. Each morning, the same group of men skipped the after-breakfast excursion, so walking around the woods, and headed 5 miles down the road, that's quite a distance, to Pavilion to check out what was being sold there. So once again, remember, you go in the store to see what's available at that current day, because one day it will be something, next day it won't be available. So he followed them, and he noticed that most of the men at the counter were buying vodka and flat, dried bony fish less than 5 inches long called vobla. They've been saturated in salt. So that's called taranka. It's a dried fish, salted dry fish. So that's what people did for entertainment, buy some vodka and taranka. And then Robert mentioned that he noticed quite a few guys were smuggling vodka back into the Dom Oddecha, place of rest, so they can drink it later in the evening. Well, he enjoyed this place of rest so much that he decided that his stablemates had become too much to bear. When their usual argument over my food erupted into a fight, I returned to Moscow 3 days earlier. Okay, so that was the experience of Robert Robertson in a Soviet home of rest, Dom Oddecha. But I want to remind you once again, this is summer of 1945. The Soviet Union just finished bloodiest, the most terrific war against Germany. Millions of people perished, cities and villages were destroyed. So it's hard to expect something really fancy, but at least kind of gives you a little bit of understanding what those homes of rest for the regular workers were. And now, as I promised, let's jump in the summer of 1985 when I was 14, and that's when my family, my brother wasn't born yet. He was born in 1986 in September, and that's when my family, 3 of us, went to Azov Sea. So that's a small sea next to the Black Sea, and we spent the first and the last vacation at the Dom Oddecha, home of rest, located kind of like a Florida style, so that's on the beach. but it's of course in Crimea. And usually I spoiled you with a lot of my photos from the Soviet past, but unfortunately we didn't have a camera back then, and most of the pictures that I have was taken by my uncle Misha. Well, he wasn't with us on this trip, so I believe I only had like 2 pictures. Someone took photo of our family, so if I locate them, I'm recording just audio right now, I will add those photos. If not, I apologize. We're just going to have a general picture of Soviet people having a vacation down south by the Black or Azov Sea. So we got this putyovkas, or as Robert Robertson calls it, vacation pass or travel voucher through my father's work. As I mentioned, as a labor union member, you could get one of those with a nice discount, so you pay only about 30% of the cost. But of course, when the price is low, there's a high demand, so people had to wait when it would be their turn to purchase such putyovka. I already covered that in detail in my videos about Soviet vacation, but the premium destination for any Soviet worker for his vacation would be going to Crimean Peninsula and enjoy the beaches of the Black Sea. So we got kind of like a B grade vacation package going to Azov Sea. Azov Sea is not as nice as Black Sea. It's shallow, water is kind of murky, and it's not as good as the Black Sea. So the first leg of our trip was a train from Kiev to Melitopol, and there at the train station there was a bus that took us to the place of rest, that little, I'm going to say almost like a YMCA style hotel building right on the beach on the Azov Sea. So the place also had like a standard 2-story high, like an American older style motel, right? Our family got a separate room, so just a room. There was no sink, no bathroom, and then of course on the one floor there'll be showers and toilets, so you have to share with the whole floor. Then there was a separate dining hall, stolovaya, and then I think there was like a volleyball court, and then it had a little like a dance area with the performers like to do concerts, and then of course kilometers and kilometers of sandy beach in both directions. And I was so excited to see the sea. I mean, I've been on the Black Sea many years prior when I was, I believe, like 6, so that was really cool to see the sea, endless horizon, beach. So that was awesome part. I really enjoyed that. And of course, we didn't have a sunblock back in the Soviet days, so pretty much in 2 days everyone was bright red, like a cooked lobster. Especially my father, his skin is so like, I don't say gentle, that he will always burn really bad. So it was quite painful for a couple of days because everyone was just burned to crisp. The main issue is that taking vacation on Azov Sea, there's nothing else to do pretty much besides being at the beach. So we will have a breakfast in the dining hall, go to the beach, and just swim and tan, go back, have lunch, maybe go take a short nap, go back to the beach, swim and tan. Like when you go to Crimea, there's more entertainment, especially at the area called UBK, Южный берег Крыма, southern shore of Crimea. It's a beautiful location. There is so much to explore. You can hike mountains, visit vineyards, visit different interesting palaces from good old Tsar Russia days. At Azov Sea, it's just flat. Besides beach, there's really nothing to do. So very quickly we grew bored. There was really nothing else to do besides going to the beach every day. I mean, I like to chase lizards. There were nice, beautiful looking lizards in the area. One time when it was cloudy, my dad went to the opposite side. It was so-called liman, like a really shallow bay, and there were pipes laying there that people were catching shrimp. So we just kind of wandered around in the water. It's like knee deep, trying to catch shrimp, just to catch and let it go, just to have some kind of entertainment. And there was a girl that worked in the dining hall. I believe there were students going to college to work in the field of food distribution. So as a practice, they're supposed to go and work somewhere. So they worked at the dining hall. So pretty sweet job. You just work as a waitress or cook 3 times a day. The rest you're just hanging out at the beach. So she had an amazing tan, just really pretty, and she was quite a bit older because I was only 15, but I liked her so much. And I already told you that story. My father, he kind of got concerned that maybe his son not normal, that maybe he's gay. But I did have interest in girls. I just was too shy and kind of like, I don't say sneaky. I just never was telling my parents that, hey, I like this girl, that girl. So I said, my dad grew suspicious, bless his heart. So one time this girl actually served our table. She brought the tray. And my father noticed how I was desperately like staring at her, trying to catch her eye. And he got so excited that right there on the spot with that girl standing next to our table, he loudly announces, "Oh my God, you like her! I see it! You really like her!" It was so embarrassing. I turned red. The girl probably smiled, don't remember, but my dad was so happy that he got confirmation that his son wasn't gay. So that was the highlight of my adventures at the Azov Sea. So it was okay, but my family didn't like it because it was kind of boring. So after 1985, we never purchased another putyovka going down to the sea. We liked much better going up north and spend our vacation in the village because there's way more to do. You can still swim and tan at the river, then you go mushroom hunting, you can do fishing. So that was way more interesting, like for my family. So we never did again any trips down to the south. But for many Soviet families, there was almost like a status thing that, yeah, my husband took us to the sea, and then we поехали на море. So that's like my family is doing good, and every year we go for 2 weeks towards the Black Sea, because that was expensive and not easy to do. So that would be like cool thing for vacation. Yeah, мы поехали на море. Well, my friends, it's all I have for you today. I hope you enjoyed this video. I hope you learned something new. As always, don't forget to like this and share with your friends. I'll talk to you soon. In today's video, I will continue my review of one of the most amazing books about Soviet Union. It's called Black on Red, My 44 Years Inside the Soviet Union by Black American engineer Robert Robeson. I receive a lot of comments about my channel that people like it because a lot of it is a first-hand account of life in the Soviet Union, but I spent only 20 years in the USSR and kind of to the end of it, right from 1971 to 1991. Meanwhile, Robert Robertson came to the Soviet Union in 1930 and spent 44 years in the USSR, so he experienced Stalin era, Khrushchev era, a little bit of Brezhnev era. So this guy, this is like a must-have. It's a Bible for anyone who wants to learn more about life in the Soviet Union through the eyes of American. By the way, I have a separate playlist dedicated to this book, Black on Red. It's already have 9 videos there. There'll be video number 10. So if you're interested, I'll post the link below this video in the comment section. Just a quick refresher before we begin. Robert Robeson was born in 1906 in Jamaica. As I said, he is a Black American. He got a degree as engineer toolmaker in Havana, Cuba, moved to Detroit, and in 1930 he was invited to go to the Soviet Russia, where they offered him a lot of money and great career opportunities. Okay, so we jump to chapter number 20, page 225. This is in early 1947, 2 years after the end of the Great Patriotic War. And just a quick side note, what I remember from the history lessons back in the Soviet school, Soviet Union had Great Patriotic War, which started on June 22nd, 1941, when Germany attacked the USSR. Then the Great Patriotic War was over on May 9, 1945, and only after that, Soviet Union participated for a very short time in the World War II, when it helped its allies, United States primarily, to win against Japan. So this is what I remember from the Soviet lessons of history. The World War II for the Soviet Union was very short, only summer of 1945. We had nothing to do with 1939 and attack of Poland. Alright, so back to the book. By early 1947, the Kremlin's campaign to discredit the United States, its wartime ally, in the eyes of the Soviet citizens, was in full force. The theater, cinema, and radio were useful media for anti-American message. And it was always a mystery for me because I loved history, but I couldn't understand, seeing only the Soviet side of the story, why Soviet Union and like United States just fell apart almost instantly after the victory over Nazi Germany. It's like yesterday we were friends and today we're enemies. And this is example. I mean, it's not 1945, but it's actually campaign to discredit the United States going on now in Soviet Union. Like, we were friends. We enjoyed Roosevelt's balls. If you watch that video, when we got American powdered eggs, which were called Roosevelt balls, and suddenly America is the worst enemy ever. Okay, so back to Mr. Robertson. Ever since my arrival in 1930, so he is already in the Soviet Union for 17 years, I had seen and experienced how the Soviet authorities made effective propaganda out of American history of racial inequality. After all, the reasoning went, America was a bourgeois country where the rich white capitalists crushed the poor black proletarian underclass, a vivid example and a useful reminder of overall failure of capitalist economics and so-called democracy. The American play Deep at the Roots was ideal for Kremlin propaganda purposes, so the state-controlled theaters were ordered to perform it in Moscow and throughout the country. The play was successful in meeting with Kremlin's propaganda objectives. Russian audiences became incensed over the portrait of the life of blacks in the American South, who were portrayed as subservient, groveling, serf-like people. By the way, I'm very curious how many of you guys are familiar with this 1946 Broadway play, Deep at the Roots. Please post in your comments. Thank you. Many Russians wondered how Americans could tolerate such a racism after fighting the Nazis with their philosophy of Aryan superiority and their efforts to eliminate the Jews. Unfortunately, the Russian feeling of moral indignation toward the United States covered over their own deep-rooted racial and ethnic prejudice. And Mr. Robinson knows what he's talking about. In one of my previous videos, I told you the part when he was sick and a doctor told him that you need to move south, otherwise you will never be able to chase zebras again. So this is how the Russian everyday racism, you see a black person, you assume automatically that what you like to do the best in your life is chase zebras. Here comes the good part. So behind the scenes of the Russian production of Deep at the Roots lay a tale of Russian racial prejudice. Brett, a black boy, a leading character in the play, was reared as the young boy alongside two small white girls of a well-to-do family in the South, where his mother had served as the family's cook. After he returned from the fighting the Nazis in the war, Brett was welcomed home warmly by one of now grown-up white women. The resulting conflict set the stage for the rest of the play. Here goes. White Russian actors with their faces, necks, and hands painted with soot were bad enough in some of the minor roles. As they perspired, the soot wore off their white skin and they ended up looking more like Dalmatians than anything else. But it was far worse to have a white actor playing the leading role, especially since a very qualified black American actor in Moscow named Waylon Rudd, whom I knew, had sought the leading role. Although Rudd tried several times to get the part of Brett in the play, he was never even allowed an audition. The comments of an American theater producer who was invited to attend the performance of the play in Moscow were printed in one of the Moscow's English-language newspapers. After the performance, he asked, "Was it not possible to have a black actor perform the part of Brett?" The enthused interpreter answered him, "We would love to have, but you must remember there are no black artists in our country." In Soviet Russia, there is no racism. We just don't let black actors to play black characters in Soviet production of Deep at the Roots. And then they said that shortly after Deep at the Roots played in Moscow theaters and was broadcast over the radio, Kremlin decided to make a film based on the life of Miklucha Maklai. So it's 19th century Russian anthropologist. So he traveled to New Guinea and to study Papuans. I think I'm saying right. So there were scenes with black Americans in the film, and the producer said he needed black people to play those roles. So this is how Robert Robinson actually got an offer and he refused in the beginning, but they offered him some money and he couldn't refuse. He said it called for 3 to 4 months stint in Odessa movie studio, so that's a port on the Black Sea, for which I would be paid 10,000 rubles. Not bad, I thought. It was a lot more than I was making at ball bearing plant as an engineer. So once again, even in Soviet Russia, a movie star makes way more money than an engineer. So after arriving to Odessa, he said, I arrived to work the following morning at 8 a.m. sharp as scheduled. Also reporting to the studio were 6 other blacks recruited for the film, including Waylon Rudd. One of the other six black actors was an American, and the remaining 3 were born in Russia, in the Caucasian mountains. So now that's another thing to research. I never heard of it. So Robert says, I had known from Arletids that were native-born blacks in the Soviet Union, but neither the media nor any Russian magazines or books I had come across ever mentioned them. Blacks have lived in the Caucasian mountains since the mid-1700s, when they were brought out of Africa to Russia by Catherine the Great. I do not know of any foreigners ever being allowed to visit the colony of blacks living in the heart of Caucasian mountains. There's another interesting topic to research. A colony of blacks living in the hearts of Caucasian mountains. So let's see how the Roberts experience as an actor went down. It went downhill really fast. When we began 2 days later, my illusion of life of a film actor were quickly shattered. I was expecting to have to memorize a script and deliver lines. That did not happen with any of us. We were all told what to say and how to say it, moment by moment on the spot. For the most part, all we did was emulate the director. The white actors, all professionals, followed the same routine, trying to do as the director showed them and told them to. And here's the real kicker. The situation with the 3 black Americans was really grotesque. Here was a white Russian film director telling 3 black Americans how blacks in the American South were supposed to act. Every scene, large or small, had to be done over and over again. When we did not do what the director felt was right, he would curse. It was not that he was swearing us, it was more as he was denouncing his fate. The only one who caught his wrath regularly was his wife, whose job it was to run his errands. He would usually call out to her by saying, "Hey, stupid lazy woman, go get such and such." He never dared answer him, but bowed her head, obviously humiliated, and carried out his commands. Well, I definitely need to do some search and find out. Maybe this movie about McLuhan McClay definitely was done and came out back in 1930. Maybe it's even available on YouTube. If I find anything, I'll post in the comment section below this video. Okay, my friends, that's all I have for you today. I hope you enjoyed this video. Once again, this is an amazing book. I definitely recommend it, and I got more to go through. I made notes as I went through this book. There's quite a lot of things to talk about. In today's video, we're going to talk about joys of owning a Soviet passport. And I'm planning to make a separate video by my own experience having a Soviet passport. I got it when I was 16 years old, so that was 1987. But right now, let's learn about experience of Robert Robeson, black engineer from United States, who spent 44 years in the Soviet Union and who wrote the book Black on Red, My 44 Years Inside the USSR. I think Comrade Robertson's experience with the Soviet passport is extremely interesting and valuable because he came to the Soviet Union as an American citizen, and then he gave up his citizenship and he accepted Soviet citizenship. So he had experience living in the USSR as an American, and now he lives as a Soviet. If you follow my coverage of his book Black on Red, we stopped at the part when he went to the Odessa to be filmed in the movie McLuhan McClay, and actually this movie is available on YouTube, which is quite amazing, and you could see Robert Robertson playing a native from Papua New Guinea. So while filming that movie, he had his watch stolen. So let's see what he says. The local police soon got to know me also. My encounter with Odessa police began when I reported that my watch was stolen from the locker I was using in a room next to the studio. It was a precious possession because my brother had given it to me as a gift in 1926, and it was the most reliable watch I had ever owned. The film director wasted no time in calling the police. In a matter of minutes, 3 officers arrived. They questioned everyone, so here's pretty much goes description how they went through really quick. It was fast reaction, so very impressive work for the Soviet police. About 30 minutes after the first policeman arrived, another officer appeared with a large dog, which sniffed every inch of the locker room floor. When the dog arrived, everyone knew the situation was potentially dangerous. For such theft, a person could end up with 3 years imprisonment at hard labor. Every member of the production crew was interrogated a second time. We were kept 4 hours after our normal quitting time, but not a clue was discovered. So for 3 days, police was searching, and 3 days later, Robertson received a phone call from the Central Police Headquarters asking him to come down there and bring my passport along. I showed up as requested on the following day. When I mentioned who I was, the officer on duty greeted me warmly and escorted me to the Assistant Chief of Police, who also seemed very gracious. He asked me to have a seat and said, "I am sorry that we haven't been able to find your watch, which I understand you value very much. Be assured that we will continue our investigation. We'll find the culprit and you will get your watch back." I thanked him for his concern, and all the while wondering why I was being treated with such care. That's a good part coming up. Soon I found out. "Please," said Assistant Police Chief, "may I have your passport? I need the number on it, so should my men find your watch after you leave Odessa, they will have a means of contacting you." I handed it to him, yet when he noticed that it was a Soviet passport, his entire demeanor immediately changed. One moment he was cordial, the next moment he was indifferent. "Oh, I see you have a Soviet passport," he said, unable to conceal his surprise. He handed back to me and did not even bother to write the number on the official form, but merely scribble it on a piece of scrap paper, which was obviously destined for the trash can as soon as I left. Now that he knew I was a Soviet citizen, my stolen watch no longer mattered. They had all assumed that I was a foreign actor. Once again, reminder, Robert Robertson was African American. But now, since they knew I would not be going to a foreign country where I could criticize the Soviet Union and its police force, I no longer mattered. I was certain that he would call off the investigation and I would never see my watch again. My hunch turned out to be correct. So I found this part of the Robert Robertson book extremely interesting and somewhat funny, because there's the guy who, he spent a lot of years already in the Soviet Union, pretty much more than 10 years, and he figured out that there's a double standard going on for the Soviet citizens versus foreign citizens. So while they were thinking that he was a foreigner, he had a top service from the police, and they were searching extremely hard looking for his watch. As long as they discovered he's a Soviet citizen, he completely lost any interest. I had a kind of similar experience, but from a different perspective. I was a citizen of the Soviet Union, and I had a Soviet passport for traveling abroad, and I used it even after 1991, after Soviet Union collapsed. They didn't have a new passports for Ukraine, so they let people use their old Soviet passports. And I traveled to America 3 times with my Soviet passport, and every time on every border, I always had trouble crossing the border because my passport was like a red flag. They were questioning me. One time, even having a green card, at that time I already had a Ukrainian passport, but still they made me sit in the airport in Amsterdam, then let me out. And then when I got American passport, I noticed what a huge difference was traveling with United States passport. It's pretty much all the doors wide open. No one cared about visas or what the reason you want to go out of the airport, or do you have any reasons to stay there legally. No one asks any questions. If you're an American citizen, you have American passport. Traveling with Soviet passport and later with Ukrainian passport was a real nightmare. And it was literally up to the border officer, because one time I already had green card, as I mentioned, and I had Ukrainian passport. They let me out and I spent a night in Amsterdam, flying from Kyiv back to Chicago. Next time, the different guy said, no, you can't leave, you have to sit in the airport. And I was extremely upset because I was planning to visit Amsterdam. I found it as a beautiful city. Then when I had American passport, I went again, and the question was, what the reason of visiting Amsterdam? And I just said, I want to hang out. And he just smiled, and I said, welcome to Amsterdam. Just put the stamp on my American passport, and here we go. So as a Ukrainian citizen, I had to explain for 5 minutes that tomorrow I'm flying to Chicago. There's my visa. There's my green card. There's my plane ticket. As American citizen, I just said that I'm planning to hang out in Amsterdam. It was enough. Just, you're welcome, and you go. And that's one of the biggest mistakes that Robert Robeson made. I mean, it made his life way more interesting and challenging, but because he refused to return to the United States when American government requested him to, and he lost his citizenship, they ended up being stuck in the Soviet Union for 44 years and barely could escape the Soviet Union through Africa in the 70s, just because he got Soviet passport, and that was now up to Soviet government if he could travel anywhere. Okay, this video is a little bit short, but I hope you still enjoy it. As always, please don't forget to like it. As you may guess, today's video is another chapter, another review of the book Black on Red, My 44 Years Inside the Soviet Union by Robert Robeson. As I keep on repeating, this is one of the best books, one of the best personal accounts of life in the Soviet Union from 1930s all the way to 1970s. And of course, what makes this book super special, it's the account of African-American engineer who came from the United States in early 1930s and worked through the Stalin era, Great Patriotic War, through Khrushchev era. So his account is just outstanding. Strongly recommend this book. Or you can just watch my videos where I make a review of this book. This video already number 12, and I have a separate playlist on my channel where all those videos are located. I'll provide the link below in the comment section. So we're in chapter 21 in July of 1945, right in the end of the Great Patriotic War. And it's the chapter called Attempts to Leave. So this is where Robert Robertson experienced what we called in Russian "Вход рубль, а выход 2." So entry price is 1 ruble, but exit price is 2 rubles. So it's always easier to get into the Soviet Union. It's way harder to get out. So Mr. Robertson writes, 2 months after the Germans surrendered in July of 1945, I filed for permission to visit my mother. She was getting older, and I longed to see her and my brother. Now that the war was over, for the first time in years, I could think about more than just my daily survival. I knew that I wanted out, and with the war over, I decided to begin my quest. The country and the system that at first had excited my curiosity and offered me a higher wage and better job opportunities that I could expect in the United States was thoroughly questionable to me now. I had been living in Russia for 16 years. I knew there was no way to cash in on the empty Soviet promise given me when I inquired about citizenship, that I would not be held in the country against my will. And I need to pause here for a second because I had a similar experience, of course, in the late 80s, probably around 1989 or 1990. I had opportunity to go and visit some people in Germany, and of course you couldn't just go. I had to get papers to apply for the passport for traveling abroad, and one of the requirements was to get a paperwork from my place of work that I don't know any state secrets. Now, at my place of work, there was this old retired KGB guy who was in charge, and he just got mad at me because this young guy, cocky dude, wanted to go to Germany out of all the countries, and he just refused to give me to sign that paper, and my trip fell through. And I believe that was the very first time when I felt like I was a caged animal. Like, I wanted to go visit people in Germany and come back, and just because this old KGB fart, there was just niet. And now back to the book. So here Robertson says, I sensed that with every passing year, my chances of returning to America were growing dimmer. After all, the Kremlin's propaganda apparatus had hailed Robert Robeson as an oppressed black American who had found refugee and freedom in the Soviet Union. So he understands that before he was like a propaganda tool for the Soviet Union, and now he became a liability because he got quite disillusioned in the Soviet Union life, so they would prefer to keep him and never ever let him out. And this is what actually happened. That's why a book called 44 Years in Soviet Union, not 16 years in the Soviet Union. Here it says, rather than take any chances, despite my clean record of having never committed any counter-revolutionary act. So he already learned the Soviet lingo. He knew that he didn't commit any counter-revolutionary acts or criticize a Soviet official. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs was not taking any chances. So he was rejected. His request was rejected, so he could not go and visit his mother, who was getting old and getting sick. And he writes, beginning in 1945, a year never went by without my filing an application. In 27 attempts over 27 years, only once did I ever come close to getting permission. So there's the reality of life in the Soviet Union. A guy applied 27 years, 27 times. Only once he got just close. He still couldn't leave. So when Robert finally got approved to apply for the passport for travel abroad, this is what they asked him to have ready. So this lady listened passively and said that for my application to be reviewed, I would need to prepare an autobiography. So picture you want to go to Bahamas and you need to prepare an autobiography and bring a letter of recommendation from the factory committee. So then you go to your place of work and you gather all the workers, and they need to sign recommendation that you are a good worker, that you reliable American citizen in this case, or Soviet citizen, and then you need the long 6 headshots photos. They also required a letter from the house committee in my apartment building. So there's another recommendation letter from the people tenants that took complaints and spied on everyone. So as I told you, entry is 1 ruble, but exit is always 2 rubles in Soviet Union. So after he gathered all the paperwork and sent it out, he not heard from them for almost 1 year when he received a letter from his brother saying that my mother had died. And then, of course, he still was trying to leave, and a guy in the ministries told him, you had asked for permission for an exit visa. You see, we were so busy that we hadn't been possible to take up your case. Perhaps now, since your mother died, you change your mind and no longer wish to go. So, and Robert replies, well, yes, I still want to go. The officer looked at me with cold, hard eyes and asked, are you sure you still want to go? I don't see the purpose. What a beauty. So when in June of 1956, so he first applied in 1945. In June of 1956, he finally got his passport. And basically they told him he have 10 days to leave Moscow, but then there was a hitch. They never told him that since there was no air travel available, he had to leave through Poland in East Germany required special visas for that, which took 30 days at least to obtain. So he had 10 days to leave Soviet Union with his passport, but he needed 30 days to get those special visas, so he never had a chance to leave, and he got stuck. So Robert Robertson never had a chance to see his mother alive. I believe even his brother passed away by the time he finally managed to get out in 1974, and that was a sneaky way through Africa, go on vacation, but we'll talk about it later. As I said, he experienced firsthand what was going on in the Soviet Union, how hard it was for Soviet citizens to leave a country just for a short visit. By the way, a while back I made a video called KGB Said Нет. KGB had 11 reasons to refuse your trip abroad, where I analyzed and classified KGB document from 1970s. They were showing statistics, how many people were refused while requesting going abroad for tourism and what were the main reasons. So I'll post the link below in the comment section as well. Well, my friends, it's all I have for today. Thank you for watching Ushanka Show. Please don't forget to like this video. In today's video, we're going to look again at the amazing book by Black American Robert Robeson, who wrote an autobiography called Black on Red, My 44 Years Inside of the Soviet Union. So we're about halfway through this book. Right now on page number 258. And if you're new to my channel, I have a separate playlist dedicated to this book, Black on Red. In my previous video about Robert Robeson, we talked about his 27 failed attempts to get a visa and leave the Soviet Union. And one of these attempts happened in 1957. So this is what he wrote. My next attempt was in 1957. This time I went through Bulganin, who was now Prime Minister, the number 2 man in the Soviet hierarchy. I was not certain that he would respond to my letter, but I had to give it my best shot. In my letter, I reminded him of how we had met in 1935, so that's like 22 years ago, when he was head of Moscow Soviet, and that he had promised to help me if the need ever arose. So here, Comrade Robeson is talking about Comrade Nikolai Bulganin, who was a premier of the Soviet Union from 1955 to 1958. So that's during the Nikita Khrushchev rule. Nikolai Bulganin was quite an interesting character, and I don't want to repeat Wikipedia, so I'll post the link below this video. You can read about Nikolai Bulganin, but I heard about him before because he was also part of my Uncle Misha story. Some of you maybe remember my story about my Uncle Misha, so he is my mother's brother. 4 years ago, I recorded several videos about him. Unfortunately, they didn't interest a lot of people. They still got like 2,000-3,000 views, but I'll post the link below in the comment section if you want to listen to it, because I believe his story is quite interesting. But what's really cool is that my uncle also wrote a letter to Nikolai Bulganin. First, I thought he wrote the letter to Nikita Khrushchev, but then my mom, while I was visiting her and asking questions, she corrected me, said, no, he actually wrote the letter to Nikolai Bulganin. So just like Robert Robeson, my uncle wrote a letter to Nikolai Bulganin asking for help with housing in Kiev. And I don't know why, but back in the Nikita Khrushchev times, it was the thing for Soviet people to write letters to Nikolai Bulganin, usually with requests for help. And people just write the address, Moscow, Kremlin, to Bulganin, Moskva, Kremlin, Bulganinu, and that will be their requests. And quite often Nikolai Bulganin helped people. He would just sign, hey, please help these people, and then send a copy of the letter to the local party leader, like in Kiev. And that's how my uncle finally managed to get an apartment, by writing a letter to Moscow and begging for help. So as I mentioned earlier, I thought it was very cool when I read that Robert Robeson also was writing a letter to Nikolai Bulganin. Several pages later, Robeson mentioned another interesting event that caught my attention. You guys probably will recognize it too. So he says, in the early August of 1957, an event was to occur that directly affected my chances of getting a visa, so that exit visa to leave the Soviet Union. A program called the Festival of Youth and Students was held in Moscow from July 30 through the August 14th. Among the 30,000 young people from around the world who took part was a group of about 25 blacks from Jamaica. And if you watch my video about jeans in the Soviet Union, this is the event, August 1957. That's when the Soviet people learned about blue jeans. And that's where the jeans became crazy hot item in the Soviet Union, and smuggling had begun. So this is the beginning of jeans craze in the USSR. August 1957, the Festival of Youth and Students. But of course, Robert Robeson cared less about jeans, but he's talking about he received a phone call from Reverend Marcus James, who was a member of Jamaican delegations, who said he had read about me in Jamaica and wanted to meet me. So it was kind of nice. And then he said when they met, he said, I understand you're an important person in the Soviet Union. I have read so many good things about you, and now I'm honored to be able to meet you. And Robert Robeson says, I felt embarrassed and said nothing. And this guy continued, I understand you will soon be coming to Jamaica to help set up a communist state. He said, that is nonsense, I replied. But that's what an English journalist had written in the Gleaner, a daily newspaper in Jamaica, he said. I read it myself. Surely it's true. Whoever wrote that article did not have accurate information, I said. I'm not a communist. I believe in God, and I'm a Christian. So Reverend James was surprised. If you are not a communist, why have you lived so long in the Soviet Union? This sounds pretty wild, but the only explanation I can have to this crazy story published in Jamaican newspaper that Robert Robeson was planning to turn Jamaica into a communist state, that was a KGB disinformation in order to prevent him from leaving Soviet Union. They went that far and then just paid some journalist to publish this bogus article about Robert Robeson becoming a communist and planning to set up a communist state in Jamaica. So Reverend James attempted to help Mr. Robeson to leave the country. So he went and he said, man, I raised Cain with those people. I told them they must let poor Mr. Robeson go. I had the clerk quivering. He told me he was only a worker and directed me to his boss. I was very firm and demanded they let you go. He assured me that he would talk it over with his colleagues. And apparently Reverend James thought that my case was suffering from a lack of attention and that all was needed was for him to alert the authorities. So all Robeson would say, thank you for your good intentions and concerns, but frankly, although you cannot understand it, you have done me a disservice. And sure enough, in a couple of days later, he received a card where he was refused once again in his exit visa. And he said, my annual application for an exit visa continued to be turned down until 1973. So for another, my goodness, almost 20 years. Okay, so in my next video about the book Black on Red, we'll talk about the death of Stalin through the eyes of Robert Robeson. So that'll be interesting because he was eyewitness of events in Moscow of March 5th, 1953. Okay, my friends, all I have for you today. Thank you for watching Ushanka Show. I hope you enjoyed this episode, and welcome back to another episode of my book reviews. The book is Black on Red, My 44 Years Inside the Soviet Union by Robert Robeson. If you're new to my channel and you like book reviews, this is video number 14, and I already have a playlist which I'll provide the link below in the comment section. And I want to apologize to anyone who is trying to purchase this book, because it looks like after I started making my review of this book, Amazon price skyrocketed. That book was available for around like $50. Now it's up to $145. I also checked eBay and there's only one offer for $300. It's very impressive. So I'm very sorry that I made the prices go up. It's called capitalism. But don't get discouraged. You can just go to your local library, and libraries have this amazing exchange program. They will locate this book anywhere in your state. Usually large universities have this book, and you'll be able to get it and read it for 20 days. So that's the way I got a lot of rare books. I just go to my local library and I search within the state, and you can get your book free of charge. and you can read it. Okay, so now we're done with the public announcements, and let's go back to Black on Red by Robert Robeson. And this is probably one of the most interesting chapters in his book, chapter number 22, The Death of Stalin. The Death of Stalin. Смерть Сталина. I actually would like to pause here and quickly answer a question that appeared quite often on my channel. Did I watch the movie The Death of Stalin, and did I like it? And the answer is no. I didn't like that movie. I didn't like the idea of making a comedy out of this event. I'm not a big fan of Stalin, to say at least. I'm an Ukrainian. But just to make a comedy of such an event, it just didn't click with me. So I watched the movie. It was okay, but it's just the whole comedy attitude really didn't go well with me. Okay, now let's take a look what Robert Robeson wrote about events of March 5th, 1953, when the death of Stalin occurred. March 5th, 1953 was a dramatic day in the Soviet Union. At 9 a.m., we heard over the loudspeakers, "Attention, attention!" So I'll say it would be "Внимание, внимание!" "This is Moscow calling. Говорит Москва." I could translate how it's supposed to be in Russian. "Beaming to all radio stations in the Soviet Union." TASS, so that's the telegraph agency of the Soviet Union, is authorized to inform the Soviet people with deep sorrow of the great loss sustained by the death of Comrade Iosif Vissarionovich Stalin. And Mr. Robertson continues, "I don't think anyone heard the rest of the announcement. We were all shocked. Nobody said a word. Some workers stood over their machines with their heads bowed, so that happened while they were working already at the factory, while others stared blankly into space. The foreman's weeping broke the silence and set off the avalanche of tears. Everyone began crying." Just my side note, sounds like Mr. Robertson wasn't crying. And then he continues, "Stalin had been their leader for more than 25 years. However oppressive the circumstances, at least they had survived under him. Many called him Father Stalin. In sense, their God had died. Whom could they believe in now? They saw Stalin as a person above and apart from the system that frustrated their lives, as an idealist who loved them as much as a victim of the system as they were. The workers in my shop began wailing like lost and desperate children." So here's a quite interesting statement. So first of all, can you imagine how hard for Nikita Khrushchev was the task to switch people from loving Stalin as their god to make love the new leader? So just that whole situation was pretty challenging. And secondly, this is so Russia. It's the person above, and he's apart from the system. So this is famous "Царь хороший, бояре плохие." We had this expression in Russian. So Tsar is good. It's just the boyars under him are bad people. So they think that Stalin was a good leader. It's just people under him. That's the one that did all those mistakes and caused so much pain and suffering. This is so classic Russia. And in modern days Russia, exactly same situation. People believe that Putin is almost a god, but everything bad that happened in Russia, it's the fault of NATO or the people around Putin, but never Putin. All right, let's go back to the book. We walked downstairs in silence to the auditorium on the floor below. By the time I arrived, the hall was already full, which meant about 2,000 people were crammed in. Everyone was standing, and the men were all holding their caps against their hearts. Most of them were crying. Some of the women stood with their faces buried in their hands, weeping uncontrollably. Our shop superintendent went to the microphone. "Dear comrades, as you all have heard, we lost our great leader, our beloved teacher and friend, the outstanding deliverer of mankind from fascism, our beloved Iosif Vissarionovich. Our loss is so great that it is impossible to express it in words. I have known no other leader in my life. and he couldn't continue. He broke down sobbing. Then a young woman, a Komsomol member, climbed the stairs to the platform, walked to the microphones, and cried out, "Comrades, it is very difficult for me to believe that our dear and great father is not alive. What are we going to do without him directing us? Life is not bearable without him." At that point, she began to shake and sob. For the next 30 minutes, speaker after speaker broke down in tears, unable to complete their speeches. Now, just imagine living in a country where the leaders change only when they die. And this is interesting. Every socialist country, Soviet Union, Cuba, China, leaders change only when they die. And I just got this comment from Jack Eldogo. So JC, and I assume it's Jimmy Carter, was president for 4 years and collected approximately $8 million in pensions over 42 years for those 4 years of work. What a country. And my reply was, if USA was just like Soviet Russia, Jimmy Carter still would be your president. So I'm not sure what price you'd be willing to pay for Jimmy to retire earlier. And I don't know what is your attitude towards Jimmy Carter, but he became a president in 1977 and he's still alive, which means if he would be ruling Soviet style, he would be still a president of the United States of America, ruling the United States for 46 years. Now, Stalin was 25, Brezhnev was 18, and I believe Castro holds the world record. He was leader of Cuba from 1959 all the way to 2008, so almost 50 years. And I know having presidential elections every 4 years is extremely tiresome and annoying, but believe me, it's much better than waiting for 25 years for the president that you hate to die. Okay, so back to the book. No one could do any work the rest of the day. Some people sat at their desks or workbenches, either staring blankly ahead or crying. Others paced back and forth. There was silence except for the solemn music broadcast from Radio Moscow over the loudspeakers. Hey, I remember something like that. When Leonid Brezhnev died, the first thing happened was the solemn music playing on the radio and no additional information. So I've been there, done that, and then I went through Andropov and Chernenko. So there was 3 occasions like this, plus Chernobyl in 1986 similarly was playing solemn music, classical music on the radio with no information. 2 days later, most of the workers were still in stupor. Can you imagine the whole country is paralyzed? It's like, Mother Queen died and worker bees don't know what to do now. No work had been done, not even by the foreman. After lunch, the music was interrupted by announcement. Attention, attention, внимание, внимание. This is Moscow calling. Говорит Москва. TASS is authorized to say that the body of our teacher and leader, Iosif Vissarionovich, will lay in state at the House of Trade Unions from 2 p.m. until late tonight to afford our toilers the chance to bid farewell to our deceased leader. Most of the workers left immediately without waiting for the shift to end so they could see Stalin's body lying in state. And here's the interesting part. So Robert says, I had no great desire to see Stalin's corpse, although I was interested in observing the people's reaction. It is just as well because hundreds of people were crushed to death in the mob outside the Hall of Trade Unions. A man I knew who was stationed there as a guard and witnessed the debacle said it was worse than anything he had experienced in the war. He explained that rows of trucks had been placed about 500 feet from the building as a security barrier, and that tens of thousands of people descending on the building from 3 directions formed a mighty wave that crushed the people in front against the trucks. Some people being pushed up against the barricade slipped to the ground to avoid being slammed against the trucks, only to be trampled to death. The more athletic ones leapt onto the trucks on the backs of the others, often knocking someone else off and on top of an injured person on the ground. The guards behind the barricades stood helplessly as people crushed against the vehicles, the blood pouring from the broken bodies, screaming, "Save me, save me." Without an order from their commander, who was in a nearby building, the guards were not authorized to move the vehicles. This incident was not reported in the newspapers or on the radio. And as I record this video, I just tried to look it up, but unfortunately there's still no official information how many people died on that day in Moscow. The numbers mentioned between 100 to 2,000, and I believe probably 2,000 is more realistic number because there was close to 2 million people that tried to go to see Stalin. Something similar happened in Moscow on May 18, 1896, during the coronation of the last Russian Tsar, Nikolai II. Large crowds, a lot of people got crashed and died, and total number was 1,389 perished and 1,300 got hurt back in 1896. But we still don't know how many people died in 1953. All right, so back to the book. So after Stalin's body was placed next to Lenin's in the mausoleum overlooking the Red Square, and for a long time I didn't know that mausoleum actually housed two bodies, and there was a sign that says Lenin, Stalin. And then Robert writes something extremely interesting. Speculation began about who would succeed Stalin. Rumors circulated in our shop that the dreaded Beria would inherit Stalin's mantle as head of the Communist Party and the Soviet government. After Malenkov, a leading member of the Politburo, announced over the radio and in a front page article in Pravda newspaper that the Soviet people should not fear their government, people began to feel that Georgy Malenkov would be Stalin's successor. He was a plump man with a jolly face, somewhat like a Santa Claus. He was chubby. Some people reasoned that a person with Malenkov's looks could not orchestrate a purge. Then it was announced that Malenkov would succeed Stalin as the first secretary of the Central Committee of the Communist Party. And I had several people requesting a video about Georgy Malenkov, and I think this is the perfect description of the plump man with a jolly face, and that with the looks like that, he wouldn't be orchestrating purges. But I'll make a video one of these days, but here you go. That's what people on the ground in Moscow thought about Georgy Malenkov, that he looked like a Santa Claus, plump man with a jolly face who's not capable to orchestrate purges. And now the most interesting part. Stalin loyalists and personal staff members were swept out of the capital. That were neither killed nor exiled to Siberia seemed humane when comparing to the purges. Members of the Stalin staff were sent far away to different towns so that they could not organize themselves and were prohibited from returning to Moscow. A friend of mine complained to me about how suddenly his brother-in-law, who was one of the Stalin's chauffeurs, his wife and two children were shipped off to Astrakhan, a city on the Caspian Sea. So this is extremely intriguing. So we don't hear a word about Nikita Khrushchev because he's the one who blamed for going after Stalin and his cult of personality, but Stalin loyalists already being shipped out of Moscow pretty much a day after Stalin went to the mausoleum. Stalin loyalists and staff members being quickly shipped out of Moscow. So big changes are coming without Nikita Khrushchev at the helm. All right, my friends, so we're gonna wrap up this video. It's a part 14 of my review of the book Black on Red, My 44 Years in the Soviet Russia by Robert Robeson. I hope you enjoyed this video. Today's video is part 15 of my review of the book Black on Red by Robert Robeson. His 44 years inside of the Soviet Union. And before we begin, just a friendly reminder, if you're new to my channel, I have a separate playlist on this book. I'll post the link below in the comment section. In the previous episode, we learned about Robert Robertson's experiences with death of Stalin back in March of 1953. He lived in Moscow at that time, so he experienced firsthand all the events at his factory, as well as a stampede on the Red Square. So first of all, let's see what Robert Robeson felt about local people mood after the death of Stalin. That spring, it seemed to Muscovites that they might gain a bit more freedom. One could see the sparkle reappear in people's eyes. 3 months after Stalin's death, as I headed to a home of rest for vacation, I also sensed better days ahead. This is quite interesting because it goes completely in the opposite direction, the statement, than you can read. There was the biggest tragedy in the history of the Soviet Union, the death of Stalin, and the country went the wrong direction. But here, Robert Robeson talking about sparkle reappear in people's eyes. And it gets even more interesting after that. A few mornings later, so that's when he went to his place of rest, so-called sanatoriy, we heard over Radio Moscow that the Central Committee of the Communist Party had passed a resolution the night before declaring that all peasants, which means collective farm workers, are free to sell their personally grown agricultural products on the free market. The announcement said that the resolution had been signed by Malenkov. The Russian peasants were ecstatic. That night, as we were finishing dinner, we heard people singing in the distance. We went outside and saw more than 200 peasants holding torches, dressed in pre-revolutionary clothing and heading our way. When they reached our building, several accordionists started playing music and peasants of all ages began dancing. Soon an elderly woman mounted the stairs, asked for quiet, and sang a song praising Malenkov as the savior of Russia. Okay, so these events were not happening in Moscow, but in town of Klin, which is located about 80 miles northwest of Moscow. So he was out on the countryside. Then Comrade Robertson continues. It was obvious how much the peasants disliked collectivized farming. Years later, a number of party members told me that 19 million peasants had been banished from their lands as part of the Stalin's effort to enforce collectivized farming. So that's back in 1930s, early 1930s. Those who stayed on the land but refused to surrender all their animals to government ownership were subject to an additional tax in kind besides the regular tax in kind. I forgot to look up what tax in kind means. Which meant, for example, that for every hen they kept, they owed the government 80 eggs a year. Nice. Keeping one pig meant giving up 88 pounds of meat a year. So it's not selling, it's just given to the government for the right to own the pig. Should a peasant fail to meet this quota through his own livestock, he would have to buy the products from a government agency and then give everything back to the government. Fantastic system. This system would have been hard enough on the peasants if it had functioned properly, but it was controlled and corrupted by village Communist Party bosses who often became rich through black marketeering. Malenkov's latest decree allowed the peasants a bit of free market enterprise and reduced the tax in kind and the corrupt system it had bred. So what Robert Roberson is talking about here is so-called единоличник. So that's a peasant that has his own farm. So pretty much you could say he is a farmer. So he refused to join a collective farm. So he's not kolkhoznik, he is единоличник. But he was poor enough not to be called kulak, so rich peasant, or podkulachnik, somewhat rich peasant. So those guys, if they refuse to join kolkhoz and donate all their animals to the collective farm, they will be hammered with taxes which were double more than taxes that were laid on the kolkhozniki. So even if you work for collective farm for free, because there is a requirement to spend so many days a year, like 200 work days at a collective farm, it's a requirement, they had to pay taxes. Единоличники, so those single farmers, had to pay twice the tax. They had to pay tax for every tree or bush. So if you have a strawberry, raspberry bushes or blackcurrant bushes, there's a tax on that, tax on the animals, and then tax on any income that you get from selling your crops. So pretty much everything was done to force those единоличники, those farmers, to quit and join a collective farm. And that's the topic. I didn't really get into it yet, but I mentioned it here and there. There was a huge difference between the lifestyle of city people in the Soviet Union versus village people. And I mean, it's big here in America, but not as big as it used to be back in the Soviet Union. And it was totally normal. Like for me as a kid, when I was heading out of the country, the northern Ukraine, to spend my summer with my grandparents, it was totally okay that after I leave Kiev, it was literally like going back maybe 50 years, maybe 100 years, because, I live in a big city. We had running water, natural gas, all the conveniences, hot shower, public transportation, dentists, hospitals nearby, everything close by, schools nearby. Then I go to the village and hardly anyone has cars. I mean, mostly some guys had those motorcycles with the sidecars, Urals. People ride bicycles. They use horses that they have to borrow from the collective farm to plow their fields. They use outhouses that has no running water. There's only convenience electricity. So it's like you literally return back 50 years, even more. And it was totally normal for me because, that's how people used to live in the countryside. Like my grandparents had no TV at all, even in the early 80s, no refrigerator. They used a cellar. So basically, their lifestyle got stuck in early 1900s because they were just so poor, because they were taxed so much, and they had to work for free at the local collective farm. But only after a visit Amish people down in Indiana, because back when I worked at the farm here in Michigan, we delivered fruits down to Amish country every Monday night. I realized that Soviet peasants were more poor than Amish. Like Amish refused to use electricity because of their religious beliefs. But one time when we had a dinner with them in their house, and I asked them where's their outhouses located because I needed to use the bathroom. In my understanding, if you don't have modern conveniences like electricity and stuff like that, you probably use outhouse just like our village people. And they actually got kind of offended. They said, well, our bathroom is down this hallway on the left. And I went, and it was a real bathroom with the sink, with the toilet. I used the bathroom, I flushed the toilet, and I was like, oh my God. Even Amish people in America have indoor plumbing and toilet. And my grandparents and everyone else in that village used outhouses. So that was the first time I realized what a giant gap was between poor Soviet collective farm workers and even Amish in America. But let's talk a little bit about Grigory Malenkov and his economical reforms of 1953. Fun fact, when I went to school and studied history back in the Soviet Union, there was not a single word mentioned about Grigory Malenkov. It's pretty much Stalin died, and next leader was Nikita Khrushchev. So there was no mentioning of Grigory Malenkov whatsoever. I mean, now with internet and Wikipedia and other sources, you can learn way more about the guy. But we had no idea about his reforms or his attempts to reform the Soviet economy. So I find it kind of interesting. I also find interesting that attempts to reform the Soviet economy and improve situation with food in the Soviet Union started only after the death of Stalin. And when I researched a little bit Malenkov's reforms of 1953, it actually matched perfectly the story of Robert Robeson. A lot of it was reducing taxes on the peasants. They also allowed them to increase their lots 5 times. So that makes me wonder, because my grandparents, their lot was so-called sotka, so it's 1/100th of the hectare. So they were allowed to cultivate 40 sotkas. So that will be 0.4 of a hectare. So it sounds that prior 1953, it was 5 times smaller. So they had hardly any land to survive on, which of course means if you work at a collective farm, you'll be stealing a lot of food to survive. And it's kind of funny, I read the comment that after peasants were allowed to cultivate 5 times more land, food production increased 50%. I was like, duh, what did you expect? You let people to have more land, they'll grow more food. But Malenkov's reforms were not only about agriculture, he also wanted to start developing so-called легкая индустрия and food industry. Легкая индустрия can be translated as a light industry, so production of consumer goods instead of heavy industry where you make steel and dig coal and just pretty much making things to make other things or make weapons, which is Comrade Stalin was really good at. They wanted to turn economy towards people and improve life of the Soviet citizens. And if you look at the numbers from 1953 to 1957, agriculture production increase was drastic. So production of grain and vegetables increased 40%, sugar beets 68%, meat 41%, milk 36%, eggs 56%. So that was unheard of for Soviet Russia jump in agriculture production. All it took is just let people work for themselves and make money and not to work for free at a collective farm. I mean, really? Malenkov even managed to cut down 50% expenses on military. So army wasn't happy, but he got agreement from Beria and Bulganian to reduce expenses on the military. And he also stopped several large projects, for example, like continuing building a railroad in Siberia, which later was started again in the 70s, so-called BAM, Baikalo-Amurskaya Magistral. That project was stopped, and money, the funds were transferred into developing consumer production and food production. And this article that I'm getting this information is actually from the Russian website, which is quite pro-Stalin and anti-American, because they say that they needed to be really careful about reducing expenses on the military-industrial complex in the Soviet Union due to the American plans of nuclear attack. So Soviet Union had to be very careful reducing its expenses on military because America was planning планов ядерного нападения США, so plans of nuclear attack of United States of America. So if anyone has those plans, I would like to see them. And I think I'll need to make a separate video about Grigory Malenkov, research the topic more into details because it looks like he was a quite interesting character. And I'm not sure why he lost the power struggle against Nikita Khrushchev. Obviously, we had 3 players, Malenkov, Beria, and Khrushchev. And somehow, first of all, of course, Beria lost big time. And then Malenkov was just removed. So I'm not sure what was going on. It'd be a good thing to research. But it's interesting that he actually did a lot trying to change the whole economical development of Soviet Union back in the 50s. And it looks like Khrushchev continued some of his reforms, but he stopped the other ones. But of course, talking about Grigory Malenkov or even Nikita Khrushchev, we need to remember that dictators like Joseph Stalin, they tend to surround themselves with butt kissers, not real leaders, because dictators hate competition. Okay, my friends, that's all I have for you today. I hope you enjoyed this video. As always, please don't forget to like it and share with your friends. Today's episode is a part 16 of my book review, Black on Red by Robert Robeson, My 44 Years Inside of the Soviet Union. If you're new to my channel, I have a separate playlist dedicated to this book, and I said it's already we have 15 episodes looking in detail and experiences of American engineer Robert Robertson, who spent 44 years inside the USSR. Today we're going to look at the chapter 23, which is called Malenkov, Beria, and Khrushchev. But before we begin, I would like to do something. I would like to throw some rocks into the Stanky's garden. So we have this expression in Russian language, бросать камни в чужой огород, to throw rocks in someone else's garden. So by throwing rocks in the other person's garden, you make his work harder, because now when he plows or digs, he's going to hit those rocks. So like whatever your actions are, you make other person's life harder. So this is what I want to do today. I want to throw some rocks into the tankies garden. Quite often I see these comments on my own channel, as well as when I visit Reddit, I see similar comments on like Socialism 101 and other subreddits that if Comrade Stalin were still alive, Soviet Union will be going strong and doing well. And I'm not sure those people realize, and those people that we'll call them tankies, that statement, that comment, they admit that Soviet Union was doomed from day one, because no one lives forever. And if you think that Soviet Union could only survive if Stalin would be alive, you mean you admit there's like no chance Soviet Union would be successful state under anyone else leadership except Comrade Iosif Stalin. So that's my first point. My second point, if Comrade Stalin was such a great leader, why he never planned for his death? Because he was a smart guy, he knew he couldn't live forever, so he never bothered to prepare his replacement. I mean, we're not talking about free elections in the Soviet Union, right? So this chapter 23 kind of shows what kind of mess the Soviet Union and Soviet government was after the death of Stalin, because he surrounded himself with bootlickers and butt kissers. Not a single person was like, okay, this is the guy who will replace me. Okay, so those were my two big boulders that I decided to throw into Tanky's garden, and now let's go back to the book Black on Red. So in the previous episode, we talked about excitement of the Soviet peasants when they learned that Malenkov drastically reduced tax in kind, and thank you people who commented, because I had no idea what tax in kind means. So he reduced the taxes that peasants had to pay for owning a cow and a pig. They had to give government meat and milk and potatoes and anything else they grew. So tax was drastically reduced, and I think the previous debts that peasants had, those were forgiven. Alright, so chapter 23. The peasants' jubilation did not last. Before long, without any public explanation, Georgy Malenkov was removed as first secretary of the Central Committee. Back in Moscow, there was speculation. So once again, no news in newspapers or radio. There was speculation and news about political intrigue within the Politburo and fear that the harshness of Stalinist-type rule would return. The peasants feared that tax in kind would be returned to its previous level and private farming would be abolished. During the time of uncertainty after Malenkov was demoted, a number of people in the factory, including nachalniks, which is bosses, sought me out to learn what the BBC and the Voice of America were saying about events in the Kremlin. And I already made a video about the so-called enemy voices, вражеские голоса. I'll post the link in the comment section. So there was BBC Russian service, Voice of America, Free Europe, there was Voice of Canada. There was a whole bunch of them that were transmitting programs in Russian language. So how bad the situation is when people asking this American engineer what did he hear on the radio about events in Kremlin. So they live next to Kremlin in Moscow and they have no idea what's going on. They wondering maybe BBC has more information. This is how bad the situation was in Soviet Union with government controlling 100% all the mass media. Everyone was starved for information. Where was Beria? What was Beria doing? The questions were endless and so were the rumors. One day it was Malenkov who had been murdered. The next day it seemed he was arrested. Or it was Khrushchev, or Voroshilov, or Bulganin, and so on. I was extremely prudent in dispensing information because I had no way of distinguishing among those earnestly seeking information and the informers. The biggest fear was that if power struggle was going on, Beria would win out. The efficient and ruthless MVD was in his hands. So MVD was a Ministerstvo Внутренних дел, so it's a Ministry of Internal Affairs, so that was KGB and police combined. People imagined that if he also became head of the party, he would turn the country into even greater police state of unimaginable proportion. However, we soon learned that Nikita Khrushchev had become the first secretary of the Central Committee. We knew little about him, so once again, everyone just knew Comrade Stalin and no one else. We knew little about him except that he had been a faithful Stalin underling. All party members in the factory were summoned to a closed-door meeting during lunch period a few days after announcement about Khrushchev. By the end of the day, the most important information had been leaked to us, non-party members, that Beria had been arrested and charged with being an imperialist agent. So here we go. Oh my goodness. We were told that he would soon be brought to trial, a closed affair off limits to the people and press. Soviet citizens who become trained never to utter a political opinion in public felt free to curse openly the hated Beria now that he was in jail as an enemy of the state and facing certain executions. Okay, so let's pause for a second and try to imagine that something like that will be going on in the United States. So Joe Biden dies and Kamala Harris becomes president of the United States for a short period of time. Then she gets arrested as an enemy of the state, and they just elect some random guy from the Democratic Party, I guess in this case, and all these rumors going around. That would be insane, right? But that's what was actually happening in the Soviet Union. Okay, now back to the book. Although the Soviet news media had been instructed not to report on Beria's trial, bits of information leaked out now and then. Beria was a person for whom, in a campaign of vilification, additional sins need not be invented. I heard people saying Beria was immoral, but not until I overheard a young man in my factory saying to another, I think Beria should be hanged by his testicles after defiling so many of our girls. Did I understand what was meant? So Robert Robeson wrote this book back in 1988, way before we got all this information about Lavrenti Beria and his ways of dealing with women. So he had a weak spot for young college girls, and his guys were patrolling the streets of Moscow and snatching the girls off the streets and bring him to their boss, where he had sex with them and he preferred the virgins. So that's what the Robert Robeson is talking here. People knew about it. It was going on a regular basis and no one could do anything because he was the most dangerous person in the country, that Lavrenti Beria guy. And they actually mentioned same fact in the comedy Death of Stalin. So that was the Beria's one of the biggest sins besides being a ruthless, I would say, NKVD guy. And then Comrade Robertson goes in a story about his friend, Leonid Nikolaevich, who was the father of a strikingly attractive Russian girl. So this guy was a high school physics teacher in Moscow, and his daughter, just like that, in May of 1944, she was walking on the streets in Moscow. A small car drove behind her and stopped, and a guy came out and he basically told her, you need to come with me, my boss needs to see you. He flashed his security badge, and the girl was raped. And then Robert Robeson continues that in the final week of December 1953, the Soviet news reported that Beria had been found guilty, surprise, surprise, of being an imperialist agent, sentenced to die and executed. During the time of Beria's trial, his immediate subordinates were swiftly arrested, tried, sentenced, and shot. All their property was confiscated, and the surviving members of their families were sent far away, banished from Moscow for life. So that's how Robert Robeson describes the end of Stalin's era and the beginning of brand new era of Nikita Khrushchev. Okay, my friends, I hope you enjoyed this video. Thank you for watching Ushanka Show. Today's video is episode number 17 of my book review of the book Black on Red, My 44 Years Inside of the Soviet Union by Robert Robeson. In case if you're new to my channel, I have a separate playlist dedicated to this book, and I will provide the link below in the comment section. In today's episode, we're going to discuss another interesting change that occurred in 1953 after the death of Stalin. Alright, so page 278. A minor, I don't know why he decides that was a minor change, but welcome benefit that occurred in 1953 after the death of Stalin was the discontinuation of the tardiness law. In the early 30s, soon after I started work at the first state ball bearing plant, the Central Committee of the party issued a disciplinary decree designed to end the habitual tardiness of Russian workers. So here Robert Robeson talking about the laws that were passed in the late 30s and early 40s, and I think 1940s that we need to talk more about it. So those laws provided the legal basis for draconian measures against industrial workers. On December 20, 1938, so the Council of People's Commissars approved the decree on the obligatory introduction of work books in all enterprises and institutions, a law designed to attack labor turnover and to reduce the free movement of labor among enterprises. So imagine being a worker in Moscow or any other large city. So you already have Article 58 hanging above your head for 10 years since 1927. So any worker at any moment could be snatched away by NKVD, had to admit that he was enemy of the people and being sent to the Gulag labor camps or just being shot. So on the top of it, now they trying to make you work harder and reduce your free movement. So if you don't like your job, you literally not allowed to move and change the job without permission. So let's see what other changes they made in the labor. Labor contracts were increased to 5-year terms. So just like 5-year plans for the whole country, you had a labor contract that minimum was 5 years. So once you committed to work at the factory, you're stuck there for at least 5 years. All job changes, salary, and reward histories, punishments, rebukes, and reasons for firings were registered in the labor book, рабочая книжка, just like my parents had, which the cadres department used to evaluate workers' performance. In January of 1939, the Council of People's Commissars decreed that tardiness of 20 minutes or more constituted an unauthorized absence from work. And let's see what Robert Robeson says about the same law. The disciplinary decree said, 2 days after publication, anyone who comes to work more than 20 minutes late is to be discharged and will evacuate the place where he or she lives and will be banished from Moscow with no right to appeal. So you're losing your factory housing and you'll be kicked out of Moscow. So you literally will get fired and lose place to live for being late for 20 minutes or more. But Mr. Robertson mentioned that in my factory, very few workers, technicians, and office staff reported for work on time with any regularity. People frequently would arrive as much as a half an hour late and sometimes leave before lunch. There was absolutely no discipline. So that decree came out to enforce it. And then he describes his first day of the decree. On the first day of the decree was enforced, I woke up late at 7:10. Even though I was an American citizen, I did not care to stand out as a violator of the new ordinance. I leapt out of bed, threw on my clothes, and ran down the stairs without trying to tie my shoelaces. Not in my tie and raced to work. I arrived 10 minutes late, so he made it. Scores of others were racing into the shop out of breath and unkempt. A designer I knew dashed in unshaven, his hair mass, wearing one black shoe and one brown one. And then he mentioned something extremely interesting. So totally unusual side effect of this tardiness law. For nearly a year after enactment of the tardiness law, the number of arrests by Moscow Police Department rose steeply, and about 3,000 rubles in fines were collected each day from workers desperate to avoid conviction under the new law. People who were going to arrive late for work and needed an official excuse to avoid being punished under the harsh tardiness decree would get themselves arrested for minor infractions. They smashed streetcar, train, or taxi windows, were taken to the police station, paid a fine, and received a precious receipt, so like a spravka, which they could present at work to indicate that they had an acceptable excuse for being late. This is amazing. Then he continues, we had one sad case in my machine shop where a man who lived just 5-minute walk from the factory arrived 22 minutes late for work, 2 minutes past the cutoff period. He was fired on the spot and told to vacate his apartment. He refused to leave, so a few days later his furniture was loaded onto a van and taken away, and he was locked out. Incidents such as this helped the workers to reorganize their lives so they could report to work on time, and the window smashing greatly diminished after the first year. In Soviet Russia, one day you have apartment and the next day you don't because you were late for 22 minutes to show up at your work. But I'm very surprised that Robert Robeson never mentioned another decree dated from June 26, 1940. So the Presidium of Supreme Soviet approved the decree on the transition to 8-hour workday, a 7-day work week, and the prohibition of voluntary departures of workers from enterprises and institutions. So that law tied the worker to the enterprise and introduced criminal punishments for laziness, poor discipline, and tardiness. In August of 1940, so the same year, criminal punishments were introduced for minor workplace infractions such as drunkenness, hooliganism, and petty theft. The October 1940 reforms of vocational education raised the term of obligatory work after graduation to 4 years and prohibited voluntary departures. In some schools, criminal punishments were given for discipline violations and for unauthorized leaves. So 1940 law was like, it's not just you're going to lose your apartment, you're going to prison or labor camp for minor workplace infractions. And while researching for this topic of 1940 law of the criminal punishment for the minor workplace problems, I found that a lot of people say that was actually a good idea to do because, country was getting ready for war and that needs to be done to reinforce the discipline. But I was like, wait a minute, it's 1940, it's 1 year before so-called surprise Nazi invasion. So in 1941, for some reason, no one saw war coming, no one expected Germany to attack. But just a year prior, everyone knew war is around the corner, so let's work for longer hours, let's have only 1 day off, and let's punish criminally anyone who doesn't do a good job. So it seems as Nikita Khrushchev did a huge amount of work to make life in the Soviet Union more bearable for the average person. This draconian tardiness law was cancelled later on. I believe in 1961, Article 51 was removed. So people's life was getting better, and it's even before the massive construction of apartment buildings, so-called Khrushchevka, had begun, that let millions of Soviet families get housing. Like, I won't call it decent housing, but it was definitely better than living in a dorms or communal apartments, коммунальные квартиры. By the way, a while back I already made a video about Nikita Khrushchev, and if you somehow missed that story, I'll post the link below in the comment section. And I find surprising that despite all those great things that Nikita Khrushchev did for the Soviet people, he was portrayed rather in a kind of bad light in the late Soviet Union as well as in modern Russia. Like, he is considered to be a bad leader, kind of like this boisterous village person that was really rude and just not a good leader. And some of you may know that Nikita Khrushchev received the nickname Kukuruznik. So there's like a kukuruza man, the corn man, because he worked so hard to introduce corn in the Soviet agriculture, and it was a total disaster, complete failure. It's a separate story. But I find similarities between Nikita Khrushchev and Jimmy Carter, because Jimmy Carter similarly had a nickname of peanut farmer. Although he finished college, he got a degree in engineering, and he was actually an officer in a nuclear submarine at his time, so he was not just a peanut farmer. And as we see later in the Robert Robertson book, Nikita Khrushchev attempted to replace the terror with excitement for the Soviet people. Like, okay, I don't want to force you to work hard because you're horrified of the government. I want you to work hard because you're so excited with our achievements. And we're going to talk about Sputnik and other space race items in the next story. Okay, my friends, that's all for you today. Thank you for watching Ushanka Show. As always, please don't forget to like this video. And today we have another episode number 18 of my review of Black on Red, my 44 years inside the Soviet Union by Robert Robeson. And just a friendly reminder, in case if you're new to my channel or somehow missed it, I have a separate playlist where all these videos are located, and I will provide the link below in the comment section. In this episode, we'll take a look at some events that occurred in spring of 1954. So Comrade Stalin is dead, Comrade Malenkov lost the power struggle, and new leader of the Soviet Union is Nikita Khrushchev. So Robert Robertson writes, in the spring of 1954, Khrushchev began an amnesty program to review the cases of people who had been arrested and deported during the purges of 1933 to 1938, although purges began way before that. Many innocent prisoners were freed, and others who had been declared enemies of people, враги народа, and shot, or who had died, had their records rehabilitated. Khrushchev's amnesty committee often designated wives or children of a deceased husband or father to receive some form of compensation. So Robert Robertson is talking here about реабилитация, as we say it in Russian, and it was a huge undertaking that began in 1953-54, and by the end, when the process was done, over 4 million people were rehabilitated. I mean, it's an enormous amount. Out of these 4 million people, almost 2.5 million were sentenced to go to the labor camps. As we talked about it, I strongly believe that Stalin was looking for free slave labor, and he got over 2 million of slaves working in the Gulag labor camps, mining gold, mining other precious metals, cutting trees down so he can get going with his industrialization. Around 765,000 were deported, so a lot of these people were members of the family. So for example, if a father was convicted as being enemy of the people, the whole family now become family members of the enemy of the people. They had special abbreviation for it, and usually those people faced deportation. And of course, the whole nations were deported as well, such as Volga region Germans or Crimean Tatars in 1944. Around 643,000 people were shot right away, and close to 30% of people who went to labor camps they also perished. And here's the example of such spravka. So this is a document proving that the person was rehabilitated. As you see on the top left, it was issued on October 22nd, 1956. And it says that a person named Gorsky Alexander Klementovich, that his case was reviewed on October 13, 1956. And due to the newly discovered evidence, although it doesn't specify what kind of evidence, the criminal case, which was open on October 25, 1938, was cancelled due to the lack of criminal activity, and Gorsky was rehabilitated. And let's see if we can do this word.
Posthumously.
There we go. He was rehabilitated
Posthumously.
And I don't know about you, but I would have mixed feelings about getting such a document, such as spravka. So your husband or your father was shot by the government for no reason. There was no crime. So, hey, but good news, he is rehabilitated. And Comrade Robertson met a person that went through this nightmare. He writes, a few months after this program began, I was startled to happen upon Marusia Kudinov in the GUM department store. So that's in Moscow. It had been 21 years since her husband, the party secretary in the Stalingrad factory where I first worked, had been declared an enemy of the people and shot. Marusia had aged tremendously. Though only in her 50s, he looked 20 years older. So this lady told Mr. Robinson, the Amnesty Committee called me to say that a grave error had been made and that they had found him to be totally innocent. He was given a medal. Tears were welling in her eyes as she continued. Now I have been given a small two-room apartment and a pension of 140 rubles a month. Once a year I can go to one of the best current sanatoriums in the country for my rheumatism. So at least she got a little bit compensation, but of course it will never, she will never get her husband back. And Ms. Robinson said, fortunately, your life has now become somewhat more comfortable. Yes, that is true, she said. But after those many long, lonely, tragic years, it is hard for me to feel grateful. So as I mentioned earlier, this process of rehabilitatia of the innocent victims of Stalin purges began in 1953-54. Then after Brezhnev replaced Khrushchev, that process kind of stopped almost. They slammed on the brakes really hard, and at some point Brezhnev was actually trying to restore the image of Stalin. But then after the collapse of the Soviet Union, this process kicked in again, and in modern Russia, so between 1992 and 2004, so it's a little bit outdated data, an additional 634,165 people were rehabilitated. So can you imagine 1992, so that's we're talking about almost 60 years after purges, and people finally being rehabilitated. Similarly, in modern Ukraine, between 1991 and 2001, 248,710 people were rehabilitated. And looks like the Government Commission on Amnesty was just going case by case because people were just getting in the mail a postcard requesting them to appear before the Amnesty Committee on a certain date and time. So Robert Robeson met another person. So the daughter of the father that was shot, Clara, she said she went to the office and she found the building, entered the large room, and gave her card to a man behind one of the several small windows. So he asked, tell me your father's full name and date of birth. And the guy said, Clara told him. Then he asked for her mother's passport, which she handed to him, and told her that her father had been arrested, imprisoned, and died. He has now been found innocent of all charges, said the man. The government has not only graciously exonerated him posthumously, but will compensate his nearest relatives. So they got a sealed envelope with the words that he was exonerated in 1956, Stepan Nikolaevich Roskin, and inside of the envelope was the 800 rubles, barely enough to buy a new coat. This is the cost of life in Soviet Russia. And when I was getting ready for this video, doing some research, I was thinking about my grandfather, Sergei. He was a POW in Germany during the World War II, and Americans set him free and then transferred him to the Soviets. And he ended up being checked by NKVD in a so-called filtration camp. So every Soviet citizen who ended up on the German side, being as like an Ostarbeiter, forced labor person, or POW, they all went through so-called filtration camps, where it was determined if they could be just let go and they could go home, or like in case of my grandfather, since he was a POW, traitor of the country, he was sent to the labor camp in Donetsk region and he almost died there. And I made a video about it a while back. If you're interested, I'll provide the link below in the comment section. Interestingly enough, many individuals were subjects to amnesty only, but not to rehabilitation, especially those who were prosecuted for belonging to so-called Trotskyistsky organization or Trotskyite opposition. So those people, they got amnesty, but they still were guilty in the eyes of the Soviet government. But when the Soviet Union disappeared in the late of 1991, even Lev Trotsky, who was murdered in 1940, was rehabilitated on June 16, 2001. And I remember reading somewhere that during Brezhnev era, people were requesting information like what happened to my, grandpa or my father, because he was, sent to the labor camp and we never heard of him. And quite often KGB will provide a document and they will pretty much lie. They'll say, yeah, your father died from heart attack, in 1940, although he was shot, executed in 1938. So a lot of times it will be like heart attacks was actually being executed. And that was another Soviet newspeak when a person gets 10 years of labor camps without the right of correspondence, so he can't write any letters, is actually what it meant. He was executed, and that's why he wouldn't be able to write any letters. So that was a bad sign if your relative gets 10 years of labor camps with no right of correspondence. He will never write you a letter again, ever. And it makes me so sad that even now, so many people think that Stalin's bloody lemonade was worth the squeeze, that economic miracle was built on the bones of millions of innocent Soviet people, that it was all worth it. This is really sickening. Well, on this positive note, I'll be wrapping up this video. I hope you learned something new today. For another episode of my book review, Black on Red by Robert Robeson. American engineer who spent 44 years inside Soviet Union. Today's video is number 19, and if you're new to my channel, I will post the link below in the comment section to the playlist dedicated to this book, Black on Red by Robert Robeson. But before we begin, I would like to reply to a comment that was posted on my previous video on this book. Sometimes I feel sympathy for Robert, and sometimes I feel like this is what you get for believing the USSR would be a better place to live. Okay, so my understanding, Robert never believed that Soviet Union was a better place to live, but he definitely believed the Soviet Union at that time was a better place to work. If you remember the beginning of his story, Robert Robeson in 1930-1931 worked at Ford's factory in Detroit as a toolmaker. He had a degree in engineering from Havana, Cuba, but back in those days, it was impossible for African American to get an engineering job at the factories in the United States. So the Soviets offered him an amazing opportunity to work as an engineer for double the pay. So it was impossible to say no in his position. He would get his dream job and he will get paid way more he was getting in Detroit. So coming to the Soviet Russia was a smart move on his part, money-wise and career-wise. I think Robeson's biggest mistake was letting the Soviets get him sucked into this propaganda wars where he was reading speeches about how great it is to be in the Soviet Union and work here without facing racism, which pissed off American government, which brought the ultimatum, or you're coming back to the United States or we're going to revoke your US citizenship. And then he made the second biggest mistake. He decided to accept Soviet citizenship, and that's how he got stuck for 44 years in the USSR. And while we're on the topic of people that believe that the USSR would be a better place to live, I just learned a pretty good joke on this topic. So this joke is about two American workers that learned that life is way better in the Soviet Union in the 1930s. So one was super excited, another one was skeptical. So they decided, okay, let's do this. You go to the Soviet Union since you're so excited, work there, explore, and then let me know. Write me a letter about the conditions. And just in case there is a censorship and you can write bad things or warn me about bad conditions in the Soviet Union, just use green ink. So you can write whatever you want, but if the letter is written in green ink, there'll be a sign that's not a good thing to be in the Soviet Union. So one guy left, and about 6 months later, another guy who's still in America received the letter, and he opens the envelope and he's like, oh, thank God, because the letter is written in normal black ink. So he started reading the letter, and it says everything great. There's plenty of food, there's plenty of work, plenty of entertainment. Everything is great, except there is just a little small things here and there, nothing major. For example, it's impossible to find green ink in the stores, so I had to write you with black ink. Well, I hope you found this joke funny. I know I have a horrible skills in delivering the jokes, but I tried. And now let's go back to the book Black on Red, and we have part 3, the Khrushchev era, chapter 24, A Space Era Begins. I'm actually excited about this chapter because we're going to talk about Sputnik, about space exploration. Let's talk about space, baby. Let's talk about you and me. And looking back, I think the space race between the Soviet Union and the United States was actually a good thing, way better than the arms race. I think I read somewhere once that the United States originally was planning to send a satellite size of the orange into the space by 1980, but competition with the Soviet Union sped up the space technology development so much that in the late 50s, early 60s, we had satellites in space and then humans in space. Okay, so let's see what Robert Robeson was talking about space era beginning. The crushing of the 1956 Hungarian revolt put the Russian workers into deep depression. He doesn't specify why. He just states the fact that they got depressed due to the crushing of Hungarian revolt. And then this depression, which was finally lifted by the electrifying news on October 4, 1957. I heard the first announcement over the radio while I was at work. Attention, attention, this is Radio Moscow, broadcasting all over the Soviet Union. TASS, which is a telegraph agency of the Soviet Union, is authorized to inform the Soviet people that the USSR has placed an artificial satellite in space, and it is orbiting the Earth every 90 minutes. So we're talking about first Sputnik. All the workers stopped what they were doing and began talking about the announcement. As they began to understand the meaning of what their nation's space scientists had done, workers began to clap, slap each other on the back, cheer, and even dance. Many people stole glances at me to see how an American would react to the news that the Soviet Union had catapulted ahead of the United States. Sergei, a Komsomol member, climbed onto a workbench and asked for silence. "Comrades," he said, "I know one thing. America, with all its supposedly superior science and technology, was not able to accomplish what we have done today. Who can deny such a thing?" Before the workers could cheer, the telephone rang with the message from the factory director that everyone was to report to the conference hall for a celebration. People in the conference hall were exultant. The factory hierarchy, director, district party secretary, shop's party secretary, and all the people were standing on the platform in the front. At the side of the platform, a group of workers was holding a large, hastily made banner that proclaimed the USSR as the world's leader in science. Party members in the crowd were holding placards with slogans such as, "There is no question about the superiority of socialism over capitalism. Soviet people, be proud of your progress and achievements," and "Hurrah for our motherland." One of the model workers, or the workers that did an excellent job, advanced to the rostrum and read a prepared speech into the microphone. "Comrades," she said, "as of today we are no longer competing with. We are ahead of the USA. Why is this? It is because of our system, because we are better organized. Now that we are ahead, this is no time to relax. I therefore challenge all our Komsomol workers to a socialist competition. We must increase our productivity, eliminate spoiled products by 20%. She's talking about brak. And our output must be excellent. Everyone applaud. Okay, so let's pause right here and try to analyze what is going on in the Soviet Union. So we are witnessing the beginning of Nikita Khrushchev era, when he offered Soviet people pride as something that would inspire them to make them work harder and better. So this is a totally new approach because Comrade Stalin used fear as a tool to make Soviet people work hard. If you don't work hard, you can get arrested, you can get sent to labor camp, or even get shot. Now Nikita Khrushchev is offering something different. The Khrushchev years were marked with the slogan "Догнать и перегнать Америку," to catch up and overcome America, economically, technologically, militarily. And before we turn to the book, I would like to point out something else. It's really amazing, not in a good way, that just like 15 years prior, during the World War II, Soviet Union and United States were friends and allies fighting the common enemy, Nazi Germany, and now they're the biggest competitors. It literally they hate each other. Okay, so let's see what else Robert Robertson says. After work, out on the streets, on the tram, and in the housing complexes, people were speaking about only one thing, Sputnik 1. When I arrived at work the next morning, my shop was transformed. The factory's slogan artist had worked through the night. Wherever I turned, I found a slogan glaring at me, proclaiming the Soviet victory in space. I could only imagine how many millions of yards of clothes, gallons of paint and paint remover, and thousands of miles of cord are manufactured in the USSR in order to sustain similar propaganda efforts in factories throughout the country. The next morning at work, Sergei, the Komsomol member in my department, walked past and said, "Beep, beep," as if he was speaking to no one in particular. I must have heard that from him 20 more times during the day. So he was making the Sputnik sound, kind of like teasing this poor American. So as you see, the whole country got that Sputnik fever. And he writes again, "On my way home, Sputnik mania trapped me in the subway as two drunks at the other end of the train bellowed our songs praising their motherland. Two other Russians staggered into the train and sat down on either side of me. I felt trapped. One of them leaned over, looked me right in the eye, and asked if I spoke Russian. I shook my head no. He started talking to me anyway. First came the obvious question. What do you think of the Soviet Union great Sputnik achievement? I played dumb. They both kept talking to me simultaneously until one of them gave up and slumped over in his seat. The other one took this moment to proclaim loudly to his captive audience of passengers, "We, the people of the Soviet Union, have overtaken the United States in science and technology. From now on, we are going to lead the world, and the US will be second best." For the entire next month, the radio and the newspapers were filled with the news of Sputnik 1, promises of greater accomplishments in the future, and the assurances that the United States would never catch up. Special meetings were called at the factory to hear Kremlin propagandists talk about the Soviet Union's superior technology and its pursuit of peaceful scientific endeavors. And Robert continues, "As one who was looked upon as a foreigner, I was additionally hounded by little beep beeps whenever I went in Moscow. The beep beeps were clearly part of the cute little campaign conceived by some Kremlin leader or propaganda committee to remind foreigners of the Soviet Union's preeminence in the field of science." So this part of Robert's book reminded me of the movie Hidden Figures about NASA working feverishly, competing with the Soviets to send the first man in space. Of course, that happened a little bit later, but it's definitely, there's a lot of interesting comparison between what was going on in the United States and what was going on in the Soviet Union. As I said, I think it was a good competition. New technologies were developed, so that was great competition. Okay, so we'll be wrapping up part 19 of my review of the book Black on Red by Robert Robeson. I hope you enjoyed this video. Hello, boys and girls. Well, to be exact, 94.3% boys and 5.4% girls. Welcome back to Ushanka Show, stories about life in the Soviet Union. In today's video, we're going to continue flipping through the pages of the book Black on Red, My 44 Years Inside the Soviet Union by Robert Robeson. This video is part 20, and if you're new to my channel, I have a separate playlist, Black on Red, and you can start from the video number 1. But before we begin, I would like to mention something. So, a lot of people on social media like Instagram and so on, they call themselves influencers. And I never like that word because it's like, what do you influence? Like, just because you're posting, pretty pictures of yourselves or how you cook, somehow you influence other people. But I realized I became influencer by making these videos about the book because price for Black on Red skyrocketed since this video started coming out. The latest price on Amazon, and it's of course used book because it was published first time back in 1988, is $162. On eBay, it's $150. And when I started making videos on this book, and I got it as a present from one of my viewers, the price on Amazon was, I think, like $35, $40. So apparently, I did influence the price for this book, and I'm very sorry. And a quick refresher before we start. So Robert Robertson, African-American, born in Jamaica in 1906. He was a toolmaker, engineer by his education. He started working in Detroit for Ford, but he couldn't become an engineer there because of the color of his skin. So in 1930, he arrived to Soviet Russia at the age of 23 to start working for Stalingrad Tractor Factory. In the previous video, we learned how Robert Robertson experienced Soviet people excitement because Soviet Union managed to go to space first before United States and launched the first artificial Earth satellite called Sputnik 1 back in October 1957, and how Robert Robertson was actually harassed with the Sputnik beep, beep, beep sounds everywhere he went in Moscow. So that was Sputnik time, and now it's Explorer 1 time. So Robert Robertson says, the following year, the Soviet bubble burst. Not much was said over Radio Moscow when the United States launched its first satellite. There were only a few lines buried in the newscast, but the Soviet people were stunned. The official propaganda had led them to believe that it would take the US 6, 8, or even 10 years to duplicate what Soviet scientists had done, and by that time the Soviet space program would have embarked on more sophisticated extraterrestrial exploration. So here Robert Robertson was talking about events of February 1st, 1958, when the United States launched its first satellite called Explorer 1. And I have to agree here with Comrade Robinson. I also believed for many years the Soviet Union was so much ahead of the United States in space exploration. They just never mentioned how close Americans were in launching their own satellite, launching their own man in space. All we knew, we were first in space with Sputnik, we were first in space with Yuri Gagarin, we had the first woman in space, Valentina Tereshkova, we had first spacewalk, we had first space station. So first was always Soviet Union, but the United States wasn't far behind. And then some genius at NASA came up with the idea to hire Hollywood special effect people to help with American moon landing, and after that Soviet achievements didn't look impressive at all. Just kidding. Okay, so let's go back to the book and see what was going on in Moscow on February 1st, 1958. The day we heard of America's Explorer 1, the workers in my shop were like a people in mourning. I was amazed at how suddenly and thoroughly their mood could change. Minutes after we heard the news, their cockiness disappeared and they became listless and were almost in tears. No more beep beeps from this group, I figured. A few die-hard party members were spreading a rumor that the American space claim was a hoax, but the rumor did not catch on. One party member who held a high rank in the factory hierarchy approached me, looked over his shoulder and whispered, "Comrade Robertson, I just cannot understand why they lied to us so grossly." Just after lunch, another party member sought me out and said, it just doesn't make sense. We were assured of one thing, and here we are witnessing the opposite. The Americans were only a few months behind us all the time." He shook his head and paused, perhaps to gain courage, and added, "Why do they treat us like that?" 3 days later, when I arrived at work, it seemed as if the Kremlin had adjusted its propaganda message successfully to reflect this new development. I noticed that the workers were no longer downcast. One of them approached me and said, "Comrade Robinson, how was it possible for a country like the United States to send a tiny orange into space and fool the whole world into believing that it too had accomplished what we had done 3 months ago? As tricky as they are, the United States can't fool us, the Soviet people." And now it's kind of funny, but in my previous video, I repeated that Kremlin propaganda message because I also was talking about size of the orange satellite the Americans were planning to launch only in 1980, but they had to speed it up due to the space race with Soviet Union. Shame on me. And poor Comrade Robinson replied, "Comrades, I think that you are being unjust towards me. I've been among you for more than 25 years. I even labored, went hungry, and slept in wooden shelters with you during the Second World War. I never left the Soviet Union except to visit my mother one time in the 1930s. Why do you want to attack me for what the United States does or doesn't do?" To which he got a reply, "Comrade Robinson, we agree that you have been among us for a long time, but we have not forgotten, and we are sure you have not either, that you are not Russian, and were not born here. I think it is natural that you feel closer to the United States than to us." Robert Robertson continues, "It made no difference that I was a citizen of their country, paid taxes, was a fellow Union members, and had never spoken harshly of the Soviet Union nor highly praised of the United States. To them, I not only remained a foreigner, who by custom and instinct must be distrusted, but I also represented the United States." And then he added, "Years later, I was told by a reliable source that when Khrushchev was briefed about the U.S. satellite launch and was told it was a small object, he laughed and exclaimed, 'Oh, but it is no larger than apelsinchik, tiny orange.' Khrushchev's remarks were shared with the government propaganda office and it went to be spread all over the country. So the tiny orange jokes were created. Cartoons appeared in the factory newspapers. Sputnik 1 had lifted the spirits of the people, and the Kremlin leadership was loath to see the people become demoralized. A brooding, pessimistic people would be less productive and more susceptible to counter-revolutionary thinking. Therefore, the American space effort was made to appear as meaningless, inconsequential challenge to the Soviet effort." So here, Comrade Robertson's words kind of echoes what I said, I think in my last video, that there's only several ways you can make people to work hard. You can't pay them according to their effort because that's capitalist way. So you can make them work out of fear. This is what Stalin did. Or make them work hard out of pride when you give them pride. And that's what Nikita Khrushchev had attempted, to give people pride in achievements of their motherland. And here comes the interesting part. Imagine, therefore, the excitement on April 12, 1961, when Radio Moscow announced that the Russian pilot Yuri Gagarin, well, not Russian pilot, but Russian cosmonaut, Yuri Gagarin had just become the first man ever to journey into outer space. "No one could work in my shop." The workers exploded with joy. They jumped on each other, hugged each other, laughed, cried, and danced around their machines. Following the announcement of Gagarin's feat, we were called to the usual meetings to hear the usual speeches extolling the virtues of social system and the death of capitalism. Banners appeared everywhere and Russians got drunk. Khrushchev boasted in a radio broadcast, "We are in the lead in space and we are determined to stay in that position. Whenever the Americans land on moon, we shall already be first. We will be welcoming them, and according to our ancient custom, will be pleased to offer them bread and salt." Ha ha ha. About a month later, in May 1961, America launched Alan Shepard into space. Although the Kremlin issued a few official words of praise, the average Russian ridiculed the American accomplishment. After all, Shepard had not circled the Earth like Gagarin. My fellow workers believed that the US was a very long way behind the Soviet space program and doubted they could ever catch up. So once again, as much as I was interested in space exploration, I never knew that Americans were so close behind. So we have April 12th, Yuri Gagarin, and May, Alan Shepard. But you know what is the biggest difference between Gagarin's flight and Alan Shepard's flight? Alan took photos from the orbit. Yuri Gagarin never took a single picture, which brings me to the question, was he for real in space? Because this is kind of like the thing you should do to prove that you were in space is to take a picture from the orbit, and the Soviets never bothered to send a camera with Yuri Gagarin, which is really strange and suspicious. So Yuri Gagarin took no pictures while he was in space, and then he died only 7 years later together with another pilot during routine training flight, and information about that crash was classified for a long time and it still looks very strange. It's almost like someone wanted to remove the witness. Okay, so we're almost done with the space race story. The ultimate day of reckoning came on July 21st, 1969. I was vacationing at home of rest, 38 miles from Moscow. And the guy walked into the dining hall and he looked downcast, so I expected bad news. Perhaps a member of Politburo had died. Instead, he announced, "Comrades, I have an important announcement to make. 2 American cosmonauts, so we call them cosmonauti, not astronauts, have landed on the moon and are still there." And now the fun part, it's the reaction of the Soviet people. All 270 odd guests were dumbstruck. They sat without moving. No one said a thing. Everyone's porridge, bread and butter, and coffee was untouched. 3 women at my table began to cry. The silence was broken by the man to my left, who whispered, "The devil take it." A man at nearby table asked rhetorically, "But how could that have happened?" Other one said, "Son of the bitch, it's difficult to believe." So here we go. There's the reaction of Soviet people when they learned about American moon landing. That's hilarious. So when Robert Robertson returned to Moscow, the city seemed even grayer and more solemn than usual. So one of his friends told him, "Bob, everyone was totally shocked at the news. They simply could not believe it because we had been told by our leadership that we were far ahead of the Americans in space technology. Remember that Khrushchev had predicted that we would reach the moon first. People believed him, and we were not prepared for what happened. This is a terrible blow to all of us." You see, America, this is what you did to poor Soviet people by winning the space race. So many hard feelings, so many broken hearts. Shame on you, America. Just kidding. Alright, well, we're done with space race. I hope you enjoyed this story. As always, don't forget to like this video and maybe share with your friends. Today's video is episode number 21, my book review of the Black on Red, My 44 Years Inside of the Soviet Union by Robert Robertson. And as always, a friendly reminder, if you're new to my channel or somehow missed previous videos, I have a separate playlist on that book and I'll provide the link below in the comment section. Okay, so we're gonna flip through the pages of chapter 25, Racism in the Soviet Union. But before we begin, I would like to show you this interesting 2-star Amazon review by Super Amanda on Robert Robertson book. And the review called is "One of a Kind, but obviously very biased," and was written quite a while ago in February of 2009. So Super Amanda writes, "This book is exceptional and very fascinating despite many inaccuracies in incorrect dates, especially the sections on Paul Robeson." So we'll discuss that later. It's coming up in one of my next videos. And here's the picture of Paul Robeson. I looked him up on Wikipedia, and he was quite a character back in the day. The Siege of Leningrad was impressive, though his eyewitness account was harrowing. I have no idea what she's talking about. He never mentioned anything about being in Leningrad during the war. He was in Moscow, then he was evacuated to the Far East in Siberia, where he almost died because the weather was so cold. That's the part when doctor told him, if you want to leave this town and go somewhere south where it's warmer, you'll never be able to chase zebras. Alright, so next. It really is a great read, but unfortunately it's obviously very biased and simplistic. Would any publishing company in the Reagan-Bush 80s ever touch a book by a black who lived in the USSR and actually had a positive experience in a socialist country, however flawed? It's a great question. The guy tried to escape Soviet Union for about 30-some years. So first 10 years, I would say, he was doing all right. Then he was looking for the ways to escape. So I don't know about how much positive experience you can find living in a country that doesn't let you to leave. When it comes to playing perfectly into the hands of right-wing America, many times in the book, in criticizing the former USSR, he in actuality shows how much better it was for blacks than the America he left behind in the 20s. I like the part where the racist white American man who started threatening some of the black Americans that had come over with Robinson found himself carted off, never to be heard from again. Good read, but obviously had an official sponsorship. That's another part kind of confusing because there was no racist white American man who was carted off and never to be heard again. There were several American engineers, white guys, who were giving a hard time to Robert Robertson while working at the Stalingrad tractor factory, but they were basically shipped back to America. They had their contracts revoked for being a racist, and so I'm not sure what he's talking about here, or she's talking about here. Then it goes completely off the hook. All its horrors didn't come close in scope to Stalin. It just does not fit the anti-USSR historical narrative for conservatives to look at the mass murder the USA commits. Ethnic cleansing and mass murder come close. They are the same. The CIA is no better, no worse than Stalin, and neither was Nixon. The higher body count, Stalin worse than Hitler line, is the new black have low IQ for right-wingers. The continued exploitation and genocide by capitalism of people of color and poor whites is going on today with diamonds, chocolate, and sweatshops. Pro-life anti-communists still pen their diatribes while wearing clothing made in China, a country where women are forced into abortion at 9 months. It also uses the deaths of millions of innocent people in the USSR as an armament, not in sympathy. It suits the white supremacist capitalism to make the USSR under Stalin's the crime of crimes. It's all they have left now. That world is so much smaller, and communism turned out not to be the sole enemy of the humanity after all. 10 people found this review helpful. And this is, my friends, what I call a real tanky. They love and hate the book by Paul Robeson because the first part is actually they quote a lot, they mention a lot, and then completely want to ignore the rest of the book. It's almost like New Testament and Old Testament. It's like two books that are written by two different people or two different groups of people. Similarly, Paul Robeson went through this kind of journey from being excited that there is no racism, he can work as an engineer, but over the years he got slowly was getting more and more disappointed in the Soviet Union. And we finally arrived at the part about racism, which I'm not sure there are Superman that read that far into the book, because in the beginning he was actually even being used as a propaganda man. That's how he lost his American citizenship, which is not cool. That ultimatum that American government gave Paul Robeson. So this is kind of interesting review I wanted to share with you, and now we'll go back to the book. So here he spares no punches. Kremlin propagandists have worked hard over the years to advance the myth that the Soviet Union is the most socially harmonious country in the world. Officially, the Soviet Union does not have a racial problem. The reality, however, is quite different. During my early days in Stalingrad, we just talked about it, I was not very aware of the extent of Soviet racism because I was absorbed with the American contract workers' campaign to get rid of me. Also, in the early 30s, the government was welcoming foreigners. It was several years before every foreigner became suspect as untrustworthy and a potential saboteur. Then came the post-war strategy to glorify the Russians as the most superior people in the world. And it's actually when Stalin read his speech congratulating people with winning in Great Patriotic War, so that's part of the World War II, war of the Soviet Union against Germany, when he had a speech, he only mentioned the Russian people. He never said Soviet people, Ukrainian people. He's like, Russian people did that. Old prejudices were dusted off and used to advantage. Anti-Semitism spread swiftly. The Jew, or Žid, as they were called with derision, was once again spat upon in Russian society. Non-Jewish Russians who married Jews were ridiculed by their friends and relatives for lowering themselves. By the way, I have several videos on the topic of Jewish people in the Soviet Union, and the link will also be in the comment section. By the late 50s, Jews were being denied entrance into the leading professional academies, and most of those already established in their careers were stripped of any political or military power. And I talked about too, Ukraine was actually pretty bad. Like in Kiev, it was really challenging for Jewish kids to enter colleges. And I have a video about that. Quite often people went to Moscow because in Moscow Jewish people had an easier time to get in some of the colleges, while in Ukraine, local party apparatchiks, they were demanding to have a limit how many percentage-wise Jews can enter colleges. The bias against non-Russian ethnic groups and nationalities held blacks and Orientals at the bottom. I learned about the bigotry against the Soviet citizens from the eastern part of the country during the second year of the war. Thousands of these yellow-skinned men were sent to my factory from the places like Uzbekistan and Kazakhstan to replace workers who have been drafted. So the army had turned down these men of Oriental lineage. Well, in 1944, 1945, they began drafting even them, because they already had enough of them for the construction battalions. They were not trusted to carry weapons, only picks and shovels. Their job was to move boulders, cut forests. They were the Red Army's chain gang. Workers in my shop were disgusted when they learned that these men were coming to work with us. They said that they were stupid and lazy, that they smelled, that they could not be trusted, and that they were sneaky. They were ridiculed and insulted continuously by their Russian co-workers. If anything went wrong, the finger would be pointed at some yellow-skinned worker. Then he continues, by the time the decade of the 50s was coming to an end, the government had cultivated Russian biases so successfully, it almost sounds like a modern Russia and Putin, that their pride was scarcely bearable to me, a black and a non-Russian. By the end of 1962, race prejudice against blacks had reached a fever pitch. By this time, all blacks were treated as second-class human beings. It seems as if days of the simple, warm, and friendly Russian were gone forever. By this time, the effect of prejudice against blacks in the Soviet Union was worse than anything I recalled in the United States during the 20s, and without question, a great deal worse than in the United States after the decade of 1950s. And it's an interesting statement, because if you go back in his book at the page 24, he was talking about trying to get a job at Ford, and he had no success applying for the job. So then one Sunday, an older man who worshipped at the same church took me aside and said, "Son, to the best of my knowledge, tool making is a white man's job. You just can't break into that kind of work in the usual way." He had been working at the Fords for more than 10 years. "First, you've got to get a job as a floor sweeper," he said. "The most important thing is getting hired. Once you're in, you can show what you know, enroll in the factory's trade school. When you pass the exams, there is a chance they might start you as a tool maker." And this is the guy, Robert Robeson, who was actually an engineer back then, but he had to start as a floor sweeper at Ford's while he was graduated as a universal tool maker. So this is racism in America in 1920s. And then jumping back to page 302, Robert Robeson explains, in the Soviet Union, Russians refused to accept that prejudice against blacks or any other races, nationalities, or ethnic groups exists. To make such a confession would be to violate the facade of equality and brotherly love which they have created. Many American blacks, attracted by communist propaganda, came to the Soviet Union believing that they have been delivered to the land of freedom and opportunity. Then they would let their defenses down, move eagerly into the Soviet society, and get rejected. Eventually, they not only were humiliated but delusioned as well. At least in the United States, they understood and could adjust to the official and unofficial social ground rules, while trying to resist at the same time. I did not go to the Soviet Union believing I was about to enter paradise, as did most other American blacks, but I too was inflicted with the pain of racism in Russia. With my professional record, if I had been white, I would have received career promotions. After the 1930s, the Soviet government and Russian people did not want to admit officially that a person with black skin could be as capable as, or more capable than, a white. I was never allowed to go on foreign or domestic technical missions, while other designers, Russians of course, with much less experience than I, were sent. Often they would return with new ideas that they could not implement on the drawing board, so they would turn to me to figure out how to make their borrowed concept work. Every American black that I knew who settled in the Soviet Union became painfully aware of Soviet racism. Henry Scott, a tall dancer from New York City, and Robert Ross, a big strapping fellow from Montana, who who had no professional skill and became a propagandist are two cases in point. If any of you guys interested to learn about more of these performers, I found actually a dissertation called African American Performers in Stalin's Soviet Union Between Political Promise and Racial Propaganda by Christopher Silsby. I'll post the link in the comment section as well. In regards to Robert Ross, Robert Robeson gives an interesting example, and it's a classic Russian Soviet racism. So this guy, Robert Ross, so he was a black American with his Russian wife. They were encountered a drunk on the subway train one night who cursed Robert's wife for being married to a black. The man spit on the floor of the train and called her a prostitute. And here comes the part that I mentioned in my own videos about racism in the Soviet Union. During my years in the Soviet Union, that's Robert Robeson says, not me, but I came to know 16 children who were the result of mixed marriages. They were all brunt of racist pranks and taunts during their school years. Some were flunked by the bigoted teachers, even though they churned in excellent exam papers. One student made it into college, but had to quit and take his degree via correspondence course because of the racism he encountered. Only 5 of the 16 managed to hang on long enough to get a college degree, and then when they graduated, they were not offered jobs for which they were trained. One student who had prepared for career teaching at the college or high school level was given a job in an elementary school. A young woman who majored in African and Black history was given a job as receptionist in the Soviet Society of African Studies. Those who did not enter college received low-level or manual jobs. And also Robert Robeson mentioned an interesting fact, which is totally true. So say on one hand, the Russians maintain the enormous pride and arrogance that anything made in Russia is better than anything made elsewhere. On the other hand, they will fall over themselves to obtain foreign-made goods. I found it risky to wear Western-style clothes because invariably a Russian would say, "I like that shirt you're wearing, sell it to me." He said that he was wearing an attractive pair of French socks given to me by the student from Senegal. On 2 occasions on the first day, the Russian man struck up conversation with me and after several minutes mentioned about the socks I was wearing. One of them checked to make sure I had not bought them in a Russian store. They bluntly offered to buy them from me for 50 rubles, and it says it was equal $55. Oh my goodness. The other one said, "Please sell them to me when your stay here in Russia ends, since I miss my socks so badly," because he had similar socks stolen a couple of years ago. So they're willing to buy used socks and pay top money because they're nice foreign socks. Then there's another interesting story that he mentioned at the end of this chapter. So children of mixed marriages had a little less difficulty finding spouses once the newly independent African states opened embassies in Moscow. Male staff members often found these mulatto women attractive. At one point in the early 60s, there was a rash of marriages. Although these women hoped they would find a better way of life once they left the Soviet Union, they faced a difficult path. One young woman I knew, after going back with her husband back to his native country in Africa, later fled back to the Soviet Union. She could not adapt to freedom. All her life she had been told what she could or could not do. She was accustomed to having most of her important decisions made for her by the authorities, and she was overwhelmed by the need to manage a large household with many servants. So one day, while her husband was at work and her child was being cared by servants, she headed to the airport, boarded the plane, and returned to Moscow. So yeah, as I said, the several other women also, 3 other women I knew fled for Moscow. They chose to be humiliated at the airport, faced life as a spinster, live in cramped quarters with relatives, and wait in long lines whenever they ventured out to buy something, rather than cope with uncertainties of freedom. That's a really interesting statement. I don't know if there was a problem with freedom. I mean, I see growing up in the Soviet Union, even in Moscow, and going to African country, it's totally different lifestyle. Of course, people who worked in the embassies, they probably were pretty wealthy and well-to-do, but I don't know if there was a problem with freedom in Africa. It was mostly just such a different environment, different cultures. So some women or generally people just, they can't handle it and they go back to the places they're familiar with. The people speak the same language, even if it's the cramped apartments and long lines to buy basic foodstuffs. Okay, my friends, so that was chapter 25, Robert Robertson's story about racism in the Soviet Union. I will post the link to my racism in the USSR video also in the comment section. If you missed it, check it out. I'll be interested to see your opinion comparing what Robert Robertson wrote about his experiences of racism in the Soviet Union as a black person in 50s and 60s versus my experience as the white person in Kiev in 1980s. Well, that's all I have for you today. I hope you enjoyed this story, enjoyed this video. As always, please don't forget to like it, share with your friends, and we'll talk to you soon. I'm your host, Sergei Sputnikov. In today's video, we're going to talk again about book Black on Red, My 44 Years Inside the Soviet Union by Robert Robeson. Now, this is episode number 22, and if you're new to my channel, I have a separate playlist where the oldest videos are located. Link will be in the comment section. It appears that my book reviews is not really a popular topic. I just looked it up, and my videos on the Black on Red usually get about 3,000 to 4,000 views. The most popular video got only 10,000 views. But as my parents taught me a long time ago, if you start something, you better finish it. And I just looked it up again. I started this series back in December of 2021. So this project is going on for almost 2 years. It's pretty long. So today we're going to take a look at the chapter 26, which is called Paul Robeson, Langston Hughes, and Others. So Paul Robeson, I must say that I was very impressed that so many of you guys were aware about this singer and activist and actor and professional football player, because I never heard of the guy. And in fact, if you search in Russian Paul Robeson, he only shows up as an actor. There's not a single word in the Russian Wikipedia or on any Russian internet sources about him being a singer. And I find it strange, to say at least, and even suspicious, because Paul Robeson was famous as a singer in the Soviet Union, not as an actor. And he came to the Soviet Union several times. First visit was in 1934. The final visit was 1961. He performed many concerts. His songs were played on the Soviet radio all the time. But if you look it up in the Russian Wikipedia, he just mentioned as an actor. And while we're on the topic of music and Americans, I want to mention something, because I just realized there's a huge difference like in musical culture between United States and former Soviet Union. For example, I post sometimes exactly the same video on my Russian channel and on my Ushanka Show English channel. For example, when I showed this unusual museum of Soviet uniform, we just posted photos and then added music, and I asked Bogdan, who's helping me with putting my videos together, like, hey, look up at the YouTube audio library, find some music like a military marches, parade music to have as a background. And that's what we did. And we posted exactly the same video with exactly the same music on my Russian channel and on my American channel. And guess what? There was not a single comment on my Russian channel about music selection. People just commented about uniforms. Meanwhile, on Ushanka Show, there were so many people that were quite, I would say, upset because we were using some American tunes like marches, Yankee Doodle went to town or something. So whatever was available on the YouTube library, which is usually just the music from the United States, that's what we used without even thinking. But you guys noticed, and they said it doesn't match because you show Soviet uniforms while you're playing these American tunes. And it was not a single comment on my Russian channel about that. And I discovered how picky Americans about proper music and a proper time or proper settings a while back, because when I used to work at the furniture store, we had a stereo, and then I brought tapes. Back in the day, we used tapes and CDs. And quite a few tapes, there was just my selection of different songs that I like. They just put on one tape. And guess what? a couple of songs on that tape was my favorite, what the Americans call Christmas songs, but I never thought of them like as a Christmas songs. Just the songs that I liked was Mariah Carey, All I Want for Christmas Is You. I just really like that song. And Last Christmas by Wham. So that would be on the tape, and when that song will be playing, that tape, I'll put the tape on, and quite often people would comment, why are you playing Christmas song in the summer? And I was like, I'm just playing my tape of my favorite songs, and that song happened to be there. But it was always bothering or people I work with or customers that they, in the middle of July, they walk in the store and they hear All I Want for Christmas Is You. That was just blowing their mind. And I had exactly the same experience with my co-worker, which I used to carpool with. Same thing. I'll play my music in my car while he'll play his tunes in his car while we're going to work. And once again, it was exactly the same tape. And Mariah Carey started singing. And he was like, why you playing Christmas music in September? And I was like, dude, I just like this song, and of course, there's a different story. He kind of like listened to it and he started humming along. And then he's like, yeah, I used to love Christmas before I got married. And now I don't like Christmas because it's too expensive. So it was hilarious. I apologize for this little detour into American music culture. Now let's go back to our main topic, book Black on Red by Robert Robeson. So in this chapter 26, Robert Robeson describes his interactions with Paul Robeson because he actually managed to meet him every time that Paul came to the Soviet Union, came to Moscow. And he says, when Paul Robeson first arrived in Moscow in 1934, he was hailed as a brilliant international artist, possessed one of the greatest voices in the world. I received an invitation for the reception. It was official correspondence, and as usual, it was addressed to Negro Robert Robeson. And I find it strange that every time he would get official correspondence, they will be addressed to Negro Robert Robeson, and Russian will be Negr. But back then, Negr was a normal Russian word to describe a black person. In fact, if you call someone black, that will be kind of like a derogatory way of describing person. Negr was just a normal word. Now, modern Russian language, things changed. You don't want to call person Negr. It's considered bad. And you can just call him black or African. So it looks like Robert truly enjoyed the concert, but when he tried to meet Paul in person, he had a really hard time. He finally met him 2 days later after the concert. And he says, I hope to talk to him about my experiences in the Soviet Union, because remember, of course, Paul Robeson was a real cheerleader for the Soviet Union, but he did not allow me the opportunity, and our meeting was superficial. He told me, I'm happy to learn that you are making a contribution to the building of socialism. You are doing a great thing. I wish you success in your work. I thanked him and I told him how much I enjoyed his performance. He said, I have never faced an audience like this one the other night. They really know how to listen to music here, especially folk music. And I told him that Russian people and most other Soviet people had been exposed to folk music for much of their lives, and that there is much in common between Russian and Black American songs of suffering. So Soviet newspapers published articles praising Robeson's performance. Both the press and the radio urged him to return. And he did. I met him again when he came back to Moscow in 1936. That's 2 years later. And enrolled his son in a Soviet school. That's really interesting. Robeson was an idealist, and he thought that the social climate in Russia was better than in the United States. By bringing his child to Moscow, he wanted to remove him from experience of racial prejudice. So this is pretty hardcore, right? You're even bringing your child to Moscow to study because you think you're going to get a better treatment in Soviet Russia than in the United States. The Kremlin, of course, knew of Robeson's idealistic view of Soviet society and worked successfully to shield him from the harsh realities of Soviet life and mold him into totally committed Marxist-Leninist. And here I must say something. Soviet government really understood propaganda, and they really knew how to do propaganda using innocent tools. People like Paul Robeson, just by creating this illusion of perfect society and not letting him see the reality of life in the Soviet Union. And I just finished to read 1982 novel by James Michener, Space, and in that book, this whole space race was basically propaganda race, and Americans were behind because they didn't realize the value of being first into something, especially into space. So there was topic going on there when the German scientists, von Braun and others, were telling their American counterparts, hey, Russians are up to something. They're going to launch the first satellite in space, and it's going to be a huge propaganda win for them. But America's like, nah, no one cared if you launch something into space. And they realized too late how it's important to show that you were first space satellite, first man. Then they decided, okay, then we'll go on for the moon. Okay, so back to our books. In 1936, Robeson came to Moscow to enroll his son to Soviet school. Then in 1939, he returned again, but this time to remove his son from the Moscow school because war had broken out in much of Europe and he didn't want his son being trapped in Moscow. So it's kind of interesting. So in 1939, he kind of already saw that the war might get the Soviet Union involved. When Robeson came again 10 years later in 1949, the Soviet press proclaimed him as a hero for his work during the Spanish Civil War. Media accounts said that he risked his life to entertain the International Brigade. Robeson performed 3 concerts in Moscow and then toured other cities of the Soviet Union. So the guy was all over USSR. It's quite interesting that modern days Russia, back in the 80s in the Soviet Union, no one remembered about him. And by this time, our main character, Robert Robinson, those two names are so close, Paul Robeson and Robert Robinson, realized that he would like to leave Soviet Union and move somewhere else. But of course, since he lost his American citizenship and became a citizen of USSR, that was not that easy. So in 1946, 3 years before Paul Robeson returned to the Soviet Union, Robert Robertson talked to Ethiopia's ambassador in Kremlin, and he told him that he would like to get out of the Soviet Union, and ambassador invited him to go to Addis Ababa, so it's the capital of Ethiopia, I believe, to help with their newly opened technical school. But unfortunately, when that ambassador went home on vacation, he passed away. So once again, Robert Robinson found himself stuck in Moscow. So realizing that he will be welcome to Addis Ababa if only he could out, he approached Paul Robeson in Moscow in 1949 and asked if he would intercede with the Soviet authorities to allow me to go to Ethiopia. And that is a good part. So he listened attentively and said, Robinson, I understand what you have said, but I cannot give you an answer right now. I will let you know soon. So then he performed at the Zeal Auto Factory. Then he avoided talking to Robinson again because he had not had time to think about it. So a week later, when he tried again to see Paul Robinson, he was stopped by another black man named Stevens, who opened the door for me, and he said the following angrily, What do you think you're doing, Robinson, running away from here? You must stay right where you are. You belong here for good of the cause. Or maybe you're trying to tarnish Paul's reputation by getting him involved in your attempt to leave. This is all I have to say to you. You may go now. So there was his failed attempt to use this popular singer to get out of the Soviet Union. When Paul Robeson returned to the United States after his triumphant tour of the Soviet Union, U.S. authorities invalidated his passport for having him made what they were considered to be anti-American statements. At one of his concerts, he had said in Russian, I was, I am, and I will always be a friend of the Soviet Union. As encore, he regularly sang the famous Soviet propaganda song, I don't know of another country where human being can breathe so freely. Я другой такой страны не знаю, где так вольно дышит человек. So I'm not sure how that works with the First Amendment and freedom of speech, but back those days, the United States government was pretty hardcore about taking away citizenship and passports from people who were promoting Soviet Union and communist ideas. Finally, in the early 1950s, Islanda, that's the Paul Robeson's wife, explained to Robert Robeson the main reason why Singer didn't want to help him. She said, "Robeson, you asked Paul to help you go to Ethiopia. We have thought about your request, and he has decided that he cannot help you. You see, we don't really know you well enough to know what is on your mind. Suppose he were to help you leave, and then when you arrived to Ethiopia, you decided to turn anti-Soviet. We would find ourselves in trouble with authorities here." So as you see, they're just watching their own interests and doesn't want to help their fellow citizen. Okay, and now we arrive to the part which will explain you why no one like my generation or even my parents' generation knew about famous singer and communist sympathizer Paul Robeson. So here Robert Robeson describes the concert that really surprised him. That after singing several songs, Robeson began another one that startled me. It was a song I was familiar with, a mournful song out of the Jewish tradition that decried their persecution through the centuries. I knew this song would alienate party officials in the audience. I wondered whether Robeson, who was so determined to see only good in the Soviet system, was even aware of Soviet anti-Semitism. A week or so later, the press reported that Robeson was resting and visiting children's camp in the summer resorts to the south, so-called Pioneer Camp. Soon after that, a rumor about Robeson began to spread in my factory and throughout the Moscow to the effect that he had an unpleasant conversation with Nikita Khrushchev. As I heard the story from 3 different party members, Khrushchev was vacationing in the same region as Robeson and invited the singer to his villa. Robeson asked Khrushchev whatever stories he had read in the Western press about Soviet anti-Semitism were true. A party man whose integrity I believed in told me, being such an unpredictable person, Khrushchev reacted with vehemence, V-E-H-E-M-E-N-C-E, and accused Robeson of meddling in our country's internal affairs. Robeson was so shocked by Khrushchev's fury that he left the next day for Eastern Germany, where, according to Eastern German radio, he was placed under medical care. It did become apparent that Robeson fell quickly out of favor. Ever since his first post-war concert in Moscow in 1949, his music was aired twice a week throughout the country, including a half an hour every Sunday. I used to listen to his music regularly. I would pick up the broadcast that was relayed from the radio station Mayak. Its beacon means to Soviet commercial ships all over the world. But as soon as rumors of Robeson's controversy with Khrushchev arose, the broadcast of his music ceased. I never again heard his voice over Radio Moscow and never read another word about him in the Soviet press. This is why I had no idea about the guy. He was erased from the collective memory of a nation he had admired. Robeson was the darling of the Soviets as long as he blindly toed their ideological line, but was made a non-person when he questioned Soviet domestic policy. And this is really interesting part right here. I learned through foreign visitors that Robeson's health declined quickly after his encounter with Khrushchev, and he remained sick until his death. It seemed that the poor man died of a broken heart. You know, looking how Novichok poison was used extensively in Russia and abroad, I believe the guy was poisoned. It was not a broken heart. He got Khrushchev really mad, and Khrushchev was afraid that Robeson will flip and will start providing anti-Soviet propaganda, and they decided to poison him. But that's just my guess. Okay, now we need to put aside my 44 years in the Soviet Union book and actually look at, for additional information, what happened between Robeson and Soviet officials. And I found it online on a website called Forward, which is Jewish independent and non-profit website. So it claims that Robeson had friendship with the Yiddish poet Idzik Feva, whom he met in the early 1940s, and their appearances together with members of Jewish Anti-Fascist Committee, which included many leading Soviet Jewish writers. So that's in Soviet Union. In 1949, when Robeson made a visit to the USSR, he requested to meet with Pfeffer. Robeson was told that Pfeffer was on vacation in Crimea, but in truth, the poet had been arrested by the Soviet secret police 2 years earlier and was languishing in jail. Because he had been starved and was in poor health, Soviet police officials used their cover story to buy several days in which to feed Pfeffer that his appearances would not alarm Robeson. Upon seeing his longtime friend, however, Robeson was not fooled. Despite being watched by Soviet agents, Pfeffer was able to tell Robeson that he and other prominent Jewish writers were under arrest, and that his colleague Solomon Mikolc, the former head of the Jewish Anti-Fascist Committee and the USSR State Jewish Theater, had been assassinated. Despite stern warnings not to perform any songs with Jewish nationalist content, Robeson reacted to his meeting with Pfeffer by singing the Holocaust-era partisan song Zog Nit Ken Mol at a prominent Moscow concert that was broadcast live on the radio throughout the USSR. The defiant performance was understood by millions of radio listeners to be a public expression of solidarity with the Jewish people. And also I found Robeson returned to America in 1963 in poor health and soon retired from public life. Slowly deteriorating and living in seclusion, Robeson died on January 23, 1976 in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, after suffering a stroke. This was another episode of my review of the book Black on Red, My 44 Years Inside of the Soviet Union by Robert Robinson. I hope you enjoyed the show. Don't forget to like it. Today's video is another episode of my book review, Black on Red, My 44 Years Inside the Soviet Union by Robert Robinson. This is episode number 23, and if you're new to my channel, I have a separate playlist where all those videos are located. Link will be below in the comment section. I believe today's story is quite interesting and important because it may give you some insights of why socialist economy was keep on failing. So here Robert Robertson talking about another black American friend of his, John Sutton, who was born in 1897. Sutton had studied at the Tuskegee Institute, Drake University, the Massachusetts Agricultural College, now part of University of Massachusetts, and had a master's degree from Columbia University. Very impressive list. Early in 1930, the Soviet Union invited George Washington Carver of Tuskegee Institute to help them develop their agricultural industry. Rather than going himself, he recommended Sutton, who then arrived in Moscow in 1932 as one of a group of 8 black American specialists in agriculture, poultry, and cotton. From Moscow, they journeyed to Central Asia and other parts of the Soviet Union to advise Soviet farmers, advise Soviet collective farm managers on ways to improve crop and poultry production. And Robert continues, Sutton stayed in the Soviet Union, and I looked up, he had not just stayed in the Soviet Union. Right away in 1932, he married a Russian lady, and in the mid-30s, he invented a sturdy new type of rope made from rice straw, a development that enabled the Soviets to establish a new industry. Before Sutton's invention, Soviet rope was weak and often broke apart, but because of his work, Russia could stop importing jute and hemp and became a major exporter of spring twine. I asked Sutton what he received for his invention. He smiled and said, "My organization gave me a couple of 100 rubles." Which was not much money. One day after Sutton had returned temporarily to Moscow from Uzbek Republic in Central Asia, so guy was traveling all over the Soviet Union, I asked him what life was like for him professionally. "To tell you the truth, Bob," he replied, "life in Uzbekistan, that should be Uzbekistan, is far from simple. I meet resistance every step of the way when I try to introduce new methods of technology. People are so accustomed to doing things the old way, they really do not want to change. Our efforts also suffer from a great shortage of equipment." "I talked to my boss," he said. "I have written to Moscow. I received promises from everywhere that the situation will be looked into, but nothing has changed. I just give in and do the job the way the people want it done and keep my innovations to myself. But then I feel guilty because the result is just the opposite of what I was brought here to do. But how is it for you in the factory? And now Robert's turn. Resistance to change is not as great or as direct as it was when I first arrived, I told him. My proposals are rejected, ignored, or accepted, but then I am not allowed to implement them. I solve the problem by working after hours and then inviting the superintendent, the chief engineer, the department foreman, the party secretary to a demonstration of how a job can be done more efficiently and in less time. At that point, with all of them there, they cannot very well sabotage the already completed projects. You make it sound almost easy, he laughed. Well, as we both know, it's not easy. There is still a great deal of red tape, but this usually works for me. Sutton said he might try a similar strategy when he returned to Central Asia. And here I need to pause and mention another book by Zara Witkin. A book is called An American Engineer in Stalin's Russia. And I'm just going to read one of the reviews because it's pretty much what I was thinking. This story demonstrates the enterprise-crushing power of sloth, greed, and envy. If I had to sum up a good takeaway theme, it would be The 7 Deadly Sins over Idealism in 3 Rounds by TKO. I'm not sure what TKO means. These fundamental human personality attributes, more than anything else, derailed the Second Russian Revolution from the top. The paranoid Stalin and his apparently psychopathic inner circle. To the middle, pure self-interested bureaucrats. To the bottom, workers' innovations and desire to contribute to the common good being squashed by senseless decrees, programs, and pogroms. What a train wreck. Witkin seemed to be a strong idealist. He actually came to the Soviet Union to help building socialism, trying to come to grips with the social milieu ruled by the anti-idealistic norms. Poor guy. A brilliant engineering mind unable to grasp the most basic human motivations in play around him, lost his ideal society, his dream love to a world that doesn't believe in dreams or ideals, and then he died. So yeah, I strongly recommend that book too. It's available on Amazon. It's not cheap, around $50 per book, but it's also available online for free. I will provide the link below in the comment section. But that's an amazing story because guy was kind of in the upper level of management. He was in planning in Moscow for quite a few years until he got delusioned and went back to America. And just to finish the story of John Sutton, so as I mentioned, he got married in the Soviet Union in 1932. In 1933, he was promoted to have his own laboratory, so that was a big deal. In 1938, he was expelled from the Soviet Union. So he got lucky because that's what the purges started in 1937, 1 year prior. And he died in the United States in 1978. And then Robert Roberts I'm talking about, another guy, George Tynes, was an agriculturist with a degree from Wilberforce University. He was an expert in poultry and fish husbandry, but couldn't find work in his field in the States, so he taught English in a Negro school in the South and later worked in New York. He was recruited among 14 other blacks by a trade union activist and arrived in Moscow in 1932. In all the years he spent in the Soviet poultry and fish industry, Tynes never received a promotion, even though he was an exemplary worker who usually knew more than his superiors. Because of him, the Soviet poultry exhibition won first prize in an international fair held in Belgium in the mid-50s. However, it was his supervisor who received the medals and was acclaimed as industrial hero in the Soviet newspaper and radio accounts. Tynes was simply listed in the fair's program as a technician. Although he had become a Soviet citizen, he was a black, non-native, and Kremlin was obsessed with impressing the world with the superiority of the Russia's own people. Once back in Moscow, George was given 2 of the medals awarded in the competition. Even though he was denied full recognition for his efforts, Tynes was nevertheless proud of his medals and wore them whenever he came into Moscow. He particularly enjoyed seeing the startled reaction of many Russians who were unprepared to see evidence of black men succeeding professionally in Russia. So over and over again we see the same motif, same theme, that although there was no racism in the Soviet Union, there was plenty of racism in the Soviet Union. It wasn't on a state level, not official, like it was in the United States, bathrooms only for blacks, buses only for blacks or whites. It was all hidden, but still it was in play because it was important for the Kremlin to show superiority of its own people, not the people who came from other countries, especially black people. And once again, I strongly recommend Zara Witkin book. I found it surprisingly good. When I found out about originally, I was kind of skeptical because there's a love story going on, which is really like a cheesy Hollywoody story, but it's real. He fell in love with the Soviet actress, and she was one of the main reasons he decided to move to the Soviet Union. So, good book. I strongly recommend. Zara Witkin, an American engineer in Stalin's Russia. Okay, my friends, this is the end of episode number 23. I hope you enjoyed this video. As always, please don't forget to like it. Post a comment. Today we're going to talk about Soviet housing through the eyes of Robert Robeson, who wrote the book Black on Red, My 44 Years Inside the Soviet Union. This video is episode number 24 of my book review, Black on Red, and if you're new to my channel, I have a separate playlist where all those videos are located. And I just realized we're at chapter number 27, page 325. So this is already over 20 years in the Soviet Union for Robert Robertson, but he never really mentioned anything about Soviet housing. Sounds like he had his own little apartment, but now he's talking about interesting housing option called Kommunalnaya kvartira, the communal apartment. So Robert Robertson became a friend with Comrade Abramovich, a Jewish engineer, and he was invited to his home for dinner. And here it says, I had my first direct experience with Moscow's much lamented, and I'm not sure if the word lamented is really proper here, but I wonder what you guys think. Please put in your comments. With much lamented communal living. Jorge and his wife lived with his mother and father, so 4 people, in a large partitioned room. 11 families shared the same kitchen and bathroom. In the kitchen, each family had its own hissing kerosene stove. Thus, an hour and a half before dinner, 11 women could be found bent over their stoves in a room filled with the aroma of borscht and cabbage soup. The Abramovich family woke up each morning at 4 o'clock a.m. in order to use the toilet before the line started forming at 5:30. They would go back to bed for another hour and a half of sleep. Smart people. Sounds like fun, right? 11 families sharing a single kitchen and 1 bathroom. Believe it or not, but living in a communal apartment like that was not the worst housing option that existed in the Soviet Union. Of course, some of my viewers will claim, hey, living on the street, being homeless is way worse than anything else, and I agree, but remember, it was illegal to be homeless in the Soviet Union, so if anyone will end up on the street, they will be picked up by militia, by local police, and they will find you home. In my opinion, the worst option was what my family experienced for 5 years, is living in these family dormitories. That's when you share a small room with another family. So in our case, we had 6 people sharing 1 room. So total strangers, 3 on my side and 3 the opposite side, had to share 1 room. And then we had to share a kitchen with the whole floor. And we didn't have anything like to take a shower. Those were in the basement. The second worst option, in my opinion, was living in barracks, baraki. So those were 1-story high or 2-story high wooden structures built mostly during Stalin era in 1930s, 1940s. People who lived there, they had their own room, but then they had to share a kitchen with the whole floor. They may had running water in the kitchen, only cold water, or could be no running water at all. They had to go walk towards the well, and there'll be no bathrooms. There'll be outhouses outside the building. Quite a lot of people in modern Russia still live in those barracks from 1930s. And number 3, the worst housing option in the Soviet Union was as Robert Robeson put it, lamented communal apartments. Soviet communal apartments are nothing more than transformers. So that's a former rich people apartments that were transformed into the poor people communal apartments. One way of turning rich man apartment into the communal apartment was so-called packing. So you just force owners to accept more families, and then if you have 8 rooms or 11 rooms in this Robert Robertson story, then there'll be additional 10 families moving in, and you're just going to occupy a single room instead of 11. This process of packing was shown really well in the movie Собачье сердце, A Heart of a Dog, where a famous doctor living in St. Petersburg, later Leningrad, was constantly harassed by the local housing committee because they were trying to pack his 6-room apartment and bring more families in. But every time the doctor will call some party apparatchiks and will tell him like, hey, I have to cancel our appointment because now I'm losing my room where I take a look at my patients. And that apparatchiks will talk to the committee member and tell them like, don't you dare. And that was really funny to watch. So your average communal apartment would be located in some older buildings that were built downtown Kiev, Moscow, Leningrad. So buildings that were erected in 1800s, early 1900s. They were known for having tall ceilings, large rooms, really large wide hallway, which pretty much was perfect to create a communal apartment, except bathrooms were tiny and kitchens were semi-okay. It's hard to believe, but even now, 100 years after 1920s, when those communal apartments were created, quite a few people still live in communal apartments. For example, in modern days St. Petersburg, former Leningrad, there are over 60,000 communal apartments, times 5 to 10 families per apartment, around 80,000 communal apartments still in Moscow, capital of Russian Federation. I couldn't locate how many communal apartments still in Kiev. I know there are some, but in early 1990s, 25% of all housing options in Kiev were communal apartments. So huge number. So I'll guess at least 10 to 20,000 communal apartments in Kiev. So if you walk into some older building downtown Kiev or Moscow, it's easy to see if the apartment in front of you is communal or individual, because communal apartments have a bunch of doorbells. So each room will have its individual doorbell, and you just need to see what is the last name of person you're looking for, and there'll be one general doorbell that will just ring in the hallway. So that's like someone needs to open the door because maybe militia is there. And I don't know if you noticed, but Robert Robeson is mentioning that his friend's family lived in a single large partitioned room, which means they put like a cubicle partitions in their own room, so parents have a little privacy and a young couple has a little privacy. So that means that 11 family apartment could have more than 11 families. And another interesting detail, so this story relates to late 50s, early 1960s. So Soviet Union already sent satellite into space. They sent Gagarin into space. And guess what people do for cooking? Each family had its own hissing kerosene stove. So they even didn't have electric or like natural gas stove. People were cooking using kerosene stoves. Those kerosene stoves were called keragaz in Soviet Union, and I looked it up. Even in modern day Russia, they still manufacture those kerosene stoves, keragazy. But that's the beauty of centrally planned socialist economy. If the government cares about sending people to space, we'll send a person to space. But if government doesn't care about your living condition or how you cook your food, you'll be living in a communal apartment and cooking with keragaz. Okay, my friends, it's all I have for you today. And as a small nagruzka, remember a nagruzka, add-on item, I will add another video about Soviet housing that I recorded a couple of years ago. Enjoy the show, and we'll talk to you soon. До свидания, goodbye. Comrades, how's it going over there? This is Sergey. Welcome back to Ushanka Show. My special thanks и огромное спасибо to all my supporters on patreon.com. Thank you, comrades. It's greatly appreciated. So today we're going to talk some more about Soviet free housing. I had quite an interesting comrade join the conversation, and I would like to respond to his comment. If you follow Ushanka Show for a while, you may know by now that Comrade Sergei finds himself quite often between the hard place and the extremely heavy sledgehammer. I mean, here we go, we have people like this Comrade Palatino that thinks that this guy gives me cringes. He's pathetic Soviet romanticizer and pseudo-commie. And on the other hand, we have people like Juan Zapata, who said that you are a yobaný agent. All your pictures are говно. Your arguments too. Look, inequality in USA. USSR was a young country, developing. You would be better than China is today. I don't know why me should be better than China. You are anti-communist. Just accept it, brother. And blah blah blah, and this and that. Hypocritical scumbag. Well, are we having fun yet? So as I mentioned earlier, we're going to talk today about free housing, and we're going to answer one of the comments that came up in my previous video about free housing in the Soviet Union.
On a serious note, it's fairly hilarious how despite how hard you try to slander the USSR, you can still show us glimpses of exactly what we want and help us compare capitalist life disfavorably to socialist life. Your recent episode on housing was a perfect example. You know what's more depressing and inhumane than small apartments and shabby rural construction? Homelessness.
It's a very good comment, good points, and I actually had to look it up, a word slander, because I wasn't sure what was he talking about. I thought maybe he was talking about my slender, sexy body. But no, unfortunately it was a different slender word. So during our back and forth conversation, which was actually quite civilized, Comrade Good announced that he was evicted by a family, and then he was leaving out his car, and it was incredibly difficult to find for him a place to rest before work. I'm not Dr. Phil, but I'm just wondering, what could you do to get your family so pissed that they'll kick you out of the house? And he was trying to explain me how hard it is to live out of the car and you can't really take a shower and look decent for your job. And the funny thing, well, if you read my book American Diaries, you would know that I was pretty much homeless too. And it's not only in 1995 when I lived on the loft in the market, freezing my butt and taking showers outside on the wet grass at night. I did that in 96, in 97, and in 1998. So total amount of, if we add all the months together, that'll be easy, at least 6 months that I was pretty much homeless. As I said, there was the market. So during the day I work in the market, and at night I climb on the roof, not the roof, on the loft. And I had this made out of carton boxes, little like a doghouse, so it'd be warmer, and that's where I slept on the mattress. And that's in the fall in Michigan. But it's actually not a topic of today's video, and so I want to kind of run a couple of scenarios for Comrade Goods in response to his comment that he says that my recent episode on housing was a perfect example. And you know what can be worse than depressing and inhumane small apartments or shabby rural construction? Homelessness. So let's take a look at different scenarios how a homeless person in the Soviet Union could get a free apartment. So first scenario, let's say during the Stalin era, you just go to the local NKVD office and you report that you had argument with your family, and you told them that you think that Comrade Stalin is the best leader, and your parents answered that they think Trotsky will do way better running Soviet Union, and NKVD would arrest your parents, send them to Siberia, and guess what? You're not homeless anymore. You can occupy their apartment. The only problem with such scenario, if your neighbors later find out that you're a child of the enemies of the people, we actually had terminology like that. they can write a report on you, you'll get arrested too and sent to Siberia. But still, you'll be having a roof above your head. You won't be homeless, working in Gulag, mining for gold or diamonds. And of course, the second scenario for Stalin era is that you got kicked out for your anti-Soviet propaganda. Your parents got scared for your town, kicked you out, you're homeless, and KVD will pick you up and ship you to Siberia. You're not homeless. But, let's use more realistic scenario. So scenario number 3, we're talking, maybe 80s. You got kicked out of your parents' apartment, and you go to your place of work, for example, or some local office, and you apply to get a free apartment because you're homeless now. So in this case, you would be told to fill up the paperwork. Of course, there's a lot of paperwork. And so there's a special paperwork, like a request to improve your living conditions. And as a part of it, they will say, wait, did you say your parents have an apartment? And he says, yes, but I got kicked out. Well, it doesn't matter. They're going to calculate how many square meters per person in that apartment, including you. And if it's more than 6 square meters, you're not qualified to get your own apartment, because according to the Soviet standards, you got plenty of room in your parents' apartments. And Soviet bureaucrats don't care if you get kicked out, because you have plenty of room in that apartment. So you just need to go back to your parents and apologize and try to move back in. But let's continue working through our scenarios. So, for example, you're going back to your parents and you're trying to say you're sorry, and they still don't let you move in. So now you're homeless, right? Well, guess what? If you get caught twice, so you got 2 warnings, on the 3rd time, you can get arrested and go to jail for 2 years for systematic, and there's the Russian word, бродяжничество. So you're just wandering around, being homeless, no specific place where you live. It's a crime, and once again, you won't be homeless because you'll be arrested and sent to jail for 2 years. So that's your another scenario of getting free housing in the Soviet Union. But let's keep on moving. Let's explore more Soviet options. So let's picture, for example, that for real your parents had a little tiny apartment, or maybe a communal apartment, or a dormitory room that they shared with other families. So you are qualified to get a free apartment, to get an improvement in your living conditions. But guess what? You think it would be like 5-6 different apartments options to choose from? Of course not. There'll be a waiting list. Maybe like my parents, they had to wait 20 years to get a 2-room apartment for a family of 3. So in your case, I don't know how many years there'll be waiting list. And guess what? Meanwhile, you need to find some kind of housing. Otherwise, you'll get arrested and sent to jail for 2 years for not having a housing, for living on the streets. So as you see, Soviet free housing, even if it was available, it wasn't freely available. It was a desperate need, desperate shortage. I mentioned already in one of my stories that we end up going into the huge debt, pretty much getting Soviet mortgage, because my mom okay, we wait 20 years being on waiting list to get a 2-room apartment, or we just bite the bullet and get this кооперативная квартира, cooperative apartment, which costs tons of money, like 15,000 rubles, but we'll get it in a year or 2. So situation was pretty bad, and I know it sounds great, free housing, but it wasn't that free. And if you follow my channel, I was sharing the story. So first my family lived in a dormitory, sharing a small room with another family. So total of 6 people, 2 total families, like total strangers living together. I think we lived there for 5 years. And my mom was so desperate. So according to her story, she went, she filled the paperwork asking for improvement in living conditions. And she said she begged and cried in the office of the person who was in charge of, doling out apartments. And, now grown man and I'm more cynical. I never questioned, like, is all she had to do just to cry, or did she have to do anything else to please that bureaucrat so he will just decide to give us an apartment, you know? I mean, are you willing to do some sexual favors in order to move off the streets and get a little apartment? I don't know. And also when I shared the story about my uncle and his struggles in Kiev, they literally had to become squatters. They just occupied some random room in the basement and made it live in quarters for a while until they get kicked out on the street. And he sent a letter to Moscow with pictures that he's an artist and being on the streets. So free housing in the Soviet Union, it's a quite interesting topic. It's not that pretty as wasn't that pretty as many people think.
Здравствуйте, дорогие товарищи! В эфире программа Ushanka Show. And welcome back to another episode number 25 of my review of Robert Robertson's book, Black on Red, My 44 Years Inside the Soviet Union. And thank you everyone who is following this long book review marathon. We have about 100 pages left, so we're almost there. And just in case if you're new to my channel, I will post the link below in the comment section to the playlist that has all the videos about this book, Black on Red by Robert Robertson. So now we are in the year 1965, which means that Nikita Khrushchev was removed from power a year ago in 1964, and now the Soviet Union has the new leader, Leonid Brezhnev. And I'm surprised that Robert Robertson didn't mention anything about the events of replacing Nikita Khrushchev with Leonid Brezhnev. There was a peaceful transfer of power. Usually someone needs to die in the Soviet Union in order for the new leader, but he has plenty of his own problems, so nothing again in the book about Nikita Khrushchev removal. I would like to remind you that Robert Robertson arrived to the Soviet Union on a one-year contract back in 1930, so now he is spending the 35th year of vacation in a foreign land, and he had already 27 failed attempts to obtain exit visa so he can leave the country for a vacation because he is desperately trying to escape Soviet Union. And of course, Comrade Robertson knew better by now not to tell anyone the real reason behind his attempts to get the visa. He writes, "I was watched all the time. My incoming and outgoing mail was open and read. Numerous neighbors were informing on me, yet still my record was spotless. The secret police, KGB, so now they renamed NKVD into KGB after death of Stalin, could know whatever it pleased about me, and when I went to bed, who my friends were, what I did and said at work, what I ate, and which shoe I put on first. But I made certain they did not know my fundamental secret. Nobody in Russia, no friend hover close, and especially not the secret police, could know that I yearned to get out. At least until 1965, that is what I thought." Which reminds me, I have a video on the topic about Soviet people being afraid of the KGB. A long time ago, someone asked me that question. So as a nagruzka, you remember what nagruzka is? I will add that old video at the end of this video. So if you want to watch it or rewatch it again, it will be following this book review. My secret became exposed as a result of an attempt I made to get out through the President Sékou Touré of Guinea. Pravda ran a long article about the newly independent Republic of Guinea and mentioned that the president of this African nation would soon visit Moscow. I thought about this article for a couple of days, and I hoped that, although I was not being allowed to visit the United States or Jamaica, maybe I could obtain an invitation to Guinea. I knew I could be useful to them. I was still fluent in French, could teach mechanical engineering to students, and could help the nation in other ways to industrialize. I wrote a letter to Touré offering my services. Now the only trick was getting it to him. Obviously, I could not mail the letter, and I find it interesting here that 35 years in the Soviet Union taught Comrade Robertson some valuable lessons. So he basically decided, I cannot mail the letter, so I need to hand it to him personally. And he failed by himself. He couldn't get close, and then one of his friends tried to give the letter, and same, he said, I couldn't. There were too many KGB agents surrounding the president. Here comes the interesting part. So he said, I thanked my friend for trying and assured him that I understood the problem and appreciated his efforts to help me. I returned home, opened my wardrobe trunk, and placed the sealed letter in the upper drawer. I locked all 4 drawers, shut the trunk, and locked it. Here comes the interesting part. When I learned 2 years later that President Kwame Nkrumah of Ghana was going to visit Moscow soon, I decided to attempt the same strategy with him as I did before with Torre. Rather than write a new letter from scratch, I figured I could copy what I had written earlier. I went to upper drawer of my trunk, but the letter was missing. I had seen it just 2 weeks earlier when I was getting something else out of the trunk. Where could it be? So anyway, he searched everywhere and letter was gone. In a locked drawer, in a locked trunk, in a locked apartment. And he had no idea what happened. Okay, so back to his story. So my enlightenment came in 1965 while I was at Zavidova Home of Rest. So that's places when workers can go and take a break over the weekend or for their vacation. About 95 miles from Moscow. One evening while I was watching couples dancing, a rather plump woman who seemed to be in her mid-40s said to me, Comrade, I have noticed that you are always by yourself. Why don't you dance? I'm sure you are an excellent dancer, am I right? The next day after lunch, the same woman approached me again and asked if I had any plans. So they went together for a walk, so it sounds like a little romance going on. And she introduced herself. She was clearly from educated, sophisticated background. And she told him that her husband, who was also a party member, and she was a party member, disappeared in 1952. That's interesting. It's just, husband had disappeared. Not being arrested, just one day he went to work and never came back, and the government couldn't explain what happened. So it's 1952. I think it's still when Comrade Stalin was alive. After a while, she turned to look at me with sad eyes and asked, I wonder if you could be trusted. You see, you are the first foreigner I have met on such a simple and friendly level. Most foreigners I meet are big shots in their country, and I deal with them on official business. Once again, there's an interesting part coming up right now. Immediately, my guard went up. I wondered if she was a KGB agent trying to trap me. After all, the entire initiative in our relationship had been from her. I answered cautiously, I don't know what you have in mind about trusting me. I just feel you are the kind of person who will listen to my concerns, she said. The sentence about immediately my guard went up made me chuckle because I don't know if you read my book, American Diaries 1995. I had a similar experience in America because Americans just seem to be way too friendly. So I was always like concerned that they have something, there's a reason why they're so nice to me. They want something from me, so it's like, why they just invite me for dinner? I don't know them, I just met them, or they just tell, oh, if you need something, just give us a call, we'll take you shopping, or we'll take you to Niagara Falls. That was really bizarre experience. So I kind of see, so now Robert Roberson is a real Soviet citizen. He's really, right away, his guard went up when somebody asking these questions, can I trust you, blah, blah, blah. Okay, now back to black and red. So this lady said, I have been a communist for over 25 years. I have made many sacrifices, as did my husband before he disappeared. But I don't see any rewards. Since the 20th Party Congress in 1956, I find I no longer am able to hold the ideals of party sacred. So that's the Congress when Khrushchev denounced Stalin. Many of my friends feel the same way, gloomy, distrustful, and convinced that our system has deceived us. We think there will never be any real communism in our country. So anyway, during their conversation, Robert Robertson asked the lady, why do you think they treat you with suspicion? And she replied, well, for your information, suppose for the last 4 years, while you were away on vacation, your room was opened and explored for documents that would incriminate you as someone disloyal to the Soviet Union. Suppose that those documents were taken and photographed and later returned, but in such a way that it was obvious to you that someone had been snooping around in your personal things. If that happened to you, wouldn't you feel disgusted with and outraged by the system? Before we continue, I want to point something out. Did you notice she said your room was opened, not your apartment, which means the lady, being a pretty big deal party member, and her husband, they live in the room, which means they live in a communal apartment. Okay, and here comes Robert Robeson revelation. Oh my God, I thought. My missing letter to President Tory. How stupid of me not to realize. It is probably in the hands of KGB. This means they know my secret. They know I'm trying to get out. Now I could understand without a doubt why officials in my factory had instituted a new policy about 3 years earlier of keeping me away from all foreign visitors. They were afraid that I would develop a link with an outsider, someone who might be able to help me break loose from the Soviet embrace. Several years later, upon returning from another vacation trip, I discovered that some other precious documents were missing. They were never returned. Clearly, the KGB was sending a locksmith to my room, so he has a room too, not an apartment, who was able to open the American combination padlock on the outside of my trunk and look carefully through my belongings for anything that might be interesting. The secret police was even more present from the mid-60s on than they had been in recent years as a result of Leonid Brezhnev succeeding the ousted Khrushchev as the General Secretary of the Communist Party in October 1964. Khrushchev had not been as repressive as Stalin, but Brezhnev turned out to be worse than Khrushchev, I'm surprised to learn that, and more sophisticated than Stalin. Soon after he gained power, Brezhnev reinstated a 19th century Russian practice of declaring mentally unfit and incarcerating those people who would dare to speak against the regime. I soon learned that nobody liked Brezhnev, not even in the party. He was a binge drinker, and it was said that at times he completely lost his mind and did not know what he was doing. I had every reason to consider myself in as much or more danger that I had ever been. Okay, so this concludes episode number 25, my book review of Black on Red by Robert Robeson, and we just finished part 3. Next part, it will be part 4, Brezhnev to Gorbachev, and Robert Robeson still stuck in the Soviet Union. Okay, my friends, all I have for you today. Thank you again for watching Ushanka Show. Please don't forget to like the video and post a comment. As I mentioned earlier, right now you can watch my older video on the topic of Soviet Union being afraid of KGB. Thank you so much. До свидания. Goodbye. And if you're new to this channel, my name is Sergey, and I was born in the USSR. Меня зовут Сергей, я родился в Советском Союзе. In today's video, I'm gonna try to answer one of the popular questions that always popped during my live show. Was I afraid of KGB or my family? Anybody I know were afraid of KGB watching or listening? Long time ago, I already recorded a video on the KGB topic. It's called KGB Also Makes Mistakes. By the way, what is KGB? Where I told a story when I met some American millennials at my place of work, and I was so shocked and, to be truthful, disappointed when I discovered they had no idea what KGB was. And the reason why they asked me that question, because my hard hat has a sticker that says Sergey KGB. Well, if you want to impress your Russian friends, you don't say KGB, you say КГБ, Комитет государственной безопасности, Department of State Security. And although Soviet Union had state security from 1917, fun fact, KGB was created on March 13, 1954.
about 1 year exactly after death of Stalin. But of course, KGB wasn't created in 1954, it was just renamed. Prior it was called NKGB, NKVD, OGPU, GPU, and VCK. But what's very interesting that right after death of Joseph Stalin in 1953, in 3 years between 1953 and 1955, the amount of people working at state security was reduced by 52%. And now back to the original question, was I or my family ever afraid of the КГБ, Комитет государственной безопасности? And the answer would be no, нет, not really. In my youth, so we're talking early 80s, there was no concern about KGB whatsoever. I mean, we had a lot of jokes about KGB, listening to everyone, knowing everything, but in reality, there was no really concern, like there's ever my mouth would say anything like, hey, you better watch your mouth because KGB is listening. But we had a really good jokes. So here's one for you. So at some party, a guy talking to another guy was having a drink, and he's like, hey, by the way, who do you work for? KGB. Oh, really? That's interesting. You got any good stories? You want stories about you or stories about my work? Here's another KGB joke for you guys that happens in Ukraine. So Ukrainian person gets called into KGB office for the questioning, and they asking him like, we noticed you regularly receive presents and parcels coming from Israel. What's up with that? And Ukrainian guy explains that during the war, he was hiding a couple of Jewish people in his basement. So as a thank you, now they send him food and presents. So KGB officer is asking, as a Soviet citizen, aren't you ashamed to get stuff from the Jews? You should be ashamed of yourself and you should think about your future. And Ukrainian guy answers, well, actually, I do think about my future. What do you mean? Currently, I'm hiding a Chinese guy in my basement. And now back to our question. You probably know that KGB was pretty much an equivalent of American CIA and FBI combined. So KGB did both. They worked overseas and they worked inside of the Soviet Union. And having behind its belt over 50 years experience dealing with enemies, foreign and domestic, KGB knew pretty well what kind of people, what kind of layers of population can cause troubles inside of the USSR. So KGB heavily penetrated universities, colleges, theaters. So pretty much they were watching Soviet intelligentsia. They didn't care about blue-collar workers because those guys, they couldn't see through the smoke and mirrors, right? But now people of the higher education, they saw bigger picture and they could cause troubles. People like Andrei Sakharov, a Soviet nuclear physicist who became activist for disarmament, peace, and human rights. He was a designer of the Soviet thermonuclear weapon, but as a result of his activism, he got in trouble with KGB. People like Vasily Stus, who was Ukrainian poet, translator, and journalist, and active member of Ukrainian dissident movement. His works were banned by Soviet regime. He was arrested and spent 13 years in detention until his death in a Soviet forced labor camp back in 1980s. When Vasily Stus was arrested in May of 1980 and received 10-year sentence for anti-Soviet activity. So during that trial, his defense lawyer, which was assigned to him, in the closing speech, he actually stated that, yes, Stus deserved punishment. And so in this case, all these jokes about Soviet Russia, lawyer doesn't defend you. That's what exactly happened. Your lawyer thinks that you are guilty. Fun fact, that lawyer, Viktor Medvedchuk, became a successful Ukrainian politician, lawyer, and business oligarch. He's a personal friend of Russian President Vladimir Putin, and Putin is the godfather of Medvedchuk's daughter Darina, who was born in 2004. But of course, there is no doubt that the KGB was very scary when it was called NKVD in 1930s, and especially during so-called Great Terror of 1937, 38, and 39, when I don't know how many hundreds of thousands of people were arrested, jailed, sent to labor camp, or just shot for being enemy of the people, spies of all kind of different countries. So those were horrible times, and that's when NKVD was really horrifying pretty much everyone. My personal experience dealing with KGB was kind of funny. I actually have an article I wrote about that event, and it was published in a local newspaper in Kiev in the late 80s, in a newspaper called Вечерний Kiev, Evening Kiev. So what happened that day, we were on a walk with my buddy, taking pictures, and we were walking Vladimirskaya Street. That's what is a giant building of KGB of Ukrainian Soviet Socialist Republic, which in Ukrainian it's KDB, Комітет Державної безпеки. So I thought it'd be kind of cool to have a picture like I'm, standing my face into the wall with my hands behind my back, and the sign above says KGB of Ukraine. But they didn't let us take that picture. Suddenly there's out of nowhere a guy showed up, and he's like, "You're not allowed to take pictures, you better go." So I got upset, and I actually wrote the article called Shpigunomania, Spy Mania. Still, like, for how long we're going to have such a silly limitations, like you can't take a picture by the sign that says KGB of Ukrainian Soviet Socialist Republic.
Stories about life in the Soviet Union. Здравствуйте, дорогие товарищи! В эфире программа Ushanka Show. And welcome back to episode number 26, my book review of Black on Red, My 44 Years Inside the Soviet Union by Robert Robeson. And as always, friendly reminder, just in case if you're new to my channel, I have all these videos in a separate playlist called Black and Red, and I'll provide the link below in the comment section. Okay, so it's part 4, chapter 30, summer of 1967, and now the leader of Soviet Union is Leonid Brezhnev. So let's see how the foreigners were treated in the Soviet Union back in 1967. So here Robert Robeson describes his experience as spending another summer vacation at the place of rest located between Moscow and Leningrad. At the first meal at a home of rest, the Russians have a simple custom whereby each guest at a table introduces himself to the person beside him until everyone at the table becomes acquainted. Beginning in 1951, so that's when still Stalin was alive, when Soviet citizens were sternly warned against having anything to do with the foreigners, I was ignored both during these initial greetings and also at the first evening's get acquainted dance. So can you imagine you are at the place of rest with other workers, and just because you have a different color of your skin, you're being totally ignored. So you don't have racism as Robert Robeson experienced in the 30s in the United States, where he couldn't get a job as an engineer, have an engineer degree. In Soviet Union, they just ignore you, pretending you're like not even there. Because the propaganda against foreigners failed to distinguish between an actual foreigner and a person like me, who had been a loyal citizen for many years, the Soviet people treated all non-natives with the same degree of rudeness and suspicion. There were many times, for example, when I would be riding an overcrowded subway with 2 empty seats, one on either side of me. Can you imagine that? So crowded car, but there's empty seats on each side of Robert Robeson. At this particular meal, as I was seated before other guests arrived, when they came and sat down, although I said hello to them, they greeted one another but ignored me. So this is the Soviet-style racism. People don't treat you bad, they just ignore you. And now we're going to jump on a completely different subject. It just happened this way. I guess it's almost like you could say perfect timing, Remember, I mentioned it's the summer of 1967. And what happened in June of 1967? Six-day war between Israel and the Arab countries. About a week into my vacation, Radio Moscow announced that a war had suddenly erupted between Israel and the Arabs. The announcement said that the Arabs were defending themselves violently. On the morning of the sixth day, it was reported that the Israelis had occupied a large portion of Arab territory because of massive supplies given them by the United States. From this report, we could understand that the Israelis had won. Although a vicious barrage of anti-Israeli propaganda was launched over the radio, I was surprised to learn from general conversation that it was not taking hold. Although the prevailing attitude of the Soviet people had been anti-Semitic since the retreat from Moscow on October 16, 1941, compared to the non-white Arabs, the Jews were coming up smelling like roses. Okay, so here we need to pause and talk about October 16, 1941. I'm actually quite surprised that Robert Robeson just kind of skimmed over. He mentions the date and doesn't give any more details, just mentioning that October 16, 1941, and that people had been anti-Semitic since that date. I actually had to look it up. I mean, it's obviously October 1941. Things were not looking good for the Soviet government. Germans were destroying a Red Army and moving on rapidly towards Moscow. But the question why Soviet people had been anti-Semitic that date. So this is what I found. So October 16, 1941 is the date of so-called Moscow Panic. A day before, on October 15, Stalin told members of his government that they probably will need to evacuate Moscow because he was concerned that Moscow will be lost to German troops. My guess Stalin was planning to do evacuation in secret, but the war spread out, and next day, October 16, there was mass exodus of Soviet apparatchiks, Soviet nomenclatura and their families. So there was a giant traffic jam. There were thousands of people on every train station. So then people started breaking into the stores and stealing stuff. Some people were cursing communist leaders that were running away. So there was a giant panic in the city at that day. And that's what Robert Robertson is talking about, that Soviet people had been anti-Semitic since the retreat from Moscow on October 16, 1941. Okay, now back to the book. So he said the Jews were coming out smelling like roses. It became apparent to me that the Russian rank and file, this was a third-class home of rest where incidentally there were no Jewish guests, did not like Arabs any more than they liked blacks. The night Israel's victory was announced, my four roommates, in opposition to official pro-Arab, anti-Israeli policy, shamelessly raised their glasses and drank to the Jewish victory. When I returned to Moscow, I encountered the same anti-Arab, pro-Israeli attitude. And all I can say, the history seems to be going in circles because as I record this video on October 16, 2023, we have once again a war going on between Israel and Palestine, and once again people are dying, and once again Russian government is on the side of Arabs, while probably quite a few people in Russia support Israel. And I'm not sure if you're aware of the fact that 15% of Israelis speak Russian, which means that at some point they immigrated from the former Soviet Union, from Ukraine, from Russia, and other republics, and settled in Israel. Well, my friends, it's all I have for you today. I hope you enjoyed this short video. Don't forget to like it and post a comment, and we'll talk to you soon. До свидания. Goodbye. And now, if some of you guys like Nagruska, here's my older video about racism in the Soviet Union. Enjoy the show. Of racism in Soviet Union. I think it's pretty interesting to talk about it because on the surface, we had no racism, of course, in Soviet Union because Soviet government promoted the friendship of all the nations, all the peoples in the world in their fight against the global imperialism. So we had
hundreds, thousands of banners and posters, picturing different color faces all united together, like, workers of the world united. It doesn't matter if you're yellow or black or white, we're all together in our battle against the world capitalism. Well, the reality was quite different, although, this is a situation when, like, if you don't have black people, you don't really have racism in the country, because there's really no one around you to be kind of like your worst characters will show up. I'm trying to think about any example, but, if you, like, we didn't have black people in the Soviet Union, so there was no really like racism situation. It's kind of similar what you can think of. Like in Soviet Union, I was always proud to announce we have no unemployment, but that was the reason why if you don't work, it's illegal not to work. So government will claim, of course, we have zero unemployment, because even the ones that don't work, they'll fudge some papers that it looks like they work. So yeah, we didn't have a racism because we didn't have a lot of people of different color, but at the same time we actually had a racism, and it was quite extreme. And I want to mention right away the language situation. So you probably know that in Spanish, black is negro, and that word kind of went into Russian language. So official word for the black person was negr. So, if you're black skinned person, you're a negr. And that was a normal good word. It wasn't derogative. Now, if you call a black person as black, черный, или чернокожий, black skin person, then this is kind of like a racist term almost. So if you want to show disrespect, you'll call him he is black or he is black skinned. If you say in a respectful way, you say he is negr, on negr. He's, black person in a good way. So even I live in the capital of Ukraine, Ukrainian Soviet Socialist Republic, which is population around 3 million at that time, or maybe 2.5. I barely met any black people in my life. And so that was quite a shock for me when I came to the United States in 1995, because I got a job in a camp for inner city kids from Chicago. So that was a 100% black camp, kids, counselors, except the camp director and some staff, everyone else was black. And I guess I was scared racist, because I was really horrified, because after watching all the movies about, what's going on in the hood, and I was really scared, just because I thought they hate white people and they'll just, at least I'll get beat up. I'm not sure about getting killed, but I was really scared for, a couple first weeks till I figure out what's going on. So now during the Soviet Union, the only black people that we had there were students from Africa. So there was quite a educational program going on, and a lot of students came to Moscow, Kiev, maybe Minsk, to the big cities. They had some international departments in universities. Like in Moscow, there was a university, actually it was named after Patrick Lumumba, I believe. So they had a lot of students from Africa. Kiev had a university that had quite a few. I cannot tell you how many. Sorry, I was too lazy to do research, but they be partially paid by the governments. And, they were the country that are friendly to the Soviet Union. So I guess Soviet Union was sponsoring. So they will study engineering or whatever. But the first thing they had to learn will be to learn Russian. So they come, and first year will be just basically learning Russian language, because we didn't have courses in English or French or whatever the language the country was speaking or people were speaking there. So they will learn Russian, and then they'll study the subjects, get education, they go back to their homeland. And I'm not sure how the things were going in the colleges themselves, in those universities, because they stayed in the dorms. I think they had a separate, more upgraded dorms for foreign students. But the problems, like with the regular population, started when those African guys started dating local girls. And that's when the ugly face of Soviet racism showed up. Because people were extremely angry. Like, if you see the girl walking with the black guy on the street, I mean, there'll be literally people stopping, like old ladies will be yelling at the girls, like, what's wrong with you? You can't find a boyfriend, you know, local boyfriend like Ukrainian or Russian. Why you have to date this cigarette butts? It's one of the derogative term would use, like my dad was saying all the time, because, you know, the end of the cigarette butt is black, so they call them akurak, you know, cigarette butt. So girls will be having getting hard time, and then of course black students, they could get in trouble if there'll be some, you know, bunch of young drunk guys seeing a black guy with a white girl. They might just stop them and start harassing, maybe even beat up the guy. Now, I don't know why would local girls want to date African guys. They definitely had way more money, because at that time, we already talked many times, those Soviet people were generally poor. The salaries were really low, but since, you know, medical education was free, medical service was free, education was free, housing was pretty inexpensive, rent if you get good housing. So otherwise people didn't have a lot of money. So when those guys came, even from Africa, which is, you know, those countries are not rich, but they had foreign hard currency, and they could bring goods that people paid a lot of money. So all you need to bring with you, you know, Levi's jeans, chewing gum, some other foreign goods, and you can make a killing reselling that stuff in Moscow or Kiev, because people will pay, you know, 200, 300 rubles for a pair of Levi's. So you can turn your $50 into 300 rubles, and that's a lot of money. So those guys were rich in Soviet standards, and I guess some girls just like guys who have money, can spend money on them, can give them nice presents that no one can get them here in Soviet Union. Or maybe they just like something exotic, like, you know, maybe some girls always fantasize, oh, I like to date black guy. I don't know, but so there were some ladies that were dating, even they were harassed. Some of them even married the African students and left the country, went to Africa. And I don't know any stories about how good the situation was there. But as I said, everyone, both black boyfriend and a white girlfriend, they both had really hard time in Moscow or Kiev. They were harassed and stuff like that. So we had quite a few racism in that way. And, you know, myself, I'm guilty of that too, because there was some friend of mine told me a story, and we all thought it was so funny. And it was they said this girl was riding on a trolley bus late night. So there was like one of the last trolley buses. It's about midnight. And they said it was almost empty. There was a drunk guy sitting in the back of the trolley bus, just kind of half asleep. And there was this black African student that was kind of lost. So when a trolley bus stops and doors open, and on the stop, it will say bus stop, he will kind of step down, and if somebody on the bus stop, he will ask him, hey, is this such and such stop? Because he's looking for a specific stop that he need to get off to go back to whatever. And tell him no, and then, of course, doors close. He rides to the next stop, does the same thing, doors open, he steps down, you know, he kind of sticks out his head out of the trolley bus, asking people, is that the specific stop? So at one stop, he does the same. You know, he did the same thing. He kind of leaned out of the trolley bus, so the door opened, and he's asking, what stop is this? And suddenly this drunk guy gets up, kicks this dude in his behind really hard, so the guy flies out of the trolley bus, you know, face down on the blacktop, and this drunk guy yells at him, this is your stop, this is Africa. And door closed, and trolley bus left, and she said whoever was on the trolley bus, including driver, they just had a really good laugh. And I thought it was so funny, and I'm looking back like, oh my God, it was so mean. But yeah, that's what the drunk guy got. He got tired of hearing this. accented Russian, what stupid is it? What stupid is it? And he just got up, kicked him in the ass, said, Africa! Doors closed, they left, and they thought it was very funny. And even uglier face of Soviet racism was happening in schools, because, you know, when you date a black guy and things maybe didn't work out, like marriage-wise, whatever, you can still get pregnant, right? So there were quite a few girls that got pregnant with the African students, and then maybe they didn't want to do anything with that. They just left for home. So there were girls like single mom with mulatto kids. You know, we call them, if a mix that's mulatto, we say mulat. So you could tell that they're not white, right? They might have a dark curly hair, kind of not black skin, but darker skin. And those kids had horrible time in schools. Like they would, I mean, I remember reading articles in the newspapers, just, they would be just picked on all the time by other kids. You know, I think some kids maybe even committed suicide, but they were just harassed by children. So not even on adult level, even on a children level, it was really bad. And then, you know, like usually mulatto kids, they get, how to say correctly, so they get sexually developed earlier than regular white kids. So, you know, girls already in the 4th, 5th grade will start showing, you know, boobs, and her butt get bigger. So they'll get sexually harassed on the top of being harassed regularly, sometimes get raped. So, yeah, we actually had quite a bad situation with racism in Soviet Union, although it was never in public. But I said those places where we had African students, we actually had quite a few ugly things happening between local people, Soviet people, and black people. Well, I hope you like this story, and I hope you learned something new about life in Soviet Union. Thank you so much for watching my channel. Please don't forget to put likes under this video, ask questions, put your comments.
Здравствуйте, дорогие товарищи! В эфире программа Ushanka Show. And today is another episode number 27, my review of the book Black on Red, My 44 Years Inside of the Soviet Union by Robert Robeson. And just a friendly reminder, I have a separate playlist dedicated to this book, and I'll provide the link below in the comment section. Okay, so where we're at right now, Robert Robeson, who arrived to the Soviet Union back in 1930 for 1-year contract, now spent over 30 years in the USSR. He survived Stalin, he survived Khrushchev, and now he's torn because he wants to escape Soviet Union, but he's afraid to get in trouble because authorities now know that he's trying to leave the USSR. On page 361 he says, I had ample reason to fear the possibility of banishment. I had to look up that word. I had not forgotten the fate of 2 blacks I knew who were banished during the purges. So that's back to the Stalin time, 1937-1938. One of them, Lovett Whiteman, came from Chicago and by 1936 had been teaching English for several years at the Anglo-American School in Moscow. He offered some criticism of a book by Langston Hughes, The Ways of White Folks, during a discussion at the Foreign Club. A black lawyer from the upper echelon of Communist Party of USA was in audience, and he stated during that evening that Whiteman's criticism of the book was counter-revolutionary. It seems that American communists using such a standard Soviet lingo, calling things counter-revolutionary. That was a popular term back then. I had to look it up, and Google AI told me that this book was published in 1934, collection of 14 short stories by Langston Hughes, and the stories focus on race relations in the United States. They address racism, economic disparity, and hope. The stories include somber tales of struggle and violence, as well as moments of irony and humor. So I'm not sure what he would be criticizing, why would Black American would criticize a book like that, but he got in trouble in Soviet Russia by criticizing American book about racism in America. So it's very interesting. So now we can learn how the banishment worked in Stalin's Russia. It says that about 3 weeks later, Whiteman was summoned to the NKVD headquarters and told that he was a counter-revolutionary and was to be banished from Moscow. So just like that. He was ordered to be in a certain town on a specific date, and of course you may guess already that certain town was located somewhere far away in Siberia. and immediately on arrival he needed to report to local police. None of us ever heard of Whiteman. However, in 1959 I heard news of Whiteman's fate. A Russian who had been banished to the same town as Whiteman was rehabilitated by Khrushchev and allowed to return to his family in Moscow. The man told a friend of mine that Whiteman was assigned to his group of laborers. So he was in a Gulag camp and was severely beaten many times when he failed to meet the norm. He died of starvation or malnutrition, a broken man whose teeth been knocked out. So Robert Robertson didn't provide a lot of information about Comrade Whiteman, but I was surprised to find out that internet has actually a lot of information now about Lovett Fort Whiteman. So Lovett Fort Whiteman was one of the first African Americans who became a member of Communist Party of the United States. So that's impressive. And so far he's the only known African American who died in the Gulag camp in the Soviet Union. And Whiteman's fate reminded me of the book The Forsaken, An American Tragedy in Stalin's Russia by Tim Lend-Lease. I have that book. I never had the chance to read it yet, but I wonder if he mentioned anything about Comrade Whiteman. While researching about Lovett Whiteman, I stumbled upon another interesting book I never heard of before called Black Man in Red Russia by Homer Smith. The price on Amazon is ridiculous, starting from $295, and hardcover is for $600, but fortunately it's available for free on Internet Archive. I'll provide the link below in the comment section. That's another book I need to read. And when I looked up the author of this book, Homer Smith Jr., he was born in 1909 and died in 1972, and he died in Chicago, Illinois. So his story, it's kind of like Robert Robeson light. He also came to the Soviet Union in 1932, and he worked there at the Soviet Postal Service as well as a journalist for Associated Negro Press. And he was a full-time war correspondent during the World War II when Germany invaded Russia in summer 1941. And he was the first African-American war correspondent. In January of 1944, he was a part of delegation of Western correspondents who visited the graves in Khatyn Forest on the invitation of the Soviets. That's another interesting story there. However, he did not publish an article about the trip to Khatyn. In his memoirs, he wrote that he had doubts about the Soviet version that Germans had been the perpetrators. And if you're familiar, this pretty much after Germany and Soviet Union split Poland, Soviets executed close to 10,000 Polish officers and other like Polish intelligentsia in Khatyn, and the Germans discovered that, and later Soviets tried to blame Germans for doing that massacre. So he was a part of it. And then Smith left Russia for Ethiopia in 1946, and he never returned to the Soviet Union. He went back to the United States in 1963 and published his book titled Black Man in Red Russia. So he actually, let's see, managed to return in 63. He spent about 30 years in the Soviet Union. So we see a similar pattern. An African American is moving from the United States to the Soviet Union to escape racism in his homeland, but at some point, sooner or later, they realize, I need to get out of here as soon as possible, and some were lucky and some were not. So Comrade Whiteman, who was described as the reddest black American, he was an interesting comrade. At the 6th Congress of Comintern, so I don't know if you know guys about Comintern, it's a Communist International. So that was the major organization in the Soviet Union that managed all the communist parties of the world. So in summer of 1928, there was a major debate about how best to agitate for communist revolution among African Americans. So they're talking about how to agitate communist revolution in the United States. This is 1928. And this is insane. So while American capitalists discuss with Stalin government how to sell them tractor wink wink factories, equipment for the power plants, and everything else for the militarization of the Soviet Union, Other people discuss how to agitate communist revolution in the USA. Some people within the Communist Party pushed for recruiting sharecroppers and rural laborers in the South. Comrade Whiteman, who had returned to Moscow as a delegate, argued that it was better to wait out the Great Migration, organizing black workers once they became urban proletariat in the factories of the North. I think it was a smart idea right there. I mean, in my humble opinion. They even discussed the creation of Soviet Negro Republic. They actually have an article about it on Wikipedia. So that was a hypothetical future communist republic proposed by some black communist activists in 1930s. So that was hotly debated for a while. Many communists favored the formation of the independent Soviet Republic for black people as an oppressed ethnic group within the United States. So besides this crazy discussion of creating a Negro Soviet Republic, during the 1928 Comintern debates, Lovestone maintained that capitalism in the United States would continue to develop and that blacks would continue to flee the farms for industrial jobs in the South as well as the North. And here he was totally correct. So he foresaw no need to organize sharecroppers and tenant farmers because it's, those American peasantry was being phased out. Meanwhile, some Russian Comintern people claim that collapse of capitalism is coming, it's right around the corner, so we need to work right now with the American black peasants. So in the end, the Comintern ordered the American communists. So just think about it. The Comintern located in Moscow, but it's ordering American communists to organize the South to agitate for both the right of self-determination and for the unionization of industry on a racially integrated basis. Still considering the idea of area that called Southern Black Belt, that potentially could become a republic of the Soviet style. But back to our main character, Lovett Whiteman. So he moved to Russia in around 1927. He ended up marrying a Russian lady called Marina. So Lovett was 41 when he got married, and his Russian wife was in her late 20s. Kind of interesting. So he lived in a small apartment. He was working for English language Moscow News as a contributor and worked as a teacher in the English language school, also in Moscow. It was interesting, about 10 years later, in early 1937, he realized that it's probably not a good idea to remain in the Soviet Union, and he applied for permission to return home to the United States. But request was refused. I believe at that time he was already a citizen of the Soviet Union, not American citizen. So, but yeah, he realized that he could be in trouble. And shortly after, he was denounced for having expressed counter-revolutionary sentiments. And on July 1st, 1937, he was sentenced to 5 years in internal exile. And he was sent to Kazakhstan, to Semipalatinsk. So pretty much he kind of went the same route as Trotsky did. He also was sent to Kazakhstan and Almaty. But Trotsky ended up leaving the country, and Comrade Whiteman got arrested on Article 58. And that's when they send you to Gulag labor camp. In Soviet Russia, to hit a gold mine carries totally different meaning. It means that you're going to work at the Gulag labor camp mining gold, and that's what happened to Comrade Whiteman. He constantly was unable to meet work quotas, was starving, faced beating, and on January 13, 1939, at the age of 49, he died at camp, and his death certificate said that he died of heart failure. So looking at the fate of Lovett Whiteman, who spent only 10 years in the Soviet Union and perished, we can say that Robert Robeson was quite lucky to spend 44 years inside of the Soviet Union and managing to escape alive. But here's the real kicker. While researching the topic of Lovett Whiteman, I stumbled upon his declassified FBI file. It's posted on Internet Archive, and in 1950s, like 1955, 1956 period, FBI was seriously concerned that somehow Comrade Whiteman came back to the United States under different name, under alias, and he worked as a spy. So I'll post the pictures from his file in the end. You can pause and read it. But they were digging, searching high and low, even sending requests to Britain intelligence, trying to find out what happened to Whiteman, why he never came back, or did he come back, but no one knew he returned. So that's pretty interesting. So yeah, internet could be a great thing, especially if government declassifies documents. And before we wrap up, today I stopped at my library and I requested about the book that I mentioned early, Black Men in Red Russia by Homer Smith. Of course, it's a small town library, so they didn't have that book, but someone in Michigan does have it. And because we have this cool exchange program, this book will be shipped to my library and I will have a chance to read it. And then maybe I'll make another review on that book. But it's another interesting book to look. So we have a Black on Red and we have Black Man in Red Russia. Kind of two similar sounding books, two different stories of black people that went to Soviet Union, learned a lot, and managed to escape. Well, this concludes episode number 27, my book review of Black on Red, My 44 Years Inside of Soviet Union by Robert Robeson. I hope you enjoyed this story. Don't forget to like it. Stories about life in the Soviet Union. My name is Sergei Sputnikov, aka John Wayne Cheeseburger, and back in 1971, I was born in the USSR. In today's video, we're returning back to the book Black on Red, My 44 Years Inside of the Soviet Union by Robert Robeson, and this is episode number 28. We're almost done with this book. And just a friendly reminder, if you're new to my channel, I have a separate playlist on this book, and I'll provide the link below in the comment section. And we're in chapter 31, A Passport at Last. In 1966, I turned 60 years old and I was still in Russia. So I just want to remind you, Robert Robeson came to the Soviet Union in 1930. And there was the original plan just to be there for 1 year and then go back to the United States. Now it's 1966, 36 years later, and he's still in Soviet Union, although he called it Russia. As I thought about it, I could scarcely believe that I was still here. I did not feel old, and I was always looking ahead rather than back at my life as many elderly people do. In fact, I petitioned my factory successfully to keep working even though I had reached retirement age and I'll receive a pension and no longer had to work to support myself. Okay, so let's talk about pension in the Soviet Union. I touched the topic before here and there, but I think this is a good spot right now to discuss looking at Robert Robeson. So let's read again what he said. I turned 60 years old and I reached my retirement age. So in the Soviet Union, retirement age was 60 years for male and 55 years old for female. And pensions were calculated based on the person's salary, but was a catch. In order to get your maximum pension, women should have 20 years of work. So you retired at 55, but you should work at least 20 of those years. And for men, 25 years. And also, I don't know if you've noticed, Comrade Robertson mentioned something really interesting, that he had petitioned his factory successfully to keep working. So there was a good possibility that would factory say, no, you need to retire. So that was not up to retiree or worker to choose between, I want to continue working or I want to retire. It was up to factory management to decide, yeah, we want to keep you, or no, you need to retire. So in some cases, it could be a pretty ugly situation. For example, you need another year or two to get your full, they call it рабочий стаж, so like amount of work years. But management says, no, you need to retire right now, and now your pension is not big enough. Fun fact, in Soviet Union, you had to make a hard choice, because if you retire, you're not allowed to work anymore. And that conditions existed till like mid-1970s. So for example, it was illegal to draw pension while also working somewhere. I believe in the United States it doesn't matter. You can be retired and get your Social Security while you still work. In Soviet Union, it was literally illegal. You could get in trouble, and the factory management could get in trouble if they hired retiree because or you're getting salary or you're getting a pension. You cannot do double dipping. So let's see why Comrade Robertson wanted to continue working. He said that facing new designing challenges at work was what made my life bearable. I was not the sort of person who could spend my day in the park playing chess or feeding the pigeons. Then he continues, the last thing I wanted was to have time to reflect on the greatest frustration of my life, my inability to leave the Soviet Union. But let's go back to the topic of pigeons and chess. So you see, he kind of spilled a little beans about what average Soviet retiree could do. Really nothing. They could go to park, hang out with other retirees and play chess, or they can feed pigeons. There's no idea like, hey, I could go on a road trip and, explore Soviet Union, visit Baikal, Lake Baikal, visit mountains. It was not even like possible for retirees. Sure, they had enough money to buy food. Housing was very cheap, but still, this is kind of like interesting part of the Soviet Union. Everyone was poor, but we were comfortably poor. So no one will kick you out of your house or your apartment. You still have enough money to buy basic groceries, but there was no extra money to do anything like consider fun. So once you retired, you were pretty much stuck at your place, the town that you live or city or the village. We never had people like, oh, they retired and moved down south to Crimea Peninsula because, of the warmer climate or into my Krasnodar region. No one could do it. It was not even conversation of the possibilities, maybe for medical reasons. If you have a lungs that you can't handle Siberia anymore, maybe through the medical spravka document, you can get going and move south. And like snowbirding, like what a lot of retirees do here in America, that was just completely unheard of. I was totally shocked when I discovered that in America, a lot of retirees, that's all they do. They like have two homes, one in Michigan, one in Florida, and they just basically bounce back and forth, summer in Michigan, then winter in Florida. Soviet-style snowbirding will be spending summer in your dacha, outer city, digging in the garden, growing potatoes and carrots and onions, and then in the winter you move back into the city because usually people, their summer homes didn't have insulation, didn't have a stove to stay warm, so that would be Soviet-style snowbirds. Dacha on the outskirts of the city and back to your apartment for the winter. So for people who lived and work in the cities, their minimal pension will be 34 rubles a month, so that's enough to buy about 10 bottles of vodka, and max salary was capped at 132 rubles. Now 132 rubles a month, that'll be amazing. That's pretty much was my mom's normal salary. And of course, some Soviet comrades were more equal than others. So we had so-called персональные пенсии, personal pensions. Usually those were for like party apparatchiks, factory managers and such. So upper echelon, and you could get 140 rubles a month or 160, or the biggest one was 250 rubles per month. This is pretty much what my family together were earning, around that amount. By the way, when Nikita Khrushchev was forced into retirement, he received a very special pension of 500 rubles per month. But fortunately for him, he didn't hit the Soviet gold mine and wasn't sent to Gulag labor camp. Another group of highly paid retirees were former military officers, so their pensions were starting from 250 rubles per month. And of course, if you were general or marshal, then there was even more. And on the other end of the spectrum for retirement were kolkhozniki, collective farm workers, just like my grandparents Maria and Sergei. So when collective farms were introduced in the Soviet Union in the early 1930s, the idea was that collective farm will pay the retired workers' pensions. But of course, when a state is a monopoly buying your grain, your crops at lowest prices possible to provide cheap food for the workers in the cities, collective farms never had money not even to pay pensions. They even didn't have cash to pay workers. So only in 1964, during Nikita Khrushchev rule, retired collective farm workers could get a state pension of 12 rubles per month. Now, just to give you comparison, for 12 rubles, you could purchase 4 kilograms of doktorskaya kolbasa, so that's like a Soviet-style bologna. So picture your pension is enough to buy 8.8 pounds of bologna, and I looked up at Meyer prices. They sell like green bologna for $7.29 a pound. So your pension is pretty much, if you calculate in bologna, it's $64 a month. That's it. So the only way Soviet retired collective farm workers could survive is pretty much homesteading. Those 12 rubles, you couldn't buy much. You still need to buy sugar, salt. So you just lived off your land, the small plot of land that collective farm allow you to have next to your house. So they will grow potatoes, some wheat, beets, onions, and of course they'll have a pig or two. They have chickens, have a cow. So everything was coming from their homestead. That was the only way to, have enough money to survive and have food to survive, and actually even help your kids that moved to the city. And of course, after the collapse of the Soviet Union, situation didn't improve much. In many cases got way worse. The change is this, in my opinion. It used to be comfortable to be poor. Now it became uncomfortable to be poor because they could take away your apartment if you don't pay your bills. Before that was unheard of, and housing was way cheaper. But when I did the calculations comparing my grandmother pension versus my mother pension, my mom's pension could buy way more food, way more goods like clothing, shoes. But because housing costs skyrocketed so much, the only way she could do better comparing the Soviet days is move again back to the village, and that's what she did. But for example, my father, he was born in 1946, baby boomer. He was counting on a really decent pension because he worked as a spray painter all his life. So because of it was a bad for your health type of work, he would expect to have an extra bonus for his pension. So he was counting, I believe, maybe 130 or 150 rubles per month pension, and that'll be more than enough to live in the city. But now his pension is just basically 90% of it goes towards the housing cost, because our apartment is actually pretty large. It has 3 rooms. Okay, and before I finish today's video, I want to read another page. This is kind of jumping to the page 366. So here Robert Robeson is talking to ambassador from Uganda, Matthias Lubega, and he's trying to, once again, he's not losing hope to leave the Soviet Union. And he said that ambassador was simply trying to inject hope in what he knew to be the dull, spiritless, mundane life of a Soviet citizen. So that's kind of gives an answer. And I asked in my video about heavy drinking in the Soviet Union, why did people drink so hard if they lived in a socialist paradise? And here Robert Robeson gives the answer: because life was dull, spiritless, and mundane. Okay, my friends, it's all I have for you today. Thank you for sticking around till the end of this video. And if you made it that far, please don't forget to like, maybe post a comment. Здравствуйте, дорогие товарищи! В эфире программа Ushanka Show. And today we're turning to the book Black on Red, My 44 Years Inside of the Soviet Union by Robert Robeson. And this is episode number 29. And just in case if you're new to my channel, I have a separate playlist where all the Black on Red episodes are located, and I'll provide the link below in the comment section. Okay, so in this episode we're talking about early 1970s, most likely 1973, because based on this photo of Robert Robeson's Soviet passport, it was issued on December 19, 1973, and he spent almost a whole year trying to obtain passport and permission to leave a country on vacation. And just a short side note, I was born in 1971, so for about 4 years, 71, 72, 73, 1974, Robert Robeson and Comrade Sergei Sputnikov lived in the same country. And today's episode is especially close to my heart because you're gonna learn what kind of trouble Robert Robeson had to go through in order to receive first a passport for traveling abroad, Soviet passport, then to get a visa to travel to Uganda. Many years later, in 1990, I went pretty much through exact same process with really similar results. So not much changed in those 20 years. Which reminds me, one time one of my viewers posted a comment and he said he really enjoys Ushanka Show. He enjoys learning about Soviet Union, but he asked me that please don't ever say again that Soviet Union was like a low security prison. And today, after listening to the story of Robert Robeson, I want you to tell me if you think that Soviet Union could be compared to the low security prison. I don't know how many of you guys watched every single episode on Ushanka Show, but a while back I had a video called KGB had 11 reasons to refuse your trip abroad, and it's about Soviet tourism. It got only about 17,000 views, but if you watch that video, you will recognize what troubles Robert Robeson was going through, and you will see all those reasons. Okay, now back to Robert Robeson book. So this is early 1972, and he is desperately trying to go on vacation, wink wink, to Africa in order to escape Soviet Union. A few months later, in early 1972, I received another letter from Ambassador Lubega. This one was an official invitation stamped with ambassador's coat of arms and bearing his signature. He wanted me to spend my annual vacation with him and his family in Uganda. The next day I went to the Soviet Visas and Registration Office to ask what I had to do to visit Uganda. After waiting an hour for a response, the receptionist returned me the letter and explained that it was not a valid document. And I said, why not? The letter must be endorsed by the Soviet ambassador to Ethiopia. Ethiopia, I exclaimed, but the man is from Uganda. But the letter is from Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, she replied sternly. Okay, so for those who don't understand what was going on here in this story, I will explain. So every Soviet citizen at the age of 16 would receive a passport. So this passport was valid only for the Soviet Union. And not for travel and just it was your legal document. We didn't use our driver's licenses since hardly any people owned cars. So every Soviet citizen received a Soviet passport at the age of 16, and that was pretty much your ID. But this passport was no good for traveling to the other country. You needed a different passport called заграничный passport, so like foreign passport. And in order to get that passport, first of all, you needed to have official invitation from a person or organization abroad. But as you see in case of Robert Robeson, sometimes that was enough just to have an invitation. Like lady demanded should be endorsed by Soviet ambassador, just another crazy hurdle on the way to get, it's not getting even a permission to leave, it's just to get a passport. You know, there's more steps to it. This is just to get a document that allows you to travel to other countries. Okay, so now Robert Robeson says, and that meant that I was officially eligible to apply to go to Africa for my vacation. But I knew that eligibility was one thing and actually getting on the airplane, traveling out of the country was something quite different. So he said, I already went through an unbelievable amount of red tape involved in trying to secure a foreign ministry approval to travel abroad. First, there was the autobiography, then the recommendation from my factory, the references from my house committee, the long complicated application, 6 new photographs, and 40 rubles worth of postage stamps. So let's see how he got the recommendation from his factory. 5 weeks after I submitted my application to my factory, like how your factory relates to where you want to go for your vacation, right? I was called before the 6-man shop party commission that was the first barrier to acceptance. So the chairman read the group's recommendation aloud. After letting me comment, he asked for those who approved to raise their hands. So the 6 hands went in the air, and so he got approved. But then listen to this. So Robert Robeson says, comrades, please wait a minute. Could you change the last paragraph, the one that reads, however, the party committee of the machine shop is of the opinion that the climate in Africa will have a harmful effect on his health after living in the Soviet Union for so long. because he was afraid that this will discourage the people in the visa office from approving my application. So this people at the factory still try to screw Robert Robertson by putting this little paragraph. Yeah, we approve his, application to travel abroad, but we're afraid that climate in Africa, in Uganda, would be too bad for his health because he lived for 40-some years in the Soviet Union and he can't handle African climate anymore. So here's Robert Robertson again. Comrades, I want you to know that I was brought up in the tropical climate of Jamaica and Cuba, which is the same kind of climate in Uganda. I'm positive the warm weather will not bother me. Please delete this last paragraph. They knew what they have done. It was a typical dirty trick. In response to my plea, the chairman said they would think it over. I heard nothing for 3 weeks. So it took another 3 weeks till he finally got that paragraph removed. So as I said, 3 weeks later, he was told to report to the office of the secretary of the factory party committee after work. There were 6 other people there, all applicants for traveling abroad to Eastern Bloc countries. So now he's going for the second round, but together with 6 other guys. And it was about 100 people now this time. So it's not just... We entered a hall where more than 100 party members were gathered to rule on our applications. Can you imagine? You want to go and spend vacation in Mexico, and you need to go in the factory meeting, and they'll vote if they trust you to go and have fun over there. And he continues, the audience seemed serious. These party representatives had been gathered from every section of the factory to decide on the fate of our 7 travel recommendations. Mine was to be considered last, so I sat waiting, wondering, praying, and watching what the other applicants had to go through. It's like a college student going to a test, right? Any representative was given the opportunity to question the applicants. The only questions asked were why they wanted to go and what they were intended to do there. Then a vote was taken. Each applicant was approved and left with a smile on his face. I was not sure my experience would be as pleasant. When my turn came, I was bombarded with questions, some of them cruel, some of them filled with suspicion. One man who had been working in a factory since he was demobilized in 1948 and was known by many as a party watchdog and informer, stood up and asked me in a surly manner, Comrade Robinson, suppose we were to let you go to Africa. How can we be sure that as soon as you get there, the old bourgeois feelings would not return and take hold of you? Oh my God. Oh boy, would they ever, I thought. At the same time, I told myself to stay calm and be firm, like a good Soviet citizen. I looked directly at the questioner and said, Comrade, you know as well as I do that your question does not have any valid foundation as far as I'm concerned. Have you made such a statement 35 years ago, perhaps then there'll have been some concern. But now I lived in the Soviet Union for more than 2/3 of my life. I have reached the stage where I think like a Russian and even talk to myself in Russian. The chairman asked if there were any more questions, but no one raised his hand. Then he called for a vote. I could not bear to watch. I closed my eyes, opening them only when I heard the chairman announcing. The recommendation for Comrade Robinson had been approved. So picture once again, your factory co-workers decided if you're allowed to go on vacation to other country. I later learned that I made it by only 5 votes, whereas other applicants had been approved with near unanimity. Well, now I think he's done, right? Wrong, because Soviet Union was not a low-security prison. The next step was to send the recommendation to the visa division of the ministry. No one except a special courier could be trusted with this task. My recommendation was delivered 9 days later to the ministry. It was early June 1973. 5 weeks later, I received a card from the visa division that ordered me to report immediately. So he rushed over there during his lunch, and the lady told him, unless your factory agrees to eliminate the paragraph about party committee's opinion that you will not be able to take the African climate, you will not be granted a visa. So those bastards never removed the paragraph. They left that opinion that African climate is not good for African American. So this is going on in June 1973, and then it was back and forth with this recommendation. So they finally removed it, part about bad effects on health in Africa. And now on December 18, 1973, on a bitterly cold day, I came home from the factory and found a postcard in my apartment mailbox. It was from the visa division, ordering me to report to their office as soon as possible with my internal passport, so Soviet internal passport. And I think when you go out of the country, you leave your Soviet passport with authorities and you'll travel with only the foreign passport. So, and deposit of 360 rubles, a lot of money, in a bank in the name of Office of Visas and Immigration Registration. So 1970s, your average salary about 120, 130 rubles. So 3 months worth of your salary is the payment to get that visa. So yeah, it's going great, isn't it? So finally, it's time to get his new passport. Finally, the receptionist pulled out a red passport. What a relief. My trip to Africa suddenly became more concrete in my mind. The receptionist opened the passport and slowly, methodically checked the information inside against my internal passport. Then he looked up and said, "Congratulations, Comrade Robinson. We are giving you a passport valid for 45 days to the Republic of Uganda. I hope you will enjoy your trip there." And now the best part, because remember, Soviet Union was not a low-security prison. But before handling you this passport, there are some certain rules that you must agree to follow while overseas. They are: you must always uphold the integrity of the Soviet Union. You must be presentable at all times, always sober. You must shave daily, and you must not allow yourself to be in doubtful company. If you agree to these requirements, please read them again as they are written on this card, and then sign your name. You think it's over? Oh, no, yet, because Soviet Union was not a low-security prison. So I did as he instructed, actually signing 2 cards. One he kept and one went to my passport. One other thing he said: you can only take with you the following items: 2 suits, 3 shirts, 3 sets of underwear for 45 days, 3 pairs of socks, 3 ties, 4 handkerchiefs, and 2 pairs of shoes. I must warn you, if you take alone more possessions than you're allowed, they will be confiscated. You think it's over yet? Oh no. Then he placed 2 slips of green paper with a series of code numbers on them into the passport and said, those papers should be given to our bank and you will receive enough foreign currency to last you during your trip in Uganda. Also, all citizens must be vaccinated before going abroad, so here's your vaccination coupon. So Soviet citizens, Soviet people were not allowed to own foreign currency. You could go to prison up from 3 to 5 years for owning United States dollars, German Deutschmarks, whatever. Only when you travel abroad, you'll get permission to purchase a small amount of foreign currency, and this is what's going on here. I have to give big, huge credit to Robert Robinson. It took him 28 years to finally get a permission to leave Soviet Union. So he was quite persistent, but can you imagine you went on a contract to work 1 year and then you spent 44 years, 28 out of those you tried to leave, and they just always found an excuse to keep you inside of the Soviet Union. And now about foreign currency. So at the bank, I handed a clerk the green slip of paper, and after waiting for a few minutes, I was given and signed for $176. The amount of money they determined I was to have for my 45-day stay in Uganda. It's 1973, but still, $176 for 45 days. Obviously, it was just barely enough to subsist on and too little to enable me to extend my stay past approved number of days without going broke. However, even if I had been given $10, I would have gone. I regretted that by fleeing the USSR, I would forfeit my $133 a month pension. So here, I think he's using the official rate of exchange was about 60 kopecks per dollar. So his pension was, I guess, about 100 rubles a month. And he also had 1,020 rubles in the bank. My family managed to save in 20 years in Soviet Union 5,000. So yeah, and so he had to leave all his belongings and that cash. Then I went to Metropole Hotel and purchased my ticket from Aeroflot, the Soviet airline. They first checked my passport, of course, and my vaccination receipt, and they asked for 840 rubles, so $924. So once again, remember just a minute ago he mentioned that he managed to save 1,020 rubles. It was in his bank. 840 rubles was round trip to Uganda, so pretty much it wiped out all his savings. It hurt to have to pay for round trip ticket when I had no intention of returning. Of course, he was smart enough not to say that I would like only one-way ticket. Now, after all this drama that took him almost a year, he went to Ugandan embassy to pick up his entry visa. So it took about a year to get permission to leave and 1 day to get a visa to go to Uganda. So finally, our hero is in airport, ready to leave for Africa. Everything's great, right? Nope. I heard Robinson, Comrade Robinson, someone was calling my name. I turned around and saw a female inspector riding towards me. My heart sank. She showed me my vaccination permit saying, "You need to be vaccinated again." What they did was wrong. So once again, anyways, they canceled his flight and he went back home. So anyway, he goes through several pages of this whole drama. So his actually luggage went to Africa. He remained in Moscow. He managed to get another shot, almost said flu shot. Once again in airport, he was harassed by KGB and he finally got on the plane. So it's total craziness, right? So the guy arrived to the Soviet Union where there was no flights across the Atlantic, right? He came on a ship and now he's flying to Africa and he's finally out of the Soviet Union. Okay, my friends, I think I'll have one more episode number 30, and we're going to wrap up a book, My 44 Years in the Soviet Union by Robert Robertson. There's a couple other points I marked that he was talking about Soviet economy people, some demands for the USSR. So I'm just looking at my comments. So that will be the final chapter, part 30. And I want to thank everyone who liked this series and was following me. It's definitely an interesting story. And now I'll tell you my story. So my similar events occurred, I think it's 1990, maybe 1989. So I got also invitation from some German friends that want me to come and visit. And same thing, before you go to get a passport, you need to get approved at work. I didn't have those silly meetings by 1990s that were canceled. But we had a guy who kind of like had to approve your request to get a passport, not just visa, to get that passport for travel abroad. Unfortunately, he was old KGB guy, like he retired from KGB and got this job as kind of like not a security, but kind of like a security, because that research institute used to be super secret outfit making communication system mostly for the Soviet military. And I just got hired in like literally a month prior. So I was a brand new guy. I didn't have access to anything. I was still going through training. But that guy refused to sign the paper and approve my application. So I was so excited. It's still Soviet Union. I had a chance to go to Germany to see the foreign land for the very first time in my life. And my hopes were crushed so mercilessly by this old guy. I believe that was the very first time that I really realized how much I hate this Soviet restrictions. And yeah, I made a mistake. I told everyone like, hey, I'm going to Germany because I had no idea about all this stuff. So yeah, this old guy just crushed me, refused to take my application to approve it. and that was the end of my trip. So in this regard, Robert Robertson was more lucky, but it took him 28 years to get out. I was lucky on the second try because by then Soviet Union was gone and I had no issues getting a permission. It was more trouble getting German visa than actually getting permission from Ukrainian government to get a passport and travel. Okay, so that's all I have for you today. Once again, thank you so much for watching Ushanka Show. Don't forget to like this video. Please post a comment. It supposedly helps YouTube to promote my stories about life in the Soviet Union. And speaking of boys and girls, we're still looking at male audience at 93.4% on Ushanka Show, and female audience it's only 6.4%. And today we have the final episode number 30 of my book review, Black on Red, My 44 Years Inside of the Soviet Union by Robert Robeson. Amazing book. I never planned to have so many videos about it, but as I started looking at it and reading it and making notes, I realized there is so much to discuss. So here we are, final episode number 30. And as always, a quick reminder, just in case for those who are brand new to my channel is growing slowly, but it's still growing, that I have a separate playlist where all the videos located on this book, Black on Red, and the link will be in the comment sections below. Okay, so we left off when Robert Robertson finally got on a plane and he's flying from Moscow to Uganda. And on the way, they landed at Khartoum in Africa. And this is his first emotions after landing in Africa. This is Africa, I thought, a place I have heard and read so much about, but I have never seen. And remember that story when the Soviet doctor told Robert Robertson that you need to move to the warmer climate when he was in Kuibyshev, Siberia, otherwise you will never chase zebras again. I thought it was a classical Soviet joke, racist joke. So anyway, so he writes, I felt a sense of reverence as if I were on a pilgrimage to the land of my ancestors. When the plane landed, we were allowed to disembark for 20 minutes. When I stepped onto Sudanese soil, I felt I was returning from the dead. The people looked so beautiful, so open, so warm, so friendly. I wanted to kiss everyone I saw. Freedom! Freedom! I wanted to shout about it, revel in it, absorb every bit of it, all at once. I was intoxicated. I wanted to leap, dance, and sing. You know, it's interesting. When I, for the very first time, managed to leave Soviet Union, and I don't count my trips to Poland because I was smuggling alcohol on a train. I mean, it was an awesome experience as well, but it was a totally different story. But when I flew to Germany for the very first time back in 1993 or 1992, so right after the collapse of the Soviet Union, I had different emotions. I mean, I wasn't escaping, right? I just came for a visit. But it was amazing feeling that I was in the movie because, you know, you got everyone speaks German around you. There's German cars, everything's so unfamiliar. I literally felt like I was in the movie. It was the most insane, beautiful feeling. And then again, when first time I flew to United States in 1995, it was the same feeling of unreal realities. Like you just don't believe your own eyes because like, oh, this is America, you know. New York, World Trade Center back then in 1995. So yeah, totally different emotions, but I understand Robert Robinson really well. Okay, so back to Comrade Robinson. So now he gives us his summary of his life in the Soviet Union. It's pretty impressive. So he's back on a plane, got 3 hours to fly. At that moment, 44 years of injustice and hardship in the Soviet Union passed before me. The racism, the KGB, the perpetual gloom, the loss of friends through imprisonment, banishment, and execution, the open and disguised contempt, the impediment to romance, the isolation. I could nothing to stop the thoughts, the memories, the feelings. I was surprised that I did not feel angry because of all nights when I was cooped in my tiny apartment and nearly consumed by anger. But as the plane started to descend, my heart was at ease and I felt good. As just a quick note, I still couldn't figure out if he ever had a girlfriend in Soviet Union in Moscow. He never mentioned anything. He just said
impediments to romance. And I don't know what the word impediment means. I need to look it up. But like all other guys had no problem finding the Russian girlfriends. But sounds like for some reason Comrade Robertson had problems with that. And they finally landed. The stewardess opened the front door and people began to displane. I walked up the aisle to the top of the mobile stairs. I looked out and felt embraced by the warm sun. I remembered my first boat ride on the Volga and my surprise at the way the Russians nearly worshipped the sun. 43 Russian winters later, I felt the same way. I grabbed the hold of both railings, for I was shaking, and I started walking down the steps. Okay, so let's do a quick refresher. We're back to page 56 from the page 390. So during our boat trip on Volga, I learned that Russians love the sun. At first glance, they appear to be a society of sun worshippers by the way they sit with their eyes closed and their faces positioned toward the sun. From the expression on their faces, I sensed that some were even talking to the sun, imploring it to keep showering its warmth on them, praising the sun for providing them with pleasure. And I had exactly the same, I don't say problem. When you grow up in kind of northern climate, and our summers used to be pretty mild, so you don't have hot weather often. It's always cloudy or overcast. So every time there's a bright sun and warmth, like you running outside to be on the sun to get tan. And it took me a long time when I moved to Michigan. I lived here full time. It would be in the summer. Anytime I see the sun, I'll be running outside or lay down in the sun or take kids to the beach. So it took me quite a few years to finally, I soaked up enough sun that I kind of lost that edge and I'm not hungry for sun anymore. But that's what happens when you live in the climates. I mean, like, I bet you people who live in Canada, they're probably hungry for sun. Okay, so now it looks like our hero is settling down in Uganda, although he has only temporarily visa and he is teaching in local college and he's very happy. And now he started analyzing Russian characteristics. I found this quite interesting. So he says, first, Russian nature tends to be arrogant. I found their deep-rooted conceit that Russians' ideas, culture, history, and accomplishments are superior to the rest of the world. So he found it very distasteful. And it's back to the same thing. If you look at the modern Russia, that's what blossomed again under Putin, is the pushing the idea that Russian culture and history is way more superior than the rest of the world. Then Robert continues, second, there is an aspect of Russian behavior that is madly unpredictable, which I think may be the result of their brutally cold winters. We actually had this expression, the отмороженный. If you call somebody who is like acting very stupid or strange, that he's like has his brains frozen. Some days you could just not understand what was wrong with the Russian woman. Well, I think it's not just the Russian woman. For that matter, with the Russian man. When the temperature would drop to 32 or 35 degrees below zero, I think you're probably talking about Celsius, I knew I would begin to witness aberrant behavior. I often saw women suddenly stop what they were doing, look vacantly into space, begin weeping, and become short-tempered. Friends of mine sometimes complained to me that their wives were acting strangely and they could not figure out what was wrong. Well, welcome to the club, buddy. Men will become easily provoked and would start yelling at each other even at slight misunderstandings. The men in my shop who were normally talkative would come to work and refuse to speak all day except when it was absolutely necessary to clarify some aspects of job. When I would say good morning to fellow worker during one of his moods, it was not unusual for him to ignore me altogether. Oh my goodness, it brought me memories of the movie Red Heat with Arnold Schwarzenegger. Remember when he's playing a Russian cop, Danko, and he's talking to American police officer, and he was like, well, how do you relax in Russia? We're watching the fish in a tank, and Arnold replied, vodka. It's actually funny, but it's actually true. So as his stories continues, he already spent a whole year in Uganda, and you say, well, looks like he is taking his sweet time before returning to America.
But that's the problem. Robert Robertson is a citizen of the Soviet Union. And welcome to the club. You can't just go to America because you want to. If you're a citizen of the USSR, you actually need to get an American visa. And if you remember, he got in trouble with the United States government because for a while he was a mouthpiece of Soviet propaganda. So now he's in trouble. He would like to return to the United States, but he was thinking his chances were actually extremely limited. I had only been a naturalized citizen, he says, and from my encounter from Ambassador Bullitt nearly 40 years earlier, I assumed that my files with State Department or the Immigration Naturalization Service contain damaging statements that would block my chances with the U.S. government. So he basically decided to approach a different route and applied for a Jamaican passport on the grounds that Jamaica was the country of his birth. And I'm skipping some parts, but he finally managed to get a visitor visa to come to America for 3 months. And he returned to his hometown of New York City. And check this out. This is, 44 years later. Manhattan was different than I had imagined, and I was especially saddened to see how much Harlem had deteriorated. I had expected it to be better than it had been in 1933, not worse. We walked down the 125th Street, the 7th Avenue, which used to be full of well-dressed high rollers. But now it was a dump. And when I saw the condition of the people, I asked my brother, so his brother is still alive, who lived in the US all this time, when it had started happening. I had been told that blacks were politically, economically, and socially better off in the United States, so I had expected something much better. So Comrade Robinson managed to escape Soviet Union in 1974, and only in 1980 he got a green card. He says his friend Bill Davis said, "I now declare that Robert Robinson is a legal resident of the United States of America," he said. So then Robert Robinson sent a letter to the Soviet embassy in Jamaica renouncing his Soviet citizenship and then returned my Soviet passport to them. I would keep passport. Just say I lost it. Because the Soviet government could still technically have claimed me as a Soviet citizen. They could have picked me up anywhere at any time. I didn't want to become visible because if they had gotten me inside of the Soviet embassy, I would have been in the Soviet territory. So when you get a green card, you have a legal status to live and work in the United States, but you're not a citizen. And finally, on December 6, 1986, so I was 15, my bad, not 25, 15. His dream of 40 years came true. I became an American citizen once again. Okay, now we're at chapter 35, Perestroika. Ever since I escaped from the Soviet Union in 1974, I have kept up my observations from the outside. Whatever I could find about the Soviet Union, I have read. And here he gives some advice to the free world because he worries about survival of the free world. He says, "I'm burdened by my knowledge that Soviet Communist Party members believe it is their country's destiny to dominate the world. The message is everywhere. It is drummed into the heads of party members 5 days a week at meetings after work, which they must attend and which non-party members who want to gain favor from the officials in charge of their jobs should attend. Children are influenced from the early age. They learn in school, in the meetings of the young pioneers, and as members of Komsomol that it is Soviet destiny to defeat America and dominate the world." Not really. Soviet destiny is pretty much the general concept of Marxism, Leninism, that socialism and communism can only survive. It's everywhere in the world. So it's just a Marxist theory, although, the latest was we believe in a peaceful coexistence. I think it's Khrushchev came up with that concept. But, in reality, it's still and this is what in the end happened, that socialism didn't work because it was contained just in several countries. It didn't spread around. Then he continues, "In 1972, so I was 1 year old, when the Soviet economy was clearly going downhill, America should have let them keep sliding. but instead Americans publicly, privately stepped in to help the Soviets. I was still there when the Soviets first began buying American grain. The Russian people had no idea where the grain was coming from. When I left in 1974, the Soviet factories were still using machinery imported during 1930s. So that's that Stalin's socialist miracle when he starved millions of peasants to buy equipment from all over the world, especially the United States. After 3 shifts a day, 7 days a week for 40 years, the machines were in bad shape. They were breaking down and needed repair, but the Soviets would not take the time to repair them adequately. Well, they didn't have parts anyway, since they were making war material, which was in constant demand. In my factory, they were having difficulty making precision bearings. The Russians never officially addressed the rumor circulating in Moscow that they were using Swedish or American bearings in their airplanes instead of their own, because Russian-made bearings would crack when heated. Now, I don't know why he never mentioned, but I believe his factory, which was making bearings, that was Italian factory. Italians purchased tons of oil from Stalin, and in exchange they sold the ball bearing factory, and I believe his was Italian. And he continues, how is America to deal with the Soviet Union today? So this book is written like around 1986. So right, Gorbachev at power, still Soviet Union there, perestroika going on. In most cases, butter is better than bullets. In every case, peace is better than war. Well, now we have war. Provided territorial integrity and personal freedom and dignity remain intact. Here we go. Territorial integrity. That didn't happen. Can America persuade the Soviet Union to change its quest for world domination? Should America encourage or attempt to prevent increased trade between two countries? What steps can be taken to create trust and diminish suspicion between these superpowers? What does the Soviets need from America today, and what should be America's response? And he continues here. I see clearly the Soviet Union urgently needs 3 things: time, machinery, and technology. They need enough time so they can catch up with the level of Western economic development. They need to retool their factories with new machinery, and they need to scrap the piecework system if they wish to match quality of consumer products in Western countries. And I'm actually planning to make several videos on this topic, because definitely the Soviets didn't have time. Just 5 years later, in 1991, Soviet Union collapsed, and they just didn't have money to update the equipment. And it's how I look why Soviet economy or post-Soviet economy collapsed so quick, because I personally didn't realize how far behind our industries were, except space and maybe some military. Like consumer goods, everything else was so behind, so outdated, that there was no chance to compete. Because if you look at the history of like any American industry, car industry, tractor industry, airplane industry, if you look at the history, it looks like a graveyard. There are so many great companies that were doing great products, but they didn't survive, and they bankrupt, closed down. Hudson, Nash, there's so many airplane companies that no one hears anymore, right? Studebaker, same with the tractors. When I look a little bit into tractor history in the United States, I was like, oh my God, there were so many tractor companies, when it was a hot thing to make tractors for farmers. Now we had pretty much John Deere and Case, who else left? So like in Soviet Union, those car factories that the Americans brought into the Soviet Union in 1930s, they still were in business by 1990s. Not a single company went bankrupt. So the whole country, it was like a bunch of dodo birds that never had competition, never had to compete, never had to improve, never had to update their equipment, put new, things in place. So once the gate opened and we were open to foreign competition, there was no hope. The Western companies came in. They even didn't have to come in. Used 10-year-old BMW was way better than brand new Lada car. So, every factory started having problems selling their crappy products because they were so outdated, except like maybe Ural motorcycles. They were so outdated that they were cool again. It's like literally they manufacture brand new antique motorcycles that no one else makes in the world because they're so outdated and they're cool again. All right, so now we have the final words. Robert Robeson thinks that Soviet Union should permit freedom of travel for its citizens out of and back into the USSR. Check. Stop provocations and disinformation programs. Diminish its programmed hatred for America. Failed there too. And number 4, be completely truthful to its own people. That was for a short period of time, but now with Putin rule, it's back to old Soviet normal. The United States should 1. Learn how to be patient in negotiation with Soviets. The Soviets might be operating on a different timetable. We need to care more about the substance of agreement than about any deadline to reach it. Number 2, recognize that the Truman Doctrine of containment is no longer valid. Number 3, whenever possible, encourage exchange visits by Soviet and American citizens. Hey, I was a part of it. So they can communicate on a person-to-person basis. Number 4, encourage the study of the Russian language in the early stages of schools in America, so our new leaders will have a better understanding of what our adversaries are all about, and our ordinary citizens will be better equipped to carry the message of freedom and democracy directly to Soviet citizens. I lived as an American citizen during my early adult years. For the next 44 years, I lived and worked in the Soviet Union, side by side with its people. Having now been blessed with the opportunity to live out the rest of my life as an American citizen once again, I have written this account so that anyone who wishes may learn from what life in the Soviet Union is really like. Robert Robeson. And that, my friends, concludes my super long review of the book 44 Years in the Soviet Union by Robert Robeson. It's really interesting. I'm very impressed, and I'm so happy that this book actually triggered search for other books, like another one by Homer Smith, Black Man in the Red Russia, and some others. So more will follow, but this is the final chapter of my 30-part book review. I hope you enjoyed this video. Well, as always, if you made it that far, thank you so much for watching and listening to Ushanka Show. Don't forget to like this video. And I probably will combine all 30 episodes in one super long video. So it will be my Ushanka Digest. And for those people who use my voice to fall asleep, it will be extra long help in that department. Thanks again for watching Ushanka Show. We'll talk to you soon. До свидания. Goodbye.